Chapter 54:17. A huge tortoise shell appeared, and hundreds of millions of miles of seawater were instantly evaporated. Jin Wuyang was not to be outdone, and directly exchanged heaven and earth, and the dark clouds sank to the bottom of the sea. Originally, everyone was hundreds of millions of miles deep under the sea, and suddenly seemed to be on the ground, and even dark clouds appeared on the soles of their feet. Without the dark clouds, the sky was white and slightly blue, and the sun and stars were dazzling. Since the Black Devil Sea is gone, this sea area may have disappeared. Jian Wushuang stood at the back, swallowed, and said inwardly, "Does it need this? Is this kind of sky-reaching method used to scare people? There are not many sixth-order emperors on the side here. It doesn't need to be like this to scare people. For those of you who are familiar, cross-blood Luo Jing. Qishui Walker is even more domineering, directly leaking out of his body and transforming into a colorful 4 different beasts." The Guiling Island Lord snorted coldly, and took the initiative to follow the Bai Junwan headed below. "Friends of the Earth, we are all people from the realm who can cooperate, and we can't afford the inheritors. Just you?" King Bai raised his finger at these people, revealing an expression of disdain, and then said, "Just you, Choppy, and want to get the treasures of the 3 kings, it's just a foolish dream." Suddenly, a force comparable to that of the highest level broke out, and directly squeezed everyone. King White forced to increase his strength, and his divine body and flesh were rupturing, but he didn't care. The Shang following Jin Wuyang was very low-key. He didn't intend to do anything, but when he found that King Bai's strength was a little bit beyond the accident, he slowly took a step and stood up. He stood there, and that space was his. Jian Wushuang stared at the opponent fiercely below. That familiar feeling made him understand that the other party is the ultimate way and the ultimate emperor. "Don't do it! The other party is the 6th Order Emperor, the 6th Order Ultimate Emperor!" Jian Wushuang rumors frantically, preventing the White King from going to die. Although he couldn't know the specific combat power of the opponent, the 4 words Ultimate Emperor were irresistible. Indeed, no one knows the ultimate way better than Jian Wushuang. If it is the deity, Shang can suppress them with one hand, and even if the White King is restored to his peak, he will definitely not be an opponent. This is the ultimate strength, not to mention the realm of the person in front of him, which has been higher than everyone's imagination. Jin Wuyang and the others are very relaxed. There is a business. Who can block them? King White sneered. "It's just a Dharmakaya." But after another thought, Shang was far beyond him and the master of Guiling Island in the control of the world. Although it is the Dharmakaya, the gap is still very large. The Shang's Dharma body is only 10% of the deity's combat power, which is also comparable to the best. Not the 6th Order peak can contend. The 6th Order Emperors are divided into 3 levels, ordinary, top, and peak. And Zhu Dian, that represents the limit of space, or the divine body, has reached the limit. With 6 bodies broken 60,000 times, he is already an absolute powerhouse. It's just that in the realm, the requirements for Zhu Dian have been reduced a lot. Just like the patriarch of the Nayland family, he is not worthy of being called Zhu Dian at all. Only the wide-eyed Tianzuan of the heavens, Wuzhua of the Yuan Elder Palace, and a few palace lords are complete and supreme powerhouses. When King White was at his peak, he was also a complete top, and he was also the top powerhouse in the top. He once pressed Guangmu and Bai Yi's law body to beat him violently. The gap between Zhu Dian and the 6th Order Emperor is still very large. It's just like the ordinary origin way, the same as the ultimate way. The 6th Order Emperor of the ultimate way is already comparable to the supreme powerhouse. The main business route is the cosmic secret method, and he has not pursued pure combat power at all. He has to reach the top in one breath before considering combat power. Otherwise, relying on his ultimate way, first cultivate the space to consummation, and in the entire Qishan temple, no one except the true spirit is his opponent. The 4 major hall masters and the 5 major demon masters all had to step aside. The divine generals once under the command of the gods are all ultimate emperors. They have reached the top level without any breakthrough ideas. They can only be divine generals, not divine masters. After feeling the ultimate way, everyone calmed down. The people of Guiling Island Master are a little bit insightful, and they are all up-and-coming generations. Although they don't understand, they also understand that this is probably the top power among the inheritors, and they really have to go head-to-head and can't fight. Jian Wushuang glanced around, brought Gong Niao to the side of King Bai, and said loudly, "Senior, Junior Rome, when it is the opening of the ruins, if you want to fight, you will also go in and see the treasure before you fight. You little baby talks interestingly, the old man likes it, so let's open it first." The master of Guiling Island leaked a smile, alleviating the stalemate. Jian Wushuang sighed with relief when he saw this. The current situation was beyond their control. He turned his head and glanced at King Bai, shook his head, and motioned not to move his hands. Once he did it, with his current strength, he couldn't intervene at all. There is also the possibility of fall, even if the identity is reported. He didn't believe that Jin Wuyang and the others would give up the opportunity to fight for treasures for him. Besides, he is now mixed with the people from Keeman. After that, the other party will have a reason, and it will not be too much to kill him directly. The Tongyan Buddha has kind eyebrows and kind eyes. At this time, he also came out to be a good person and said, "Little friends, you are here for such a long time, you shouldn't be waiting for us." Then he pointed to the tombstone. "Senior, there were originally 2 tombstones here. Shui Luojing can only open 1 tombstone, so it can't be opened at all." Jian Wushuang said all the things he had just concealed. There were quite a few 6th Order Emperors present. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to conceal too much, so he didn't mention the words above, and all other things were said one by one. Everyone's expressions changed as soon as they couldn't open it. "Humph, this person is very cunning, seniors don't believe him." Luo Chuan looked at Jian Wushuang viciously. Jian Wushuang frowned, his breath soaring for a while, and he shouted angrily, "The 4th Order Emperor, there is no place for you to speak. If you dare to speak insultingly, don't blame me for being polite." The aura on his body has reached the 5th Order Emperor, which is regarded as reaching the threshold. A Tier 4 Emperor was not qualified to come here at all, and he dared to yell at Jian Wushuang. It was simply looking for death. Hasn't the other party thought about it? Can't get in and out? Jian Wushuang is not a threat. Just remind several 6th Order Emperors around him that they can kill Luo Chuan if they make a little movement when they shoot. It's no wonder that the people who mix in the Maluo country are not as good as the prince. This mind is very unsuitable for mixing in the dynasty. The retreat shuts people up silly. Maybe the people and things you've been in contact with throughout your life are not as good as those who sell sesame seeds on the streets of ordinary townships. But after all, he was the disciple of Guiling Island Master. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, and Luo Chuan closed his mouth at the sign of Guiling Island Master. Rasha, standing behind, sneered. And behind Luo Sha, there were 2 people standing, a pair of father and son. Jian Wushuang hadn't noticed yet. If he saw it, he would be surprised at the terrible fate. Chapter 54:18. Just as the atmosphere solidified again, a terrible breath came from a distance. Among them, the 6th Order Emperors were not a minority, and their strength surpassed the side of Cayman and Guiling Island Lord. The Senate. "It's not too late, you guys haven't even started fighting." The visitor sneered, carrying his hands behind his back. Jin Wuyang knew the people who came, because these people were followed by a group of inheritors. The inheritor Jian Wushuang who appeared this time didn't know much. The Wind and Rain Demon Lord was also there, and he was also the 5th Order Peak Emperor. Behind her, Jian Wushuang also saw an acquaintance. The 10,000 Star God. Now he really is the Emperor of Heaven. He is already the 4th Order Peak Emperor, and 10,000 ways are unified, and he has become the Emperor. It is not very strange that the origin of Wenqing was almost complete at the beginning, and it is normal for the Emperor to become Emperor through the combination of the Tao for thousands of years. The 4th Order Peak, the speed is fairly fast. In terms of combat power, I am afraid that it is not weaker than the general 5th Order Peak Emperor. Forgot to introduce, the deputy head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Grand Elder Palace, Situnan. The voice just fell. Not only the Guiling Island master, but the elders on the Keenan side could not help but take a breath. Cool air. Lan Yu immediately explained to Jian Wushuang and King Bai. The Law Enforcement Hall in the Senate Palace has this frightening name in the northern part of the heavens, especially the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Hall, Situnan, can be said to be an executioner. In the past few thousand years, the famous battles in the heavens were led by Situnan. There were several Sixth-Order Emperors who died in his hands, and there were even more Fifth-Order Emperors. Heavenly Shadow Sect powerhouses dare not go to the north, only daring to stir up the situation in the ordinary world. Dian Immortal dare not show up, afraid of being caught by the Law Enforcement Hall. There is such a thing! Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He remembered that when he was in the northern boundary of the heavens, the Senate Palace was only the Senate Palace of Yuanyang Lake. Later, after he left, the Senate Palace took over the entire northern boundary, but it became like this in just a few thousand years. Speaking of it, it's all because of him. It's really good luck. Others are afraid of Situnan, but Chishui Traveler is not afraid, and directly asks, Situ, what do you mean by coming here? Don't you think that there are not enough treasures in the old palace? Haha, who would dislike his own treasures? Besides, you guys are too lonely, and sneaked up to follow, but the others are still in the Vortex Sea. I can't look at them anymore. Bring it here, said and pointed to a group of unkind-faced inheritors behind. Chishui was guilty and didn't dare to look at it, turning his head to the side and not saying anything. Seeing that Chishui was deflated, Situnan sneered and said, You all have to thank me later. He turned his hand and took out a small seal, came to the front of the tombstone, gently put the small seal on the tombstone. The stream of light began to spread. Many people were dumbfounded. But Jian Wushuang leaked something strange. As the Keenan sighed, they followed the guidance of the gods to get here, and by chance they got the blood Luojing. But the people in the Senate Palace got the key to unlock the ruins without any prerequisites, and it was the last party to arrive. The Senate. That is the direct line of the true spirit. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang not only sweated his back. One side is true spirit, one side is God. Both are unprovoking people. He feels like a pawn. That cave mansion, why did it happen to appear in the Vortex Sea? How could he and King Bai be so lucky? I'm afraid that someone is secretly pushing behind all this. The streamer flashed across, and Jian Wushuang was blown away by the air current, a bit swayed. Those who were in the front were the Sixth-Order Emperors. Jian Wushuang was not in the limelight this time, but stood honestly at the back. Taking a look at Gong Miaoi, he leaked a smile. I originally felt that I was in control of the destiny of others, but I turned out to be just a pawn. The White King in front of him was pulling his neck, as if he was about to go in. It made Jian Wushuang feel ridiculous. It's been used by others, and it's so hard. Who do you fight for? The enthusiasm dropped instantly and fell to the end. However, there are still 10 Fifth-Order Peak Emperors who follow him and are responsible for protection. Yep. Jian Wushuang followed a breath and turned his eyes to the two people who were also standing at the back. It's him! Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. A topless, strong man in strange trousers, and a middle-aged man with gray hair. Both of them are Fifth-Order Emperors, and the one is even the Fifth-Order Pinnacle, with a very powerful aura. Bukuan father and son! I saw him once in the Shangqing Palace. The origin of the other party was very peculiar, and Jian Wushuang's image was very deep. I didn't expect to meet these two people here. In front of the two of them, there was another person he hadn't seen before, but he had been thinking about it for a long time. Rosa! The eldest prince of the Maluo kingdom, he followed a lot of strong men, a total of 8 Fifth-Order Emperors, strong and weak. Jian Wushuang stared at his handwriting. It is invisible on the surface, but the power contained in it is the same as the beast and magic weapon on his body. It's the arm of the Candle Dragon. I don't know if it was because of Jian Wushuang's glance, or because of the Candle Dragon aura on Jian Wushuang's body. Luosha, the eldest prince of the Maluo kingdom, also looked at Jian Wushuang. The two looked at each other, and each nodded. Jian Wushuang didn't want to expose his intentions so as to prevent the other party from being defensive, but Liu Sha felt that he was extraordinary. There were 10 fifth-order peaks around him, which was a very powerful force. It was bigger than his battle, Shihai couldn't find it. Maybe it was the pinnacle power of the inland sea, or the descendant of a big man from the great southern heavenly Jin dynasty. This kind of character, with a great background, was not humble or overbearing in front of everyone just now, obviously not an ordinary person, and cannot be offended. He is not like his stupid brother. It's interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled from the bottom of his heart. The figure who can command the army is really extraordinary. Although the strength is a little bit weak, it should not be underestimated. Now Luo Sha has broken through the fifth-order emperor. Although he has the record of beheading the fifth-order emperor, the fifth-order emperor is too weak, there is no eternal treasure, and he is alone. The momentum is also very weak, and cannot be compared with Rosa. The arm of the candle dragon. Jian Wu's eyes glowed with light. If he can collect more beasts and gods before he joins the Tao, and then use the power of all things to increase his level, his divine body really hopes to reach 50,000 times at the Tao's sovereign level. He couldn't even imagine how strong the breakthrough would be. The ultimate Tao is complete, the ultimate Kendo is complete, and the divine body reaches 50,000 times the heavenly defense. After the success of the combination, he is probably the fifth-order emperor directly. Nothing can stop him then. Things that I didn't even dare to think about before were realized only in the temple of Qishan for thousands of years. Of course, this is also related to the time house he has cultivated in the starry sky for countless years. Although there is no accurate record, there are 100 epics. Chapter 54:19. It can be considered to have accumulated a lot of money. Since entering the great wilderness to the present, the real time is less than 10,000 years. He has gone from Yanxian to now the battle power to kill the fifth-order emperor. You know, the strongest in the original universe is only the fifth-order emperor. This time, a huge relic was opened again, and the breakthrough road of Kendo and extreme path was just ahead. He has to hold it. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and followed the crowd into a space gate transformed by the stream of light. Just when they entered the ruins, Huiqing, who had already penetrated into the inland sea of the West China Sea, followed Jiang Shang's guidance to a small and indistinct island. Many mortals live on this island who go out to sea to fish for a living. The arrival of Master Huiqing made the mortals on the island very respected, because a legend has been circulating in the inland sea that the extreme of the West Sea is the West Heaven, where there is a holy Buddha. This time when he went to the inner sea, Huiqing also wanted to go to Shitian to learn about it. Only halfway there, Jiang Shang suddenly realized a trace of energy. Jiang Shang said with joy, "Master, I can play, that breath is related to you." He Dao? Huiqing was surprised. This time he went to Shitian to discuss the Dao. He won He Dao, and if he lost, he returned to the tomb Shishan. But I didn't expect that the opportunity for the apprentice halfway to promote the harmony is here. But he still has this confusion scene in his mind. Am I wrong? Huiqing murmured. He was sure of everything until Jiang Shang's appearance broke everything. Now Jiang Shang possesses the spirit of plants and trees, and there is no bottleneck in his realm climbing all the way, and he has surpassed him to become the emperor. Jiang Shang waved his hand, and the spirit of vegetation turned into a child, lying on her fragrant shoulders, and a halo floated on top of the little guy's head, scurrying around Jiang Shang. Little guy, you're grown up again. Jiang Shang teased the child with his fingers. Besides the master, this is her second relative. After Huiqing saw the child, she also leaked a smile, and said lightly, "Then let's go and see." The two then disappeared on the island. When it appeared again, it was already outside a black hole on the ocean floor. The Zen-ji has reached the consummation Huiqing, and has also reached the realm of stars and space. I also know a lot about black holes. It's right here. Jiang Shang pointed to this miniature black hole. Huiqing did not hesitate, stepped out one step, and directly entered the black hole. Colorful lights flashed by, Huiqing didn't know if he was walking forward or the lights were rushing behind him. Master, I seem to feel a trace of evil right in front of us. Jiang Shang's expression changed. That breath made her very familiar, and she thought of the puppet. The same breath as the murderer of her brother. Huiqing frowned. It was amazing enough that a black hole could appear here. There were still people inside. The speed of the two has not decreased, but has become faster. All right, just ahead. As she got closer and closer, Huiqing leaked a strange expression, and he was familiar with that breath. Could it be? Huiqing was stunned until she saw the back. The back was very familiar, but there was a slight change in aura, but the sharp sword aura explained everything. It is Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang in the tunnel of this mottled color space is the Dharmakaya that entered the black hole from the border of Maluo. Huiqing could find Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang's law body could not see Huiqing. There is a big gap in the space they are in. Although they can see it, they are actually quite different. Huiqing also discovered that she couldn't get close to Jian Wushuang at all. Brother Wushuang! Huiqing shouted. But Jian Wushuang in front couldn't hear it at all. There was hesitation in Jiang Shang's eyes, but in the end he didn't speak. And Jian Wushuang in the black hole not only did not hear Huiqing's shout, he didn't even feel anyone approaching. He was still drifting around and comprehending the black hole. Is this the universe? Jian Wushuang's law body was fundamentally different from the scene Huiqing saw. After entering the depths of the black hole, Jian Wushuang discovered that he was in the depths of the black hole, and when he approached the source, he could feel the power of the universe. That is a realm higher than a black hole. It has the same beauty as the origin of the universe that it swallowed. Master, we and him do not belong to the same universe, but these black holes are both born in the universe and have the effect of mutual linkage. Between universes, space may be similar, but time is different. They saw that Jian Wushuang was not the Jian Wushuang in the world at all. It was very likely that Jian Wushuang had been here 1,000 years ago. Huiqing still couldn't understand these rules. After looking at it for a while, Huiqing gritted his teeth and turned sharply, breaking the color boundary. Wow! The two stepped to the edge of an ancient battlefield. Jiang Shang's eyes were full of joy. This is it. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's deity followed many powerful men and arrived at this ancient battlefield, but the two sides were far apart. After entering the ancient battlefield, everyone glanced around. The walls were ruined, and the corpses of strange beasts were everywhere, broken golden bones, and even colorful bones. Among them there are a large number of trial weapons, such as long swords, war hammers, and cold spears, all of which have long lost the power conferred on them, and turned into scrap copper and rotten iron. Everyone looked shocking. Even the well-informed King White couldn't help shaking his head. All the fallen on the ancient battlefield were all emperors, and they were also strong among emperors. How many powerhouses have fallen on such a huge battlefield and countless corpses? No one knows this. Even the treasure has lost its luster. Obviously, the battlefield here may be traced back to ancient times. Suddenly, a fifth-order emperor exclaimed, "It is the eternal treasure." Then he hurriedly pulled from a corpse and was about to pull it off. "Don't move!" Bai Jun roared, but it was too late. The corpse that was dragged, the dim eyes, suddenly began to flicker. 1, 2, 3, 10,000 countless corpses woke up in an instant. This scene was shocking even for the sixth-order peak emperor. Gee! The strange corpse slowly got up, roaring in a language they didn't recognize. What is even more strange is that these corpses did not attack them, but rushed toward the depths of the battlefield. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The Guiling Island Master and others have never seen this kind of scene, and they almost have to do it. Fortunately, he was stopped by the White King. These people stood in the gaps between the corpses, quietly watching them charge. What kind of willpower this should be! After countless years of falling, the body has to charge and engulf. Jian Wushuang was also very puzzled. He walked up to King Bai and asked quietly, "Are these corpses under Fuegos or from the Three Kings' Court?" "It's not the heavenly monarch of the Three Kings' Court." King Bai shook his head, and then said, "The Three Kings' Court has recruited countless heavenly monarchs, that is, monarchs and powerful men, but these corpses are different from those of the heavenly monarchs." Chapter 54:20 Tianjun. It is the backbone of the Three Kings' Court. When the White King became the Fifth Order Emperor, he also saw the heavenly kings of the Third Order Court. The lowest strength is the Fifth Order. Their most precious treasures have a unique aura, which is different from these corpses. The power emanating from this corpse is contaminated with the power of the soul. That power makes them very uncomfortable. Just like swallowing, it is an evil force. "Let's wait and see what happens." The White King and the Kimen people did not act rashly. Jin Wuyang and the people in the Yuan Lao Palace are all their own people, and they can be regarded as united and gathered together, and they haven't moved. The miscellaneous troops of Guiling Island Master didn't know anything, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They kept staring at Situ Nan in the Yuan Palace, and King Bai and Kimen. No fool who dares to attack those corpses at this time. Countless corpses besieged, the Sixth Order Emperor may have to be buried here. Snapped! Broly, who was standing at the end with his father Bukuin, blasted a corpse close to his father's skeleton with a punch. The power of this punch was very powerful, and it was definitely the power of the Fifth Tier Peak. Do not! Although Bukun's strength is not good, he is not stupid. It is useless to want to stop, because the corpses nearby have turned their heads. The Guiling Island Master also reacted, and found that his disciples had taken the lead in the attack. He did not hesitate at the moment, and two powerful auras directly blasted near Jin Wuyang and King Bai. Immediately attracted countless corpses to turn around and began to besiege them. King White scolded, "Damn it!" But Jian Wushuang had already quietly retreated behind everyone, putting himself in the center, protected by the 10 Fifth Order Peak Emperors around him, and he was very safe. Boom, boom, boom! The corpse began to attack in a big way, and no one can be blamed at this time. You have to withstand it first. You can't stay here for a long time. Jin Wuyang stood tall and looked into the distance. Surrounded all around, staying here will be exhausted if you don't break through. The Guiling Island Master and the others had already shrunk the divine body at this time, followed the gap between the corpses, and began to flee. Resistance? Who gave the courage? Even if you can resist, you won't waste your strength here. There is no benefit in killing these corpses. It may even be contaminated by the soul. Let's go too, follow Guiling Island Master. Jian Wushuang looked at the opportunity and called out King Bai, and forgot to flee with Gong Mioi. The Emperor Mini guarding him, he could escape with all his strength at this time. When the corpses were provoked, Emperor Ini was on top. This battlefield, big or small, is comparable to several higher worlds. It is comparable to the secret realm of the universe in the outside world, but at this distance, the Emperor can let go and escape within an hour. As Jian Wushuang fled, his body also changed, becoming the same bone as the corpse, but the color of the bone was colorful. Soon, they escaped from the vortex of battle. The bones in front were already the same as them, rushing toward the depths of the battlefield. He had to see what was in the depths of the battlefield, so that so many skeletons rushed past desperately. Jin Wuyang and Situ Nan, who stayed at the end, were miserable. The vortex of the corpses became larger and larger, and it was difficult for them to rush out. Shang's law bodies turned into hundreds of millions of slaying bodies in rage, desperately destroying those corpses, unmatched. After the break of this business, Jin Wuyang and other talents followed. Damn it! Jin Wuyang ran all the way and cursed, and the people who caught up with Guiling Island directly killed them. The Guiling Island Lord doesn't care about these, he flees with several Sixth Order Emperors, regardless of those Fifth Order Emperors at all. This time the disciples he led were all by his side, and several of the Sixth Order Emperors, such as Tianshan Emperor, were miserable, and many Fifth Order Emperors under his command were slaughtered by Jin Wuyang. Obviously it was something the owner of Guiling Island provoked, but he made his people take the blame. Ahead, in the depths of the battlefield, a towering figure blocked them. After seeing the existence of that person, King White took a deep breath and shouted, "It is the Lord of the Universe! Quickly disperse!" King White is very familiar with that breath. He has seen the Lord of the Universe. Although the man in front of him is no longer in this courtyard, his breath remains the same. Dead? This time, they understood, the other side's murderousness told them, and it would be death to rush forward. Boom! A huge beam of light exploded, sweeping away all the strong in front in a straight line. Whether it is the bones or emperors like them. Several fifth-order emperors fell in an instant, and a sixth-order emperor was crushed and seriously injured. It was the emperor who was the last to the Senate Palace. Because he was walking slowly, he didn't have time to react, so he was hit. On the contrary, the person in the front found the strangeness and hurriedly avoided. Call! Jian Wuxuang was in a cold sweat behind him, and he would definitely die if he encountered the beam of light just now. Fortunately, it runs fast. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. The beast god realm quietly broke out, and the divine body began to climb. Heavenly magic power has also been driven to the extreme, and the divine body has reached 40,000 times. Jian Wuxuang asked anxiously, "What should I do?" Suddenly, everyone lost their own opinions, and they didn't know what to do. This time, the ruins exceeded all of their expectations. The entire realm of, or the 4 secret realms, has never seen such a powerful ruin. There was no corpse of the Lord of the Universe in the forest of 10,000 treasures. Some have long been taken away by the people of the 4 great halls. The Guiling Island Master and the others were overjoyed. The realm, or all the sixth-order emperors of the 4 great secret realms, are not after the absolute peak at all, but the extinct master of the universe. Now I actually encounter the body of a cosmic lord. Although it has no origin, it is enough. As long as you get the body of the cosmic lord, it will also be developed. King White was even more enthusiastic. The flesh, the people present, don't need the flesh more than him. Elder Qingmong came up with the jade slip bestowed by the gods, handed them to King Bai, and said, "The gods have orders." King Bai took it, and only he could understand the secret text above. After reading it, he crushed the jade slip and leaked a sneer. The message above is very brief. Suppress with Jian Wuxuang's power of all things and seize the body of the Lord of the Universe. Jian Wuxuang heard the rumors of King Dao Bai. Everyone was stunned. Let him be a Taoist to suppress the physical body of the Lord of the Universe. If the opponent can't move, he dared to go up and try. But now, let alone him, let a sixth-order peak emperor dare not go. This is the biggest opportunity of my life, Jian Wuxuang. If you make me perfect, I will climb to the top and share the entire Temple of God with you in the future. I will be your guardian. King Bai made a promise. He really wanted to recover peak, even one step forward. He originally took the line of the divine body. Although the source has recovered, he doesn't know much about the cultivation of the source. If he gets the body of the Lord of the Universe, he will be able to embark on the old path and break through with the divine body. Chapter 54:21. Coupled with the dual cultivation of the origin, once he breaks through, I am afraid that no one can stop him, either the gods nor the true spirits will work. Jian Wuxuang hesitated. Face the Lord of the Universe, he dare not. The power of all things suppressed, I haven't tried it. If there is no danger, you can try it, but now. Seeing Jian Wuxuang's hesitation, King Bai immediately left. He is going to try. That majestic existence has not moved, and that beam of light also erupted from his eyes. He wanted to pacify Jian Wuxuang's worries. Ah! The White King roared. There were so many divine bodies, and he desperately transformed into the same size as the Master of the Universe, and walked over generously. The beam of light condensed here, and the White King's figure flashed, but when he reached the top, the beam of light still burst straight out. Come! Jian Wuxuang gritted his teeth without hesitation, and rushed straight up. Fight! He bypassed the straight line and rose into the air. Seeing Jian Wuxuang, King Bai nodded with hot eyes. The others looked at these two people, thinking they were crazy, but they quickly reacted. Stop them! The flesh of the Lord of the universe. A piece of flesh and blood is enough for them to comprehend, let alone a complete flesh. Not only the master of Guiling Island and others, but Zhenmiang, Qishui, and Tong Tian also burst out. The quotient is not so strong. It is normal for the ultimate emperor to pursue different pursuits. His cosmic secrets are almost Mahayana, and it won't take long to break through. From the emperor to the Lord of the universe, it is a qualitative change from space to time. The essence is different, and the difficulty of breaking through can be imagined. Especially master the ultimate way of destruction. Need to break up the complete space and reshape a piece of time. And space exists in every moment of time. The huge universe, as long as there is a breathing time, then a space is formed. This space is not an ordinary space, but the cosmic space that carries the world. The man from the Yuan Palace came up and saw that Shang was unmoved, and said, "Don't come up and take a look. Don't go, it's useless with me, fight with them." Shang shook his head. Sitinan said in surprise, "Don't help? How easy is it?" As soon as Shang's words fell, the body of the Lord of the Universe really began to change. The Guiling Island Master, who ran faster than King Jian Wushuang White, was directly smashed to pieces by a palm. After reuniting, he never dared to step forward. King White sneered, "Idiot! If you want to accept this body, the first thing is to suppress it." Jian Wushuang's figure turned into a black hole, and the power of all things released made that physical body familiar and yearning. His divine action continued to shrink, and finally turned into a high position, and finally began to move. Charged towards Jian Wushuang. This is the so-called suppression? Jian Wushuang's desire to die was gone. This is obviously using him as bait. Attract the other person to him. The power of all things is also a rare and precious source in ancient times. It requires countless types of source cohesion, and it must be the ultimate source. It's like the origin of all things. It's just the origin of 10,000 ways, and the 10,000 ways included are very common. The condensed power of all things has impurities. Only when the ultimate ways are gathered together can the pure power of all things in Jian Wushuang's body be condensed. That is, not in the ancient times, otherwise Jian Wushuang would have to be offered as an ancestor. The massive power of all things in the black hole spilled out into the flesh of the Lord of the Universe. I originally thought that I was very strong, but after I kept importing, I found that I couldn't stop at all, and the effect was very weak. There is no way that the other party is the Lord of the Universe. It is too difficult to awaken this physical body. He is just a Taoist, so there is so much power of all things to awaken a Lord of the Universe. King White did not dare to delay, and directly abandoned the flesh, and the illusory shadow of the divine body rushed into the flesh of the Lord of the Universe. As soon as I entered, I was shocked by my self-protective consciousness. Obviously, the physical body has not yet awakened. Wait! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, frowning. This time, he gave his life to help King White. After the matter was done, it wouldn't be too much to knock him a few times. Jian Wushuang once again condensed the massive power of all things, fully digested 90% of his Buddhist origin, and plunged into the body of the Lord of the Universe. King White once again held his breath and moved forward. But this time, Zhen Wuyang and others came over. Qingmong Zishan and Lan Yu stopped them. The Shang in the distance started doing it this time. At first, he didn't help because he had to fight for it by chance. Now he helped because someone blocked Zhen Wuyang and the others. Not only him, but Situnan from the Yuan Palace also did it. Arrogant! The three elders resisted desperately, and they were able to stop the three inheritors alone, but the strength of Shang and Situnan were not weak. Jian Wushuang didn't care much about these things, and said loudly, "Go in, they can't hold it for too long." The White King below is also a decisive generation, and the phantom of the divine body begins to merge with the flesh of the Lord of the Universe. There was this gap in the Buddhist awakening, and the White King just saw the stitches, taking advantage of the vacancy. After gathering into the flesh, Jian Wushuang stopped directly. As soon as the eyes of the flesh body opened, they slowly closed again. I really want to wake up, they all have to die. Akayanengshu. Calm call. Jian Wushuang's breath dropped suddenly, and he was extremely weak. With a few Tier 5 Dai monarchs, he quickly retreated back to recover his strength. When regaining his origin, he frowned and found that Gong Miao was missing. After scanning around, he discovered that the other party had already mixed up with the prince of the Maluo kingdom, Rasha. Damn it! He knew that Gong Miao was not simple. There was the ultimate source in his body. How could he be controlled? There was still blood Luo Jing on the opponent, a treasure that could unlock the ruins, which should not be underestimated. It can't be said to be useful later, and now he ran away. There is this and that small seal on the Senate Palace, and the blood-falling crystal can be regarded as falling on the side of the Guiling Island Lord. Now the 3 elders of Keeman have been besieged again, and this situation is not good. Once these 3 elders can't stand it, they will face the danger of being purged. Nothing is worthless, and keeping them would threaten them. Monarch White is still merging with his body, and he can't help at all. His strength is too weak, and he can't go up rashly. Those who are participating in the battle are all Tier 6 combat power, and he is also looking for death when he goes. How to do? Jian Wushuang glanced at Guiling Island Master and the others. They were so hurt by the body of the Lord of the Universe that they did not dare to go again. It happened to see Jin Wuyang and Qing Meng and the others fighting each other, and they were also happily sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. Jian Wushuang whispered quietly, "Island owner, the rabbit is dead and the fox is sad. You don't understand, Gong Miao. I led you, but if we wait for the other party to liquidate us, you don't want to be alone." The Guiling Island Master, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang. The fighting power of the Fifth Order Emperor, he noticed before he came in, and then released the strange power to help the White King enter the body of the Universe Lord. He also saw it. Chapter 54:22. Boy, don't talk nonsense. I won't do anything without showing sincerity. Turtle Spirit Island Master sneered, still too young to agitate him. He has lived for countless epochs. How could he be used by a little boy? Jian Wushuang was unwilling to say, "There is only one physical body. I can't promise you. As long as you can help me through the difficulties this time, we can form an alliance. Don't talk about empty words." The owner of Turtle Spirit Island shook his head impatiently. But Jian Wushuang really failed to show his sincerity. Can't kill Gong Miao now. Even if it was killed, Shui Luojing fell into the opponent's hands, which actually made the opponent cheaper. Jian Wushuang was a little anxious. Qing Meng and the others couldn't stop them for too long, they had already been injured. Being able to quickly defeat Qing Meng and the others, the Guiling Island owner and the others were shocked. But if they really helped, not only would they not get anything, but they would offend the inheritors. Even if they are not guilty now, they will fight for treasure later, and if they meet again, they will still fight. As Jian Wushuang said, it is better to form an alliance. But not reconciled. The owner of Turtle Spirit Island was also very entangled, and proactively rumors. "Boy, as long as you can guarantee that the body is half of us, I will take someone out. Island Lord, I can only guarantee that 10% is yours, and there is nothing I can do about it." Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart, and the other party was still fooled. If his words can be believed, they won't provoke so many enemies. The owner of Guiling Island frowned first, but he heard that only 10% of him was heard, which means that he himself could get 10%, and the others didn't count. He was a little tempted. Turning his head to look at these people beside him, he couldn't help frowning. What about this group of people? Do not care. Qingmeng and the others are about to fall, and if they don't make a move, this Qingdu is gone. When the time comes, the inheritor will succeed, and they will have no chance at all. Everyone, it's time to move your hands and feet. These people have fallen. We are the one to fall next time. It's better to form an alliance with them and get the body of the Lord of the Universe. Everyone can learn about it. This is what I strive for you. You can consider it, The Guiling Island master suddenly became righteous and awe-inspiring. Emperor Tianshan couldn't believe it. This old Wangba actually had this kind of consciousness. He also felt that he wanted to make a move early in the morning, and he knew the truth about the sadness of the rabbit and the fox. The strength of the Qingmong people is not weak. These people have fallen, and disputes will arise when the time comes, and it is them who die. Do it! Hold them! Seeing no one refuted, the master of Guiling Island took the lead in doing it. But my heart sneered at how stupid these people were. This is also the reason why Jian Wushuang didn't find anyone else. As long as a little bit of benefit is thrown, they can all be shot. As for Yicheng's physical body, it was a big deal to wait for King White to merge and cut a piece of meat for the opponent. When the time comes, the strength of King White will skyrocket. It's just that these people are still useful. It doesn't hurt to give it. You stinky fish, rotten shrimp, dare to block this seat! The body turned into a colorful Chishui walker, and blasted the Tian Chan's body with a punch. The towering toad, its body was swelling, and then it made a sound that shook the sky. Quack! Puff! Jinwang's majestic face. With a punch, the world was dimmed. It was just fine. With the help of Shang and Situnan, it was easy to defeat Qingmong and others. But after the Guiling Island master joined the war, it was not so easy. In particular, there are still countless bones around now, and every time they attack, they have to calculate carefully and can't attack those bones. Had it not been for the physical body of the Lord of the Universe, the skeletal army would have rushed over. Jin Wuyang looked at these people and yelled, "You idiots, what benefit did the other party give you? Thanks, Tusk, even if it's not good, I won't let you inheritors take it away. This is the relic of our realm powerhouse, so I will give you everything." This stung the hearts of the Yuan Lao Gong and others. Stopped for a while. Tauntian Buddha was anxious, turned his head to look at Situ Nan and said, "Situ, what are you doing?" "Hum." The body of the Lord of the Universe erupted with a powerful aura of origin, which was refined by Jian Wushuang, which also represented the success of King Bai. "Ha ha!" The frantic laughter shocked everyone. King Bai's eyes were cold, and he slowly stood up. "You guys." Jian Wushuang felt a bit of a bad feeling, and he slowly got up and began to back away. The origin was refined by him. He knew King White better than anyone else. The laughter just now didn't sound like King White's voice. "Damn it!" King White said again, uttering the last few words, and then began to do it. Boom! The indiscriminate attack directly killed Qingmong and Lan Yu. Zishan was seriously injured and hit at the end to assist, and escaped. Shang also felt a bit of a bad feeling, and shouted, "Go back!" Then the figure was directly in front of Lin Jinwuyang and the others. Destroy! A black lotus was in full bloom, and a breath of terror that swept the entire battlefield boiled. Shang turned his head to look at the others, and said anxiously, "Hurry up, get out of here, my law body will be broken for you." Then he said, "Situ Nan, don't forget your duty, and protect them from here." "Relax." Situ Nan directly grabbed Jin Wuyang and the others and bypassed King Bai. The master of Guiling Island was stunned for a moment, and wanted to ask Jian Wushuang what's going on and why he wanted to kill his own people, but turned his head to see that there was Jian Wushuang's shadow, and he had already run away. While running, he still didn't pull a few elders and the elders of Zishan. Jian Wushuang has the power of everything and can restore their combat power. He alone has no ability to survive here. Facing the Black Lotus, King White was a little surprised, and said in surprise, "The secret of the universe is still created by its own creation, which is a bit interesting." Wow! The Black Lotus was in full bloom, Shang stood on it, and the breath rose directly to the highest level. "Ask." Shang was calm, knowing that he was not an opponent, but he was just a law body, and it was no big deal to fall. This time it was not in vain, and he was able to meet a master of the universe. At this time, the White King is no longer leading the White King. Jian Wushuang was fooled. He and King Bai were both beaten by the gods. Refining the source and searching for the flesh are all pretenses, everything is to revive the Lord of the Universe before him. Jian Wuxuang was calculated, and now fled in embarrassment. But King White has fallen, and this time he has fallen completely. Remember the name of this seat. Faego. You are qualified to know who killed you. Faego urged a trace of origin, and the whole person was a little intoxicated. This source, as Frosa told him, was very powerful, but it was not as powerful as before, but it was enough. It was enough for him to recover again. Dear, click in, give a good comment, the higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 54-23. Shang Ting stepped on the black lotus, his cold eyes gleamed. No matter who you are, I will do my best in this battle today. It is good. No one knows what happened in this battle, but the image of a lotus flower is always printed in this space. It can be seen from a long distance. The power of destruction destroyed everything. The space-time Long Hanoi far outside the Temple of Qishan. Shan Yidao resulted in a desolate beast of the highest level, and obtained a huge fruit. This is a treasure that the desolate beast has guarded for countless epochs. He smashed the fruit in one hand, the force of destruction engulfed the power of the fruit into his body, and he became stronger again. Fuego, ancient creatures, kind of interesting. Then he took out a piece of jade slip and said, Master True Spirit, I want to return to the 4 secret realms. His deity wants to try it himself. The Dharma body was not good enough just now. This long river of time and space, he has been crisscrossing for thousands of years, it is meaningless at all. The desolate beast that was just beheaded was already the strongest creature in this time-space Long Hanoi, and it felt that it was not as powerful as the Qing Long Palace Master. He played against the masters of the 4 main halls. Now that Fuego has appeared, he has rekindled the vast power of destruction, and may be able to help him break through the boundary, the West Sea and the interior. Jian Wuxuang had already brought people to the edge of the battlefield. For some reason, it was also very wide, but the corpses did not dare to come. What is going on? Elder Zishan looked at Jian Wuxuang in confusion. Obviously feel that Jian Wuxuang knows. Jian Wuxuang shook his head and said, We are calculated. Is it King White? At this time, Elder Zishan still did not dare to say that the gods were calculating them. This brainwashing is too serious. Yes, it's him, he calculated us. Jian Wuxuang laughed in his heart, but nodded on his face. Only in this way can Elder Zishan continue to listen to him. He didn't dare to speak ill of the gods, otherwise he would have to be destroyed by the Elder Zishan first if he would not be killed by the Lord of the Universe. Elder Zishan was full of anger and cursed King Bai. Call! Jian Wuxuang turned his head to look at the battlefield, but his heart was very uncomfortable. This feeling of being calculated is very uncomfortable. He still remembered that the gaze that King White had prayed to him had completely fallen. Zishan, since King Bai has rebelled, you will tell me in the future. We have to continue to do things the Lord God explained. Jian Wuxuang also began to fool Elder Zishan as a pawn. No way, in this place, every 6th-order emperor is a backer, and it is difficult to move every inch. There was chaos on the battlefield, and it was impossible to get out. Elder Zishan groaned for a moment, and said, Don't worry, the young master, Lord God has confessed that no matter what happens, you must listen to the orders of the young master and the White King. Now the White King has rebelled and naturally follows the young master. Okay. Jian Wuxuang's eyes lit up, and then he said, Don't worry, I'm here to seek some treasures for Lord God. Except for those treasures, all other treasures belong to Elder Zishan. After taking Zishan, Jian Wuxuang also breathed a sigh of relief. Now there is such a Tier 6 top emperor next to him, and the few Tier 5 peak emperors who are still alive are useless and can be used as a shield. The most critical thing at the moment is how to leave or enter the depths of this ruin. Boom! A burst of light flashed and appeared in the front. Jian Wishuang paused, a little hesitant. The place was so quiet that the corpse did not dare to invade. He was uncertain whether or not to go in for a while. Just when he hesitated, Jin Wuyang and others had already escaped from the battlefield and rushed toward the depths of the light, without any taboo. After gritting his teeth, Jian Wishuang followed with others. Now he is not afraid of these people, but he is afraid that there is no living person around him. The big deal is to reveal his identity, just as the White King has fallen, and he can be completely whitewashed. Follow Jin Wuyang and return to the Tomb Mountain in an open and honest manner. Go! Bringing the elders of Zishan and several emperors, followed Jin Wuyang and the others. And behind them, they followed the Guiling Island Master and others. In the battlefield, a more powerful might erupted, and it was obvious that Shang had encountered the Lord of the Universe. According to Shang's combat power, even if he uses the cosmic secret method, he is by no means an opponent, and it will delay for a while at most. Although Jian Wishuang didn't know much, he also knew what the Lord of the Universe meant. It was an extremely dazzling existence in the ancient times, and it was not something the Emperor could resist. The cultivators who are still alive now almost all left the battlefield and rushed towards the quiet mountain. Silent Hill. The source of light. Jin Wuyang and others have been here long ago. Seeing these people still standing there, Jian Wishuang was a little confused. This is not Jin Wuyang's style. According to the past, these people have already rushed to meet opportunities. It is impossible to be so calm. Jian Wishuang did not dare to move forward for fear of danger. Staring into the light, Jian Wishuang saw two figures clearly. One man and one woman. It is Hui Qing and Jiang Shang. Why is he here? Jian Wishuang was surprised. Obviously there weren't these two when he came. How did it appear? Could it be that the real spirit opened the back door, let them in? It's not impossible that there is a precedent in Primordial Star, in the presence of so many testers, descending inheritance. It shouldn't be difficult if Hui Qing is allowed to open another small hole. Sure enough, the Tianjiao who was chosen is different. Had it not been for King Bai, he would have been no worse than Hui. Look at it now, all in a panic. He didn't even have the face to say that he was the inheritor. He was played around by the gods. He first refined the origin for the White King, and then ran here, and finally made a wedding dress for others. An ancient creature was resurrected, and King White also fell. What is this called? They are all extremely intelligent people, and they are finally fooled by a dragon who sees the head and misses the end. If he hadn't run fast, he might have been looted again. The other party was able to quietly kill King Bai and rob of the origin, and it is estimated that he also knew something about him. The infinite power of everything in the body. It's simply a treasure of mobile. The bald-head monk inside seems to be in harmony. The elder Zishan looked for a while and found that things were a little weird, and then said, "How can there be a reptile like Daojun here? It is still in harmony." Jian Wishuang didn't listen to it, but he couldn't say anything. But the word Hadao is even more harsh, and Hui Qing is actually in harmony. The little novice who was holding his thigh at the time was all in harmony. But it's not too surprising. It's time to join the Tao in the first step, and now that the realm is complete. If it succeeds, it is the ultimate emperor, and the ultimate emperor with 1 step and 5 steps. I am afraid that the combat power is not weaker than the 6th order emperor. Chapter 54-24. Immeasurable Buddha was able to suppress the 5th order emperor when he was a 4th order emperor, and when Huiqing combined Tao succeeded, he was the ultimate emperor. For the 5th order ultimate emperor, it was not a problem to fight against the 6th order emperor. Jian Wishuang breathed a sigh of relief when the master of Guiling Island and others arrived in the distance, seeing that the Prince of Maluo was still alive. There must be a big chance here, let me go in. Simple. Rough. Go up and do it. But before they rushed in, Situn Nan and Tong Tian Buddha stopped them. Tong Tian Buddha sneered and shouted angrily, "Who dares to step forward?" Situn Nan's breath is also rising. Although the Shang is no longer there, the combat power of these people should not be underestimated. It is really impossible for the Turtle Spirit Island Master to get in. When necessary, Jin Wuyang and Qishui Xingzhe also shot. They are all inheritors. Everyone, it's too overbearing. For the sake of a little guy, you have to give up the opportunity? The owner of Turtle Island hasn't discovered that the person among them is related to the inheritor. I feel that these inheritors are crazy, so they don't want to grab the chance and watch others put it on the same path. Situnan replied coldly. Gillen Island Lord, this person is the inheritor of the Tomb Mountain, and he is only a Taoist lord. If anyone dares to destroy his chance, the Tomb Mountain, the Senate Palace, and the temple will not let you go. You have to think about it. Standing in place, the master of Gailing Island looked ugly and frowned. This is not to scare him. He was really a little scared. He didn't expect these people to come in with Dao Jun, so that such a great opportunity would be given to a Dao Jun, which is very outrageous. With many disciples and others around him, the owner of Gailing Island was not afraid of losing face, and said indifferently, Since he is Dao Jun, then forget it. What is good about Daijin's inheritance? I have to see if he can break through. Goodness! Tongtian Buddha breathed a sigh of relief. Huiqing is in harmony. This is a huge thing. For a Taoist monarch, harmony is a major event that crosses life and even space. Let alone fighting, even if a wave of anger swept over, it might break the way of heaven. Therefore, it is best to fight without fighting. It really delays Huiqing's harmony, and no one can bear it. This is the Tomb Mountain, the ultimate way of the gods who can be ranked in the top 3. And it is to cultivate the ultimate way to the level of consummation. You must know the ultimate way of cultivation to reach consummation. The difficulty is huge. Once successful, it will be more than one level stronger than those who are not consummation. On the Tomb God Mountain, most of the ultimate princes are on the 7th floor, a few are on the 8th floor, and only a few people on the 9th floor are consummated. The ultimate Taoist who can finally unite in a perfect posture does not have the number of hands. This is the most elite seedling on the Tomb God Mountain, even more important than these emperors. Although a little unconvinced, no one dared to say anything. After the Gailing Island Lord retreated, he felt a little unhappy. Although he had not lost much this time, he did not find a single treasure. Turning his eyes, he turned to Jian Wushuang. Nowadays, the strength of the tripartite, the biggest loss is actually the Kimen and the Senate Palace. A Dharma body of Shang is comparable to all of them. As for Kimen, not only did he lose a pinnacle emperor and a top 6 tier, more importantly, the White Emperor was gone. Jian Wushuang still thought at the beginning, waiting for King Bai to return to the peak and sweep everything, the treasures here are all his. Now not only the plan has fallen, but he has become the weakest party. There was only one Tier 6 top emperor around, and the other Tier 5 peak emperors had no effect at all. On the other hand, there are 3 6th-order emperors who have lost Shang's law body on the side of the Elder Palace. Each of them is the peak, not the peak, but the half-hanging 6th-order peak emperor who can hang on the 4 secret realms. Situnan is the only one, no one is his opponent. Jin Wuyang, Qishui Walker, and Tongtian Buddha can also be comparable to the 6th-order peak combat power. This time, the Yuanmao Palace has the 6th largest power, and the other 5th-order emperors don't count. There are also 7 or 8 6th-order emperors on Gailing Island Master. Among them there are 3 at the peak level, and the remaining weak are also the 6th level tops. The remaining 5th-order emperors are not as good as Jian Wushuang's side. But these are not important. Now the Gailing Island Lord is looking at him. This time I am afraid he is not so easy to talk. Island Lord! Jian Wushuang was very respectful. Now I have to bow my head. No one is protecting him, he may fall here at any time. The master of Gailing Island didn't change his face, and said in a low voice, Let's talk about it, what happened just now. Situnan and Jin Wuyang also looked over, obviously wanting to inquire about what has just happened. It's about the Lord of the Universe. There was no time to ask when he just ran away. Now that he has stopped, there is no danger. Naturally, he has to ask. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment, knowing that if he didn't say anything, he would not be able to pass this level today. Seniors, I really don't know what happened just now. We are all proceeding according to plan. It happened suddenly, and I don't know much, and it is our people who died, Jian Wuxuang said sincerely. Own people. If it was someone else who died, I'm afraid he would have played in the hands of several sixth-order emperors. Situ Nan looked gloomy and said coldly, What plan? What organization? Let's talk about it one by one. It may be that he is used to it in the celestial realm, and his mouth is a series of cross-examination. Jian Wuxuang turned his head and glanced at Elder Zishan, and threw the pot over. He is just a fifth-order emperor on the surface. He can't say too much. He can only say what he has just participated in, and the rest has to be supported by the tall man. Others can also see that Jian Wuxuang's identity is special, but his strength is average. In the lower West Sea, the owner of the Zizhu forest, this time I explored this place with a few friends. I didn't want this to happen. The fallen people were greedy and lost their consciousness by backlash. I don't know anything else. The words of Elder Zishan are very vague. Not as good as Jian Wuxuang said? Obviously it can't be fooled. Jian Wuxuang's heart moved, and he began to calculate the situation on the field. The ultimate emperor's law body has a high probability of falling, so if the remaining combat power is distributed, the old man's palace and the inheritor are better. He now has a lot to win over the master of the Turtle Spirit Island. In fact, it is not to win, but to take refuge. Jian Wuxuang whispered secretly. Island owner, the Senate Palace and the inheritors are the strongest on the field now. We can't fight, or we will make them cheaper. The opportunity ahead is already occupied by the other party. If we don't do something, I have no chance to intervene in all the opportunities behind. Boy, do you want to use the old man again? Guiling Island owner is not stupid. He was right, it was indeed appropriate to join forces now, but Jian Wuxuang had a Tier 6 top emperor, and he didn't have much bargaining chips. A Tier 6 top emperor, dispensable, nothing serious. Chapter 54-25. If it is the 6th order peak emperor, it may still make him a little jealous, but the 6th order top emperor is not casually suppressed. Jian Wuxuang also knew that what he lacked was a bargaining chip, and immediately said, The island owner doesn't want to know, why can I help the emperor enter the body of the universe lord? And? The master of Guiling Island was taken aback. He almost forgot that King Bai entered the body of the lord of the universe, and it was Jian Wuxuang who helped him. This is undeniable, especially the power erupting in Jian Wuxuang's body is very peculiar, and it can also help the 6th order emperor restore his combat power. As long as the island owner is willing to cooperate, I may not be able to help in future battles, but I have absolutely no problem restoring your roots, Jian Wuxuang assured. The Guiling Island owner was a little disdainful, and said lightly, You can do it just as you catch you. Island owner can try, I still have this courage. Jian Wuxuang's eyes were firm, and he wanted to catch him. Not too possible. The three parties persisted for a while, and finally Jian Wuxuang reached an agreement with the owner of Guiling Island. The treasure was opened in 1999. The owner of Guiling Island had to choose first, and the rest was Jian Wuxuang. This basically cut off Jian Wuxuang's chance this time. But it would be nice to be able to save his life, and he didn't dare to have too many extravagant hopes. Save your life first, and consider everything else in the long run. Situ Nan and others didn't want to have another dispute, but when they looked at Jian Wuxuang's eyes, there was a little more murderous intent. Naturally, I don't believe that Jian Wuxuang and others are from any inner sea forces. Although they dealt with the shadow sect in the heaven realm, they also had some understanding of the Kimen in the realm, and they were all a force. The tripartite forces turned into a confrontation between the two parties again. Now the road ahead was blocked by Huiqing, and Jin Wuiyang and others guarded the way, so they could only wait. Jian Wuxuang is also curious about whether Huiqing can succeed. The two have a good relationship, so naturally they will not match up with the owner of the Turtle Spirit Island to destroy it. In the light, Huiqing and Jiangshang sat cross-legged face to face. Master! Jiangshang looked at Huiqing, his eyes flashing. She protects Huiqing and helps Huiqing join the Tao. Jiangshang, who had become an emperor, didn't join the isle at all, and even the Tao was very vague. She is said to be an emperor, but physically, she is more mundane. That grass and tree spirit is equivalent to her original Tao, which can be condensed into the original Tao of spiritual consciousness, which is probably the only one. The immature children hovered beside them. Huiqing clasped her hands together, motionless. Hadao. As the name suggests, it is to integrate one's own Tao into space, integrate the origin of space, and finally step into the ranks of emperors. Huiqing's luck is very good, and the chance of harmony is greater. The ultimate way, Zen machine, void and ethereal, unlike Jian Wushuang's kendo, it is visible and tangible. Zenji is more like the Tao of heaven, and it is also related to time. It is not easy to integrate with space. The Tao of Zen is floating in the space of Huiqing, and it has been unable to integrate into one for a long time. Because there is already a way in the space, this way is the original heavenly way in the space, and Huiqing has to suppress the other party before she can integrate her Zen machine into the space. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. How can there be a second way of heaven in one space? The origin of the Zen machine transforms into Huiqing's appearance, floating in the silent space. Good! Reincarnation of the way of heaven, once grasped the origin of space early, turned out to be a bad thing. If you only grasp the origin of the space now, I am afraid the heavenly path inside will be so strong. But the origin of his space has reached the level of Yang Tuyin, and the heavenly path contained in it is naturally unusual. He didn't expect that he would meet the opportunity of Hadao when he just arrived here. Originally thought that it was necessary to go deep into the remains. Unexpectedly, after the black hole came out, he would arrive at a lotus platform in Lingtai Mountain Spring, which seemed to be specially prepared for him. All kinds of auxiliary treasures, plus a trace of time origin, are what he lacks most. Combining all the treasures and realizing time, he embarked on the most critical part of the path of spiritual practice. The road to the Emperor. It's like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. After crossing this bridge, he was so big that he would never be able to go up if he fell down. Time is the process. The Zen machine is to deduct everything. Once, present, and future. Huiqing transforms into three, connected into one line. He used to be a little novice monk who practiced cross-legged on Mount Wuliang for countless years. Now he is an anti-heaven Taoist, and he has stood up in trials and tribulations. But now, he is far away from the past and near to the future, and the Tao is the same. He always feels that he is farther and farther away from the infinite and fearless way of the past. Future. Vague but full of hope. He can't see clearly, but he can feel it. In the future, he can control the world, and even control the time, but he has a pair of big hands holding his spine, and those hands are always there. In the future. Huiqing's eyes flashed, suddenly opened her eyes, and looked directly at Jiangshang. He seems to understand. The master of those hands is Jiangshang. Huiqing was dumbfounded. In the future, he will be controlled by his apprentice, and he will still be unable to get rid of it until he becomes the existence who masters the time. Seeing Huiqing wake up, Jiangshang said softly, "Master? No problem." Huiqing continued to close her eyes, and Ukanshu. Calm returned to the space. He hesitated. I don't know whether to break through. He can live for others, he has not fulfilled the wishes of several masters, go to the big division to save all the immortals. Go down, is it really right? Huiqing muttered to herself. At this moment, he saw several former masters. The jade-faced master looked at Huiqing and stretched out his hand to grab him. The rough head of the monk waved goodbye. He is far from the right way he once was. The distance to Hadao is getting closer. The right way once was the way of the immeasurable Buddha. But now the boundless Buddha has changed, and the preaching on Mount Boundless has become a joke. Hadao. Harmony is the truth. Huiqing's eyes became firm, he didn't pay attention to Jiangshang's hands, and struck forward and attacked the Emperor. Hum! The outside world is also changing. The light on Hui Qing's body illuminates the world, far beyond the light in Lingtai Mountain Spring. On the distant Tomb Mountain, the true spirit took back the deity of Shang, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Shang on the top. Successful! Zhenling breathed out. On the Tomb Mountain, the first ultimate Taoist who broke through the Emperor appeared. In Shang's current realm, Hui Qing can also be seen, a little uneasy, and said, Master True Spirit, those hands? It's not hands, it's time, it's Hui Qing's first catastrophe. Zhenling was very satisfied. He put in that trace of time origin. The relics of Shihai are also the secret fight between him and the gods. In fact, it should have been turned on long ago. He saw those things about the gods more clearly than anyone else, and he was always planning, just waiting for this day. Let Hui Qing join the road is more important than the entire Shihai ruins. Chapter 54-26. There are indeed the inheritance and treasures of the three kings in the West Sea ruins, but those things are still insignificant. The Temple of Qishan was established that year, plundering the treasures of the entire time and space, and it was impossible to use it. Even if there are a few masters of the universe, the true spirit can still be raised. Zihai's plan was for Hui Qing, and as for the follow-up, it was left to others. This time he won. In his opinion, it is like this. The of the giant clan resurrected a cosmic lord, but his origin was much different. After so many years of ossification, he had only half of his power. Even if it is resurrected, there is not much threat. As long as the ruins are out, his true body can come to Shihai to behead the opponent. Faego! Zhenling turned to look at Shang, and said lightly, You want to go in? Shang nodded, with determination in his eyes. Don't wait? Let's wait. The secret method can't be Mahayana. Maybe it's because I didn't meet a suitable opponent. The business chief took a sigh of relief. The reason for the successive breakthroughs in these years is not too much. In the time house, he has stayed at least for tens of thousands of eras. The only difference from the outside world is that he has the guidance of the true spirit, and the inheritance he has obtained illuminates the road ahead of him. Now that the road ahead is spacious, he wants to go down, and can't just retreat, so he went to the long river of time and space. There used to be many mysterious long rivers of time and space, but now it's not as good as the four secret realms. There are too few strong people and too few resources. This long river of time and space is a long river of time and space that has not been bred for long, and there is not even a master of the universe. Zhenling thought flew, and there was the past of the gods in his memory. Compared with Qishan, the age of these inheritors is not bad. At the beginning, the god of God was born on a desolate ancient star, with wild beasts, and there was no place for the human race to stand. Now that the long river of time and space in the outside world, at least the practitioner has the final say, and all special beings have to stand aside. As soon as Zhenling pointed out, a black hole appeared, and he said, Be careful, the other party's background is very mysterious, you must run away in danger. Don't worry, I'm not one of those young people. Shang leaked a smile. He was also an ancestor-level figure in the primitive universe. How could he be impulsive? Once he couldn't beat him, he still had to escape. As Shang entered the black hole, Zhenling looked at Hui Qing again. Although the potential of quotient is very strong, the route is a bit extreme after all. Way of destruction. Inappropriate. According to the will of the gods, to cultivate future generations, it is best to take a more stable path, just like Hui Qing's Zen machine, deducing all things, and becoming the pinnacle of the universe in the future, will also restrain yourself, because you see farther than others. In this way, maybe you can go on forever, and you won't embark on the old path of the gods. You know, it is not so easy for this world to exist forever. Outside Lingtai Spring. Looking at the light, luck climbed. The Emperor with experience knows that the people inside will succeed. Successful, congratulations to Tongtian. Wind and Rain, True Wuyang. Qishui travelers all clasped fists to congratulate. Tongtian Buddha nodded in relief. He is very optimistic about Huiqing, and is not as narrow-minded as the immeasurable Buddha, and cannot tolerate others stronger than him. Tongtian Buddha is more open. The ultimate way is to be stronger than them. This is an indisputable fact. Don't talk about 10,000 ways of flow, divine body flow, these are useless. Even if your origin is mutated, it won't work. Thinking of this, Tongtian Buddha looked at Jin Wuyang. Not to mention, the origin can also mutate. Since Jin Wuyang entered the temple of Qixin, the origin has mutated. The origin of the cultivator, returning to the ancestors, has become the origin of the beasts in ancient times. I don't know if it is good or bad, anyway, the strength has risen a lot. Otherwise Jin Wuyang would not be able to keep up with the speed of him and Qi Shui. At first, the wind and rain didn't even crush them, but when they arrived at the Temple of the Gods, they quickly overtook them. Finyu Demon Lord's potential is mediocre, and he is considered to be a well-regulated second-rank origin Dao. Hopefully in the future, it will be difficult to get another level up. It's not that you don't have to have a special origin Dao to become the Lord of the Universe, but after becoming the Lord of the Universe, without a special origin Dao, you won't be able to live long. Since Tongtian Buddha inherited the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe, his vision has widened a lot. The emperors all want to become the master of the universe, but after knowing it, it is estimated that not many people have that idea. After becoming the Lord of the Universe, he encountered more catastrophes. The Emperor at least has luck. If he keeps a low profile, he can exist for a long time. But the Lord of the Universe is different. Catastrophe. The Lord of the Universe is really like the universe, with all kinds of disasters. Once it fails to cross, it will fall. The Tongtian Buddha even secretly guessed that the God of God had fallen because he had not overcome the catastrophe, and that he had fallen with a long river of time. There is no source way that is too against the sky, and becoming the master of the universe is also looking for death. Only those ultimate existences can go further. Out! Tongtian Buddha and others leaked smiles and looked at Huiqing and Jiangshang. After Huiqing broke through, he sensed the strong people around him, somewhat surprised. I have seen all the emperors, Buddha masters, and hall masters. Huiqing bowed to see him. Although broke through, she still had respect for these emperors. On the tomb sacred mountain, not only the real spirit took care of him, but the Tongtian Buddha and others also took good care of his younger generation. Tongtian Buddha smiled lightly and said, Huiqing, you have become an emperor. According to the rules of our hometown and world, you are also a Buddha from now on. In the world of Tongtian Buddhism, as long as it is an emperor, it is a Buddha. Dian is a bodhisattva, Yanxian is an arhat, and common customs are novice monks. Huiqing grew up from a novice monk to a Buddha. For a while, I was in a trance. But he knew from the bottom of his heart that he stepped onto the Zen machine and went against the Buddha. Facing the enthusiasm of Tongtian Buddha, he didn't say much, just smiled. You are the fifth order emperor who just broke through, Huiqing. Your realm of space is very high. Huiqing replied. It's the star realm now. As soon as this sentence came out, the Guiling Island master and others in the distance were very jealous. A Taoist has just joined the Tao, and the realm of space is the same as them. Moreover, when the space realm reached the star realm, the four great secret realms were all sixth-order emperors, but Huiqing was still a fifth-order emperor, which showed that they were far behind on the origin road. Little friend Huiqing is the fifth-order emperor who succeeds in the Tao. I am afraid that his combat power can be comparable to the sixth-order peak. Fengyu Emperor praised him. He was in a trance for a while. When he entered the temple of Qixin, he was still the peak of the primitive universe. The fifth-order peak that he dreamed of was no longer the peak of the primitive universe. I don't know if it has become stronger or weaker. Many people think so. Now many inheritor emperors have sent a Dharma body to return to the original universe. It's just that there are no disputes in the current primitive universe. Chapter 54:27. When encountering a weaker emperor, he will not be bullied. When encountering a strong one, he will naturally respect. A piece of peace. Because there are no disputes. even the younger generation, as long as they arrive at Yanxian, they will be sent to the Daoqi Temple for a trial. The rest of the ordinary, in the primitive universe, there are still many treasures for cultivating the ordinary. Even if some treasures are not available, they can be purchased in the 4 secret realms. Even the current emperor is lazy to go for it. What is there to break through? Innate treasure? Original treasure? It's all rubbish. Might as well go to the 4 secret realms to pick up the tatters. In front of countless strong people, Huiqing is like the protagonist, chatting with the strong ones one by one and congratulating them. Standing in the corner, Jian Wushuang said silently in his heart, "Huiqing, congratulations." Standing like myself, is this the gap? When everyone was talking in detail, a huge black hole appeared behind Lingquan. Everyone was shocked and quickly backed away. Jian Wushuang retired directly to the end, ready to escape at any time. If there were treasures, it would not be his turn, so it was better to retreat farther. Inside the black hole, a towering figure walked out, as if he was one with the black hole, coming out with the power of destruction in the black hole. "Shang!" Shishe was overjoyed. "The person here is the only second ultimate emperor, Shang." First, he nodded to everyone, then looked at Huiqing and said, "Congratulations, don't disappoint the cultivation of Master True Spirit." Huiqing also understood, this is probably the chance that the real spirit has prepared for him. "I came here to deal with the Lord of the Universe. You can move forward as soon as possible. The greater opportunity is still behind." As soon as Shang's words fell, his whole body burst out and rushed in the direction behind them, and his figure seemed to have stopped here, and finally turned into a ghost, slowly disappearing. The others were okay, but they were not surprised by the strength of shocking Shang. The Guiling Island Master and others have not seen so much, and there are even some of them who have never seen the most powerful. The Island Master of Turtle Spirit was more knowledgeable. He had once entered the Inner Sea Demon Court and met the real Demon Emperor, the absolute strongest, and there were only 2 strongest demons in the realm. One set up a demon court in Shihai, and the other was in Tianbei. He was a demon wolf, very low-key. He had never heard of it. For them, the absolute peak is the pinnacle. But the feeling that the one gave them just now surpassed the absolute peak. If you really want to do something with them, I am afraid that a single glance can kill most of them in a flash. Terrible. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to them. Jian Wushuang was also shocked, not because of his strength, but because of Shang's origin. All of them began to condense into a set of rules. That is not an ordinary rule, but the law of operation of the universe. This is the manifestation of the space reaching the realm of the universe. The space has reached the realm of the universe, which means that Shang is almost reaching the level of the master of the universe. Once space is broken and time is condensed, it becomes the master of the universe. Envy. Jian Wushuang had envy in his eyes. First, Huiqing succeeded in the first step, and then he saw Shang, who was about to become the Lord of the Universe. Jian Wushuang would not envy other people, but he and Huiqing and Shang are of the same kind, and both master the ultimate way. One day, he will also become the Emperor, even the Lord of the Universe. And now, the Emperor is fast too. The 7th level peak of the Extreme Tao, once his space reaches the realm of the Black Hole, it can help him enter the Extreme Tao consummation. The 8th level of Kendo, and the idea of the 9th level is also there, and it's coming soon. This time, he might also be able to go to the Taoist consummation, not far from Hadao. The Strong Road. Go! The owner of Guiling Island shouted angrily, and led the crowd behind Situnan and the others. Although Huiqing has succeeded in the harmony, there is no need to go directly. The key is no turning back. It is better to keep exploring. The Emperor is not the end, after all, he has to go on. Continue toward the middle of the silent mountain. In the valley not far away, there is a huge ancient temple, which is very old, but the breadth above it rises to the sky. Palace of 3 Kings. Seeing the font size above, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. No wonder the corpses didn't attack here. It turned out that this is the old nest of the 3 Kings. It's not that they don't attack, it's that they can't enter at all. Looking at the Three Kings' palace in front of him, Situnan threw Xiaoyin out, then looked at the Guiling Island master, and said, "Don't be froze, take the bleeding Luo Jing to open the main hall." "Humph, it's up to you." Turtle Spirit Island master was able to be tough. After knowing that the deity of Shan came, he was much more honest. "I don't dare to have any evil thoughts anymore. I just hope to be fair after entering and get some benefits. Just don't ask for how good he can make him go further." Fighting with the inheritors, he was frightened and unwilling to fight. The rest are not fools. The Shan dare to deal with the Lord of the Universe. Killing them is not a matter of blowing a breath. Don't look at the distance so far, maybe it can really kill them in one breath. Click! The stone statue outside the hall began to loosen. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the eyes of the stone statue showed a dim sheen. The strange voice sounded again. Everyone didn't understand it at all. That voice makes people yearn for. The wonderful sound from the ancient Three Kings' palace represents the inheritance of the ancient Three Kings and the supremacy of the Three Kings. The two stone statues trembled slightly, but it was a pity that the Three Kings fell in a hurry. And now even the stone statue guarding the door is damaged, and there are no two working spiritual senses inside. Among the two stone statues in front of the hall, only one stood up slowly, and the other one did not stand up after shaking for a long time. Sorrow. A huge breath began to condense. Everyone knew it was bad, and there was no time to retreat. The stone statue turned into a giant with a dog head, holding a huge axe, and smashed directly at everyone. "Retreat!" The owner of Guiling Island also shouted angrily. The Fifth Order Emperor by his side had already retreated far away. The combat power of the stone statue is unknown, but from the aura, it cannot be resisted without a Sixth Order Emperor. Ooh! After uttering a strange cry again, the stone statue began to shrink and its aura became weaker. The axe hit several Sixth Order Emperors, including Situnan. After the stone statue's breath dropped to a certain level, a 5 character appeared on its chest. Jian Wushuang recognized this name, and his eyes lit up. When King Bai deduced those names, he knew them all. 5s. What does it mean? The stone statue suddenly became smaller, and its strength suddenly declined. What does this mean? Jian Wushuang stood at the back of the crowd, scanning the crowd in front. 5s. The Fifth Order Emperor? He counted it down, and now there are the most Fifth Order Emperors on the field. Understood. This stone statue is also to be ordered by people. Otherwise, relying on the strength of the Three Kings, even the puppets who guard the door can kill them at will, but being able to reduce their strength to come to the other party is obviously controlled by a certain consciousness. This is likely to be an inheritance, just like the Temple of Qixin, select inheritors. But the death of the Three Kings' court was too hasty, and they didn't prepare too much, so this stone statue blocked them. Another thing seems to be that it's too long to start. Chapter 54-28. After the dog-head stone statue became smaller and weaker, an enchantment also appeared in front of the main hall, and a lot of text appeared above it. The text in each line is different. Enter one by one? Finally, among the countless lines of text, they saw a kind of text that was universal in ancient times. It probably means that everyone needs a pair of stone statues to fight against each other. Those who win will enter, but those who lose cannot enter. As for the Sixth Order Emperor, you can go in directly. No wonder the 5 characters appear on the chest of the stone statue, it turned out to be to stop the Fifth Order Emperor. Everyone glanced at each other, no one dared to take the initiative to step forward. The master of Guiling Island looked at Jian Wushuang obliquely, and said indifferently, "Let your people try first. It is good." Jian Wushuang was not qualified to refute. At the moment, let a Fifth Order Peak Emperor go up and try. The Fifth Order Peak Emperor stepped out and entered the enchantment in one step, and the two sides broke out without being muddled. Tear! Puff! The Fifth Order Emperor was directly torn apart his body. The blood donation burst on the spot. Everyone nodded, satisfied. The fighting power of the stone statue is average. Among the Fifth Order Emperors, Zhen Wuyang and others can enter. For the rest, it's not that easy. But the Sixth Order Emperor was still a little worried. It is said that Tier 6 can enter, but no one can guarantee that there is no danger. This time not only the master of Guiling Island looked at Jian Wushuang, but also Situnan. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to say to Elder Zishan, "Elder Zishan, you go in first. Since the above said that the Sixth Order Emperor can enter, there should be no problem." Then he sounded and comforted. "Everything is for the Lord God." "Yes." The Elder Zishan looked firm, and entered the enchantment directly. The stone statue froze for a moment, and it didn't take a shot at the Elder Zishan. After staying for almost a breath, Zishan's figure disappeared in place, obviously entering. Situnan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to go in one by one. Situnan didn't rush in, first let the two Sixth Order Emperors go in, and then let Zhen Wuyang and others go in again. There was no intention to let the Guiling Island Lord go in at all. "You!" Guiling Island Master was anxious. Situnan sneered and said, "Pharaoh, what are you worried about? I didn't go in. When these little guys go in, I will go in with you again. Zhen Wuyang and the others are not weak, and it is easy to get in. But it's difficult for Guiling Island Master. Among the inheritors, even 10,000 stars can enter. When the Fourth Order Emperor enters, the stone statue will display a 4 character." This surprised Luo Chuan, the fourth prince of the Maluo kingdom. It is difficult for the Fifth Order Emperor to enter, but it is relatively easy for the Fourth Order Emperor to enter. At the same time, he glanced at the eldest Prince Rosha, and leaked a sneer. It didn't take long for Luo Sha to break through the Fifth Order Emperor, and at most he had the strength of the Fifth Order Peak, and he had no hope of entering. Soon the inheritors finished entering, and Situnan was the last one to enter. He was also afraid that the owner of Guiling Island and others would jump the wall in a hurry. Even if you dare not kill the inheritors, there is no way to stop them. So he stayed at the end. He glanced at the island master of the turtle spirit, walked directly into the enchantment, and then disappeared. The Guiling Island master and the others couldn't wait a long time ago, and they didn't care about their subordinates at all, just like dumping dumplings. They all went in without a few breaths. Those who stay outside now are the Fifth Order Emperors. Jian Wushuang finally came to the forefront. Now on the field, the strongest is their side. He now has 9 Fifth Order Peak Emperors. On the side of the Guiling Island Lord, in addition to some emperors of the Maluo Kingdom, there are disciples of Guiling Island and some other subordinates of the Sixth Order Emperors who stayed in place. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to say to kill all of them, but it was not difficult to kill Rasha. Especially the other party still holds Gong Miaoi in his hands. He clenched a fist gently, and Gong Miaoi, who was following Luo Sha, frowned. "Kill him, or you will die!" Jian Wushuang's law body hidden in Gong Miaoi's body quietly transmitted the sound. "Kill him! Kill him!" Gong Miaoi lingered, and Jian Wushuang's law body directly began to swallow. The pain that went deep into the source caused Gong Miaoi's forehead to show cold sweat. The Fifth Order Emperor present at the scene also had a relatively high status for Luo Sha, but he did not have much confidence, so he asked others to try first, and when he found that Gong Miaoi was wrong, he turned his head to look at Gong Miaoi and whispered, "Why? Up?" Gong Miaoi leaked a smile, shook his head, and said softly, "Nothing." "Yep." But before Luo Sha turned around, the blood Luojing in Gong Miaoi's hand passed through Luo Sha's chest. Luo Sha stared down and looked down at the Shui Luojing that appeared on her chest. When he wanted to turn around, Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of him. A hand knife exploded out of a 40,000-fold divine body, and directly gave Luo Sha's head. Chopped it down. The body of the divine body was directly broken, leaving the source, and Jian Wushuang's body turned into a faint black hole, directly swallowing all the source of the source. All this was completed in the blink of an eye, and when everyone reacted, the 9 Fifth Order Peak Emperors had already stood around Jian Wushuang. Gee! The original taste is still as wonderful as before. These are nothing, but the key is that the arm of the candle dragon he dreamed of was overturned by a piece of arm, or a piece of armor. Jian Wushuang gently placed it on his right arm. The huge attraction came from the origin of the beast god. Xulong's arm merged with Jian Wushuang's right arm, exploding with a powerful breath. His divine body climbed again. An uncontrollable force came from his right hand, causing blue veins on his forehead to burst. Boom! Jian Wushuang directly leaked the original face. The hideous pale face, white hair wafting. The candle dragon's wings opened directly. He made a slight fist with his right hand, and finally suppressed the force. The entire right arm turned dark red, and the blood-colored claws could tear the space. His arm was 50,000 times broken unilaterally. The overall divine body increased from 40,000 times to 45,000 times. Amazing. Jian Wushuang held back his curiosity, looked around and rushed towards Luo Chuan. The fourth prince, who was just surprised that Jian Wushuang killed his own brother, didn't react, and was directly squeezed by Jian Wuhua, and the source was swallowed by the huge suction in his palm. Rabbits and foxes don't understand the truth of sorrow, and they don't complain. The other fifth-order emperors on the field leaked expressions of fear. After Jian Wushuang got the arm of the candle dragon, his divine body skyrocketed, and his strength naturally rose a lot. But among these people, he is not the strongest. Don't worry, everyone, I'm just feuding against Mo Luogui, you have to go in lightly. Jian Wushuang made a request. Broly's father, Bukuin, was a little bit unbelievable, standing behind Broly, pulling Broly not to let him in. https:// Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 5429. Since you are not at ease, then I will go in first. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, regained his appearance, hiding his identity. But when he looked at Bukuin, there was something wrong in his eyes. Bukuin recognized him, but the old guy was so smart that he didn't see it. Can't let it go. After I went in, all of you who couldn't get in were killed, especially the old guy. Jian Wu had a smile on both sides, but privately ordered the removal of all those who could not get in. The inability to enter shows that the strength is average. These fifth-order peak emperors should be able to easily sweep these people. Wow! Jian Wushuang entered the barrier. The stone statue froze for a moment, and its figure kept shrinking. It could be shrunk to a very small size. After a word appeared, it couldn't be smaller, but it was still different from Jian Wushuang's realm. In the end, Jian Wushuang was teleported away, and the stone statue did not make a move. This surprised many people. Bukun's father breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "My son, my husband can't accompany you. Remember to follow the island owner after entering, and don't provoke others." And Broly nodded, and then said something rare. "Father, be careful, I'm going." Wow! After Broly entered the enchantment, the stone statue regained the fighting power of the fifth-order emperor. Just a moment after the two sides fought, Broly easily smashed the stone statue. Even more relaxed than Jin Wuyang and others, Bukuin leaked a smile of relief. Fleeing from the heavens to the land, to the West Sea, Broly successfully joined the road. The movement was very loud, attracting the master of the Turtle Spirit Island, and was accepted as a disciple. With a big backing, Bukuin is also satisfied. He has been devoting himself to practicing. Broly's strength has broken through quickly, and his realm seems to be connected with Broly. The stronger Broly, the more he can break through. Faster. But one thing is very strange. When he was a third-order emperor, he was not as strong as the second-order peak. Now he is a fifth-order emperor, and his combat power is not as good as some fourth-order ordinary emperors. But the realm is up, but the combat power is getting weaker and weaker. The weaker the combat power, the stronger Broly, which is like a fate. This is the Tao of Change. When the outside world was no longer able to enter, there was a big battle, and everyone happened to fall in this battle, including Broly's father, Bukuin. Inside the Three Kings Hall. After Jian Wushuang entered, there was a passage in front of him, which was long and narrow. Countless steps and links lead to the deepest point. Jian Wushuang looked at him, and he could only see the 10th step at most. There were some accidents, but I didn't think much about it, and stepped straight up. A piece of information began to pass into his mind. It was some kind of powerful jerk. Is this? Jian Wushuang frowned. A short and very brief genius. Jian Wushuang could understand the kind at a glance. It was very simple. Jian Wushuang didn't want to comprehend, and after quickly mastering it, he set foot on the 2nd step. At a glance, there was a message in my mind. This time it was a little harder than last time, but it was solved in the blink of an eye. The two can also be linked. This is a fundamental knowledge about the airway. Jian Wushuang continued to move forward. Just after entering the 3rd step, a person appeared behind him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and the figure disappeared. Is it him? Jian Wushuang thought of Broly he had seen in the Shangqing Palace. Disappeared directly? This is too fast. Even if it's simple, you have to pause. The opponent rushed directly, and after the 10th order, he couldn't see the front, and he didn't know how fast the opponent was. Anyway, this 10th order is just a blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang was a little self-doubt. Is the opponent too fast or he is too slow? This is too bad. Is this the Tao of Change? Jian Wushuang's heart was shocked. Extreme Tao encompasses all things and all things, but when these ways are transformed into the power of all things, he also feels very strange, but he hasn't understood the rules contained in it until now. Perhaps the answer could be found from Broly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were low. Keep going. A quarter of an hour later, he saw a figure appear in front of him. He is a 6th order emperor, who looks like a strong man on the side of the Turtle Spirit Island owner, wearing a high crown and a face like white jade. It's the White Emperor. The body is a sea lion, which is quite famous in the West Sea, but its strength is much worse. It belongs to the kind of high-profile but incompetent powerhouse. It's just tier 6 ordinary. Click. Jian Wushuang quickly caught up with the opponent. Yep. Bai Huang turned his head and looked around, and he also found Jian Wushuang. It was embarrassing for him to fall in the end. Even Broly, the disciple of Guiling Island Lord, surpassed him, and now he was surpassed by Jian Wushuang again, making his expression slightly changed. Jian Wushuang ignored him at all and passed by. The body here does not have any supernatural power, and it is impossible to attack others at all. Otherwise, you really have to be careful of these people. 1700. Jian Wushuang once again encountered a 6th order emperor who was still a strong man on the side of the Guiling Island Lord. After walking so far, Jian Wushuang finally understood his intentions. Walking here is more like comprehending a secret method. This secret method tests their souls. Jian Wushuang's soul power is not weak. Now, has also realized some of the beauty. The origin of the soul. It was the first time Jian Wushuang saw this kind of special origin. Moreover, the great power who created the secret method is probably still the strongest of the ultimate way, because the origin contained in it is too powerful. Has the ultimate meaning. Jian Wushuang was sure that this existence was definitely a mighty person at the master level of the universe. The more you go up, Jian Wushuang's soul can be stronger. Combining with the previous comprehension, now he has begun to grasp part of the soul origin. In his sea of all things, the strongest is still Kendo, but the soul of the soul has evolved from a drop of water to a pool of water. Call! 2,000 orders. Finally, he felt a sense of stagnation. It's time to stop and practice hard. The growth of the soul is crucial for him to improve his realm. Extreme Sea. Jian Wushuang, whose soul strengthened, began to melt the broken origins floating in the sea of origins. Pieces are like crystals. Continuously integrating and releasing, he himself is constantly becoming stronger. There is no bottleneck in the last 3 layers of Jidao. The only difficulty is how to digest these original crystals that are not integrated with the original sea. At first they were fragments, but now they have condensed into submarine reefs. It became a stumbling block for his breakthrough. If these reefs are not removed, sooner or later he will suffer from the above losses. Cultivation is like a flat boat floating in the sea, it can resist strong winds and waves, and finally it will be bad when it touches the scorch. So if you want to go more smoothly, you have to melt these reefs. But now he has less than one level of integration, and there are still 90% of the follow-up. https:// Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication, Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 5430. The key to is still the tip of the iceberg, and more crystals are on the bottom of the sea. His soul realm to the extreme may not be able to integrate all. This needs spatial help. Once the space realm reaches the black hole, he can quickly swallow these crystals and fuse them. Carry on! Although the flies are small, they are also fleshy. If his soul does not improve once, he can merge a lot of crystals, and his strength is more pure. For the first time, I walked 2,000 steps in one breath. This time, he walked 800. Has caught up with the Emperor of the Sky Toad, the top emperor of the 6th rank. It's nothing to catch up with these people, the heirs never came in and haven't seen one yet. Even Broly has never seen his back. Their speed may be faster than him. Although they came in a while earlier, they wouldn't leave him so far. The higher the soul realm, the farther you can see. Now he can see clearly. The soberness in the previous 100 steps was once muddled, but now his eyes are like thunder and lightning. Continue to practice cross-legged to improve the extreme ocean. So repeatedly. After leaving, I don't know how long, Jian Wushuang finally met an acquaintance. The 10,000 Star God. There is still 104 orders from Wanqing. Jian Wushuang is happy in his heart. I haven't seen it for thousands of years since the original star. Now the other party has not only succeeded in rapport, but it also seems to have been apprenticed to Situ Nan, and now the chaos is rising. Situ Nan is the deputy head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Senate's palace. His strength is comparable to that of the highest level. He has tremendous power in the heavens. After Situ Nan is a teacher, he basically walks sideways in the heavens. But now Wanqing has become more and more restrained. No longer domineering, replaced by a low-key aura, just like a normal practitioner, step by step, each step will be understood for a long time, and then stepped again. Jian Wushuang quickly caught up with him, turned his head and glanced at Wanqing, without any expression, directly surpassing the past. Seeing Jian Wushuang overtake, Wanqing was a little surprised, but only surprised, and then continued to be immersed in the secrets of comprehension. 5,000 steps. Snapped. When Jian Wushuang stepped in, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. Here, the ages have changed. Before Jian Wushuang could react, he heard a simple voice, which turned out to be an ancient language he understood. Practitioner, if you can reach the 5,000 level, it means that your soul has reached the threshold of the 30,000 Temple Heavenly Sovereign, and you can choose any of the Taoist methods here. Jian Wushuang saw the scenery in front of him clearly. A huge ancient hall, with many thrones above it, and a huge head floating on the top, the appearance of a strange animal. Where did the sound come from? Reward a set of methods? Jian Wushuang leaked joy. Changed. Belongs to a very special source way, even rarer than the ultimate way. There are even fewer ways to change the way. Although he is not a practitioner of the Tao of Transformation, there is something in the extreme Tao, and the Tao of Transformation can change everything. No matter what he cultivates, he can practice the Tao of Transformation. This is very similar to Ji Dao, but Ji Dao encompasses everything, and Change Dao changes everything, and there is essentially a gap. God and Demon Refining Body. Jian Wushuang took a piece of jade slip from the nearest throne and looked at it carefully. This is a simplified version. Is about body refining, which is similar to body refining in the demon space. He doesn't need this. Took a look and put it back. God/Magic Pupil. Various methods of Jian Wushuang gave up after a glance, which was not very suitable. These thrones seemed to have an order, the more forward, the stronger the method. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, looking at them one by one. I saw tens of thousands of methods. If these methods are taken out, I am afraid that the true spirits will appear. No wonder King Bai said that the Temple of Three Kings was comparable to the Temple of Chishin in ancient times. Is really extraordinary. There are so many methods at this level. And this kind of method, it seems that the lowest is created by the most powerful. At the top, there are more than 10 methods of Wangshui Mountain. Jian Wushuang has no permission to see. Practitioner, the method above requires you to reach 10,000 steps before you can choose it. Jian Wushuang stepped back, respectfully clasping his fists and saluting. The juniors don't need anything for the time being. I want to continue walking. It is good. The giant beast opened his big mouth and swallowed Jian Wushuang directly. Keep going. Most of the he got are not average. Tianma Gong is a method of the highest level. He hasn't cultivated to consummation now, and he doesn't bother to cultivate this level of faculty anymore. If you want to learn the strongest, the average person really doesn't like it. Keep going. Not long after this time, I met an acquaintance. But it's not too familiar. Is a fifth-order pinnacle emperor of the Yuan Palace. Also let him meet several in a row. These old guys, who have lived for countless years, realized that they did not lose to Wanxing. Looked back, Wanxing Tiandi was just 200 steps behind him. The higher the soul realm, the clearer the eyes. After 5,000 steps, he can even see the scene beyond 300 steps. And after going to the present, he found that the fragments of information received, linked together, turned out to form a simple soul secret method. Slightly adjusted, the whole person was shocked. A soul Dao origin rose, and there was an extra force in the palm of his hand. The power of soul Dao is very special, similar to change Dao. Jian Wushuang secretly guessed that among the three kings in the Three Kings' Palace, one of the three kings might be the king who cultivated the origin of the soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous, attaching his soul Dao secret method to the steps along the way. This secret method can be roughly divided into 5 layers under Jian Wushuang's careful distinction. He is almost at the 7,000th level now, and he hasn't even mastered it the first time. I'm afraid I won't be able to get started until you reach the 10,000th floor. This is even more demanding than change. The threshold of the change path is to walk 5,000 steps. However, it is normal. The change path requires 5,000 levels, because it is not his own major cultivator. Gilin Island Lord? Jian Wushuang saw another figure in front of him. It is the Turtle Island Master, who can walk here at such a fast speed. The 6th order peak powerhouse is really extraordinary. Even if the origin is flawed, the soul is not flawed. After Jian Wushuang's super came up, Turtle Island Lord didn't care at all, and steadily stepped forward. 5,000 orders, he also went to the Eternal Change. There he learned something shocking. The origin of the defect. His origin turned out to be flawed. In the 4 great secret realms, many superpowers have this recognition. Because they can no longer improve, they will doubt themselves. Like the Turtle Island Lord, he hasn't reached the true peak among the emperors, and obviously doesn't have this knowledge. Now that I understand, there are disappointments and surprises. What is happy is that there are secret methods in the eternal changes that can help him restore his original source. Jian Wushuang's origin has no flaws, and he doesn't understand them. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5431. Seeing that the other party has been immersed in it, he did not say hello, and continued to move forward. Soul Road Secret Method. This secret method is given to them for free, and it is also considered the strongest secret method, but the complete secret method that you want to obtain is estimated to be finished. After reaching the 8,000th floor, Jian Wushuang found that he could see the scene outside the 800 level. 9,000 floors is 900 steps. Thousands of layers are 1,000. He didn't know whether this was related to the soul's secret method or the soul realm. 9,999 floors. 7 emperors stopped here. These 7 people are all powerhouses in the Yuanlao Palace. There are Situnan at the 6th order peak, and there are some emperors at the 5th order peak. From ancient times to the present, their realm may not be high, but in their souls, they are much stronger than their inheritors. I just don't know why I stopped here. Said it was stronger than the inheritor, but with the shadow of the inheritor, he also saw Wan Xing alone, and Wan Xing had been behind him, not much weaker than him. The soul is stronger than the inheritor, but the speed of comprehending the secret method is not as fast as the inheritor. This is an indisputable fact, otherwise why would the real spirit cultivate them? After digging out a universe, these inheritors were selected, and among the inheritors who entered this place, the weakest 10,000 stars were able to rank in the top 1,000 among the inheritors. Is stronger than some ultimate ways. Not all ultimate beings will become Taoists or emperors against the sky. There are some inheritors who have mastered the ultimate way. Now they are not even Daojun, they are stuck in the 5th and 6th level, and they can't improve. Is also the first batch of ultimate existences. The cultivation has been accumulated for too long, and then it exploded after encountering the Temple of Forbidden God. Each became a Taoist monarch, and then began to seek breakthroughs. But even for this group of people, there are not many who can practice the ultimate path to consummation. At present, it seems that Huiqing has succeeded in the harmony alone with a satisfactory attitude. Jian Wushuang is a group of people who have mastered the ultimate way very early, and now the 8th level is also the first group. Ji Dao has no bottlenecks. Once he masters the realm of the black hole, he can quickly reach consummation. Hadao is also coming soon. But he has not made any preparations for Hadao. This time, let's see if we can make some profit from this place. Prepare for Hadao. When Huiqing joined the Dao, he was looking at it. There are so many treasures and a glimpse of the power contained in the spirit spring. I am afraid that every 100 billion cubic meters of sacred stone cannot be obtained. This is not a star, but a square. After scouring Tiannan clean, he couldn't get so many sacred stones. This was just a glimpse of Lingquan, and there were many treasures that he couldn't see. The most important thing is the sight. The place is very lucky, and it is probably the habitat of a universe lord. He is not lucky enough to enjoy this kind of place with good time and place. Originally thought that true spirit would also prefer him, but because of Queeman's affairs, it was considered good if he was not removed, and he did not dare to ask for it. After stepping on the 9,999th floor, Jian Wushuang realized why so many powerful people are trapped here. This place is really extraordinary. The secret method of the soul is not difficult. It took him a month to comprehend and understand, but the next chess game stumped him. In the original space, an illusory figure appeared. This person's complexion is blood red, his hair is messy, and he wears a black robe embroidered with golden runes. He is a little fat, uncut, and his eyes are like copper bells. This made Jian Wushuang think of the Hades in the mundane world. Ordinary people will really be shocked when they see it. Hey kid, let's accompany the old man in the next game! The entire space turns into a chessboard, and the two face each other far away. War chess. Jian Wushuang groaned for a while, first respectfully see you, and then began to think. He understood the rules of the game through description, but he didn't have the skills. War chess, there are no pieces. All the chess pieces are condensed in space. Jian Wushuang learned that the opposite person condensed a chess piece, which is a wooden path. Wood road, the spirit of heaven and earth. The spiritual root of the 5 elements. It's a good game, but it's a problem to fall there. Fortunately, he has the Ji Dao and knows where the wood Dao origin is to be used. Mizuki. Jian Wushuang placed a piece, and landed the wooden chess piece on the border of the 2 on the chessboard, where there is a natural river. The old man Yan Wang brightened his eyes and said with joy, "Little guy, interesting." That he had just condensed had been held in his hand. Jian Wushuang didn't even know what it was. Snapped. Guangdao chess pieces. Landed on the darkest corner of the chessboard, where Jian Wushuang's chassis was originally, illuminating half of the chessboard in an instant. Jian Wushuang also learned a lot, but he found that every time the opponent countered. After pondering for a while, Jian Wushuang shook it in the void, and 2 chess pieces appeared in his hand. First, he played a lay Dao origin and placed it on the edge of the opponent's light Dao chess piece. The lightning flashed, and the sky was dark. Yep? The old man of Yama was a little surprised, and he couldn't tell for a while. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a piece from the original space and gathered a chess piece. Yang Dao origin. The light path cooperates with the sun path, forming a hot star. Can this happen? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Can you play like this? Around this point, Jian Wushuang started a long way to crack. Raiden cultivates electric roads and forms the world of thunder and lightning. The opponent is adding chips, and he is constantly investing. Dark Road, Thunder Road, Electric Road, Rain Road, Wind Road. Eventually condensed the Destruction Dao, and once again evolved into a black hole. Jian Wushuang's road widened. No matter how big the light is, where can I go? Jian Wushuang leaked joy. Is going to win. But right here, the old man Hades leaked a smile. The little guy in front of him is definitely very interesting, and he is not ready to release the water. Most of the people who had passed by came to this point and won. Could Jian Wushuang doesn't know. Snapped. Fell in one go. There are 9 planets around the hot stars, and a river is formed around them. This? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. He didn't even understand the black hole, but the other party crossed the universe and directly opened up a long river of time and space. How can I play this? He never thought that it would be like this, and he began to doubt himself. Other people can pass, why can't I get to him? I lost! Jian Wushuang shook his head, a little lonely. The old man Yan Wang was very happy, and smiled lightly. Little guy, don't worry, let's continue. Just like that, in this space, Jian Wushuang was trapped by the opponent, but he finally got free after many years. From the black hole in the first game to the black hole engulfing the universe in the back, it really made him understand the complex structure of the universe. But it is not easy for the universe to win against each other, and Jian Wushuang walks wider behind. At first, he didn't pay attention to one city and one place. Instead, he first drew a line, opened the world with one line, and drew a starry sky before he defeated the opponent head-on. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5432. The moment the old man Hades lost, he was stunned. There was no unwillingness after failure in his eyes, but aftertaste. You won! The old man of Yama took away the space, and the figure disappeared. Left a sentence before leaving. The old man sent you a sentence. Go on your own way and don't doubt yourself, because you defeated a once remarkable existence today, and you are proud to go on. Jian Wushuang is a little puzzled. What does it mean to win in chess? When he leaves this space, he realizes it. Is instant enlightenment. Because of the insights when playing chess, all realized became a fact. He really understood everything that followed. At least the realm of the black hole is not as blurred as it once was. The Dharma body of the deep black hole shuttles faster, the realm is constantly rising, and the reefs in the Sea of Origin are also shattered one by one. In this game, Jian Wushuang is probably the one who has received the most. Because the old man of Hades would release water, he almost let others pass. When I arrived at Jian Wushuang, I thought Jian Wushuang was a bit interesting, so I was immersed in it, but he didn't expect that he would really win in the end. Who? Jian Wushuang took the last step and reached the 10,000th order. There is no one in the place he sees now, and he doesn't know how long he has been stuck here. After reaching the 10th rank, his figure disappeared again. Changed through the ages. Jian Wushuang didn't understand the meaning, he guessed that it should be related to change Dao. After arriving at the familiar hall, the huge alien beast head said again. Practitioner, choose the method. This time he didn't waste time and went straight to the highest point. On more than 10 thrones, there are jade scrolls instead of jade slips. Looks different from those geniuses. Jian Wushuang walked directly to the main position and took down the scroll. The 3 eye-catching characters, Eternal Change, At the top is the same as the name of the hall. It was so easy to get the strongest secret of this hall, Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Eternal changes! Jian Wushuang closed his eyes. As he thought, it was not that simple. The eternal transformation here is only the Hinayana mystery. Tianjun can practice. Is not a treasured secret. Has changed through the ages, and what it contains is almost the same as the name. The Hinayana realm can reach the level of eternal change, allowing the divine body or the origin to change. After the change, of course it is an increase. In the early stage of Theravada, there are still ancient changes and first changes. The first change is an increase of 10%, the ancient change is an increase of 10 times, and the eternal change is 100 times. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang is overjoyed. His current divine body has beasts and divine weapons that can be augmented. The origin has the power of all things, and there is no need for augmentation, but there are methods for augmentation, and he will not be stingy. Once the power of everything increases, he can't imagine how strong it will be. Did not come in vain. Jian Wushuang rejoiced. Seeing Jian Wushuang set the stage for eternal change, the head of the strange beast said, "Have you chosen?" "You have chosen." Jian Wushuang nodded. The head of the alien beast that had no emotion at all reminded a little unexpectedly. "You have to think about it. The secret method above this can be cultivated to the realm of Mahayana. Although it has become stronger through the ages, it can be cultivated. The Hinayana realm. The younger generation now lacks the secret method of eternal change, and don't consider other things." Jian Wushuang shook his head, very firm. What he wants is not what suits him, but what he lacks. There are many more suitable for him, but those suitable are just icing on the cake, and cannot improve much. Not as good as the most lacking. Moreover, with such secrets as the eternal change, I am afraid that he will be able to increase himself even as an emperor. The Hinayana realm, enough for him to use the emperor, he doesn't have too many extravagances. There will be better ones in the future. You can leave now. After was swallowed by the head of the alien animal again, 2 paths appeared in front of Jian Wufeng. There is also a list above. Soul Dao Inheritance. First, Tong Tian Buddha second, Jin Wuyang third, Huiqing, Jiangshan fourth, Situn Nan fifth, Guiling Island Lord ninth, Gong Miao Inheritance of Change Path. First, Broly second, Qishui Walker third, the 10,000 Star Emperor seventh, Emperor Tianshan. There are 16 strong players in total. 9 of them chose the Soul Dao Inheritance, and the other 7 took the Change Dao. Change the combat power pursued by the Dao, while the Soul Dao is more stable, forging the foundation and broadening the horizon. The powerhouses who choose Soul Dao have almost enough combat power and want to go further. Jin Wuyang, Tong Tian Buddha, and Guiling Island Lord are very consistent. Especially the Guiling Island Master, the picture is bigger. If you want to break through and reach the top, you must accumulate slowly. If Jian Wushuang chooses these 2 ways, he will also choose Soul Dao Inheritance. The first step is the Soul Dao Ladder. Jian Wushuang really wants to walk through it all the time and obtain the complete Soul Dao secret technique. You have a choice. I don't have a choice. Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly, then his body changed for a while and he turned into 2 people directly. Clone. Anyone can conceive a clone, but the clone of the emperor is the Dharmakaya, so there is power in nothing. Jian Wushuang is different. He can not only divide the body, but also divide the origin. His original Dao and his physical body have been refined 10 times, and they have been thoroughly integrated. With his current source strength, it can be divided into several clones that are similar in strength to the deity. It's just that the clone hasn't cultivated the unique knowledge, and it still lacks the powerful treasure, and its strength is a bit weak. If there is no beast weapon and heavenly magic power, he will have the fighting power of a 4th-order emperor. Too many points are useless. After becoming an emperor, it's different. When the time comes, any source clone will have the power of a 6th-order emperor. At that time, he was truly terrifying. One person can be transformed into a group of 6th-order emperors, which is much stronger than the clone of the mountain monarch. 2 inheritance channels, he wants them all. Choose? That is reserved for the weak. 2 figures entered the passage together. The rankings that can be seen on the channel have also changed. The last one is the name of Jian Wushuang. After went in Nukanshu. Jian Wushuang found one thing, he exposed it. I can't change it. But it's nothing, it's exposed. In the passage of the Soul Dao inheritance, Huiqing, who was ranked 3rd, was still walking hard. When he was breathing, he glanced at the row and was stunned. Jian Wushuang! Huiqing suddenly turned her head and whispered in a low voice. Brother Wushuang? He was overjoyed. Ever since he met Jian Wushuang in the black hole, he was determined that Jian Wushuang was still alive. He didn't expect to encounter him here. Must have also come in from that black hole. After seeing the name, Jiang Shang, who was standing next to him, had a fear from the bottom of his heart, and even his original spirit was trembling. He eats kids! Some clumsy grass and wood spirits originally lay on Jiang Shang's shoulder and screamed into sleep. After seeing Jian Wushuang's name, he exclaimed and hid directly into Jiang Shang's body. Huiqing didn't have too many accidents, but Jiang Shang became vigilant. After entering this passage, the disguise on Jian Wushuang was gone, and now it was a naked soul floating. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54:33 The Power of All Things, the Power of Devouring, the Power of Mind. The 3 surround the whole body. Fortunately, the power of all things is the power of heaven and earth. Devouring is not the case, not only the destruction in the black hole, but also the evil aura that swallows all sentient beings. Compared with others, the mind power of the mind is stronger. These are enough to scare ordinary practitioners. Tongtian Buddha and Jinwuyang walking in the front also saw Jian Wushuang's name. Fortunately, Tongtian Buddha didn't know much about Jian Wushuang. Jinwuyang was very happy. Jian Wushuang explained here that he was still alive, and this time he brought Jian Wushuang back to the Tomb Mountain. Situnan from the Yuan Palace was overjoyed. When he came, he received the notice from above that he would encounter the missing Jian Wushuang here, and asked him to give Jian Wushuang a piece of jade slip. After coming in for so long, he has not found Jian Wushuang. He thought Jian Wushuang had fallen, but he did not expect to hide so deeply. There is one other person besides Jian Wushuang, Broly. The former is an order from the real spirit, and the latter is a death order from the bottom of Wuzhua. The county magistrate is not as good as the current one. When he came, Broly was the first to look for, and he kept staring secretly after he found it. Broly's matter, Wuzhua has been concealing and not telling the public. The notice to Situnan is also a simple description, looking for this person in the land boundary. I didn't expect to meet here, and he was lucky, and now he found Jian Wushuang again. It can be said that it was a double happiness. This time I went back and had a relationship. But Wu's request is even greater. A practitioner who changes the way, or an indigenous emperor in the 4 great secret realms, once handed over to the true spirit, it will be a great contribution. I am afraid that the Senator Palace will also make an exception. Up. Jian Wushuang didn't know that his appearance would surprise so many people. The passage of Soul Dao inheritance is the same as when it came, no surprise. There are some novelties in the change road. He will change away without stepping up a step. Has mastered the origin of all things, he walks the fastest, probably much faster than Broly. There are still very few steps in the change road, a total of 10,000 steps. Jian Wushuang walked 100 steps in a quarter of an hour, surpassing the last one. The speed behind is even more unabated, rushing forward all the time. Soon reached the top 3, surpassing Chishui Walker. This? Chishui's heart was shocked. The person in front of him was familiar, but he didn't seem to have seen it here. After entering the temple of Chishin, he encountered too many things and people, and he couldn't remember it for a while. The tens of millions of practitioners in the Chishui temple at the beginning were familiar with them, and they were pretty good, and many of them were selectively forgotten. So I didn't care too much, and kept walking forward. Jian Wushuang walked fast enough here, but still couldn't see Broly's shadow. He can see the first 2,000 stone steps clearly now, and there are 4,000 steps after he left. But he still can't see Broly. The opponent has at least reached 6,000 steps. In other words, the other party has transformed 6,000 origins. This is also terrible. He said the past of all things, illusion of all things, why the other party? Is it true that the change is so against the sky? After thinking about it, he understood a little bit. When the old man with horns looked back to find someone, he was probably looking for Broly. Can make the old horned man go back desperately, either under Wu's order, or under the real spirit's order. If it is true spirit, I am afraid I will go in person. High probability is still Wu's command. Can make the disciples of Qixin care so much, I am afraid that change is stronger than he imagined. One of the kings in the Hall of Three Kings is the change path of cultivation, which is enough to explain the problem. Practicing the Tao of Change, and being able to reach the level of the Three Kings, one can imagine the speciality of the Tao of Change. This passage, I am afraid that Broly is the most suitable, and I am afraid that he will be taken away by the Senate after going out. Jian Wushuang continued to move forward. The changes in his body were obvious every time. From the simplest ordinary road to the extremely complex synthetic origin. For example, water and fire are one, forming a yin and yang. Or they have reached the limit of destruction, and their body has turned into a black hole. Every time after the transformation, Jian Wushuang carefully experienced the mystery. There is only one thing, and one can transform everything. Among the mysteries, Jian Wushuang needs to be solved one by one, and repeated to understand. In cultivation, he must be foolproof. Jideo's promotion, that's what is needed. One must understand the rules in all things. All things, all things. Jian Wushuang thought of the mystery of myriad tribulations that Xuanyi once gave him. I didn't feel that much when I read it at first, but now he continues to walk down, but he finds that the disaster in all things is more than that simple. Every road comes to an end, there is disaster. Is like the causal killing in him. He really killed a lot of people when the devouring power was at its strongest. The evil karma on his body was very strong, which affected his luck, and he needed to resolve it. Is resolved before joining the Tao and transformed into Qi luck. Otherwise, this is really a killing. Compared with the change road, the soul road walks more smoothly. The path of the soul road is a secret law against the sky. Every level is comprehending one of the links. As long as the comprehension understands, you can go on forever. 2 ways, 1 soul way, and 1 change way. The 3 kings' court should be 3 kings. Why there are only 2 ways? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. He still remembers the red-faced old man. Chess pieces. That special memory made Jian Wushuang some understand. On a special chessboard, he merged everything and finally won the old man. From the chessboard, he has a new understanding of everything. Compared with these 2 passages, the chessboard may have improved him more. 3 kings. Jian Wushuang would not be willing to ask for one, but to walk the limit of 3 paths. Only in this way can we get the true core inheritance of the 3 kings' court. How long? Since entering the great wilderness, every time he passed on, he was crushed by others, and he almost lost his confidence. This time the inheritance of the 3 kings' court, no matter what calm, he will get it. He Tao has a vague cognition, but nothing has been prepared yet. He needs the opportunity here to help him reach the limit, and then join the road. The 3 kings' court was also the pinnacle power in ancient times, not much weaker than Qixin Temple. How can a person who dared to fight against the gods be an ordinary strong person? Each of the 2 roads moved forward, and Jian Wushuang continued to surpass. On the Soul Road, even catching up with Jin Wuyang. When the 2 passed by, they just nodded and didn't talk too much. Now that the identity has been recognized, there is no need to hide it. Jin Wuyang looked at Jian Wushuang's back, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. The Yanxian who was exiled by him in the wilderness has grown to this point now. In the enlightenment of Soul Tao's secret law, he even surpassed him. Yep. The ranking on the wall suddenly changed. The Emperor Tian Chan was moved away. Jian Wushuang was also a little surprised. He originally thought that he could go on walking if he had time, but now it seems that he understood it wrongly and still has a request. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5434. Heaven-Toad Emperor was on the path of change. He was even removed. Obviously, it was impossible to reach the end. The bigger reason was that it took too long, and his intelligibility was removed. Jian Wushuang on the two passages began to reduce time and seek faster speed. Especially on the Soul Road. Didn't go up one floor, he received a lot of goods, and if it was removed, he would lose a lot. Soon, someone was moved away again. The Sixth Order Emperor on the side of the Guiling Island Lord, except for the Guiling Island Lord, have all been removed. Followed by some Fifth Order Emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace. On the Soul Road ladder, Jian Wushuang has already walked 20,000 steps. On the Change Road, he also walked 8,000 steps. But I still didn't see Broly. Is probably over. Mastering the path of change, it's not difficult to finish 10,000 steps. Jian Wushuang can finish everything by mastering everything, let alone Broly, who specializes in change. The key is still the soul. After 20,000 steps, I finally saw the backs of Huiqing and Jiang Shang. Looking from behind, the two walked side by side. Step by step, the pace is steady, obviously not reaching the limit. Depending on the location, it should be around 27,000 steps. Now that he hasn't seen the Tongtian Buddha, it is very likely that the other party has passed the 30,000 stairs. Change Dao has 10,000 steps, and it is not clear how many steps Sword Wushuang there are in Soul Dao. At least now, he hasn't even seen the first position. Tongtian Buddha, who walked the Tongtian Avenue, could surpass them so much. Jian Wushuang was still a little surprised. Jian Wushuang would not think so if he knew the inheritance of the Tongtian Buddha. This is also the reason why Zhen Wuyang and Qishui don't care. Tongtian Buddha was on the Tomb Mountain and received a cosmic secret inheritance. The soul has been promoted. Even the soul mark was embedded in the origin of the Lord of the Universe, to experience the power of the Lord of the Universe. This kind of opportunity has naturally benefited the Tongtian Buddha infinitely, surpassing Zhen Wuyang and others in one fell swoop. This time by chance, he is one of the most capable people. Broly, needless to say, the special source Dao, which is rarer than the ultimate Dao, is a great luck to be able to go to the Three Kings' court. Is the Emperor who is most hopeful of inheriting the King of Change. There is no one, and Jian Wushuang has little hope of competing with him. Other people are even more hopeless. On the Soul Road, Tongtian Buddha is the number one seed. Haiking and Jiangshang are the rest. Jian Wushuang looked at the back of the two, and suddenly felt that Jiangshang had an inexplicable attraction. Very powerful. That power does not seem to belong to her. This person, he remembers. I saw it once when I was at the blood sacrifice of Chaos Territory, but I didn't expect it to be an emperor now. Was just a mortal back then, not many years have passed. Only a few thousand years, from a mortal to an emperor. This is a bit exaggerated. At that time, he was comparable to the Third Order Emperor, and now he is comparable to the Fourth Order Peak. With all the means used, he can also fight the Fifth Order Emperor. Compared with the other party, it doesn't seem to be against the sky. Thousands of years have entered the Emperor from the commonplace. He has never even heard of it. The reason why he was able to climb so many levels was because of the power of Ji Dao. He had realized the origin of space in advance, and he had gone a long way. Second, it is because of the magical beasts and demons' unique knowledge. Raised his divine body to the limit of Dao Jun, able to fight against the Fifth Order Emperor. Otherwise, it won't be so against the sky to fight the Fifth Order Emperor. Jian Wushuang brows slightly, and I don't know when Zhen Wuyang actually caught up with him again. The two didn't pull apart too much, and they kept maintaining about 200 steps. Is now less than 10 orders different. He didn't dare to think any more, he went to the limit to comprehend the secret method and move forward with all his strength. Immerse yourself in it, and time will flow faster. In a blink of an eye, 100,000 years. 100,000 years have passed since they entered the palace of the three kings. In the 50,000th year, Broly was the first to pass through the path of change and completed the 10,000 steps. In the first 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang also finished 10,000 steps. It's just that when he finished walking, there was no one behind him, and they were all moved away. After walking the 10,000 steps, the appearance of the summit was different from what he had imagined. Summit. There is only one void step, and one person sits cross-legged on top. When Jian Wushuang looked at the opponent, he saw a woman, but in the blink of an eye, the opponent turned into an old man. The face of the other party changes with his thoughts. He will appear what he wants, even when he sees that the other person is Xian Yi. Shook his head, Jian Wushuang awoke for a while and there was no figure on the steps. Snapped. Take one step forward. Has entered the 10,001st order. Everything changes. At this level, he realized what it means to be against the sky. After completing the 10,000 steps, he felt that he had grasped the essence of change, but after stepping into this step, he felt that the 10,000 steps ahead were gone. The secret method of eternal transformation is at this moment stepping into the limit. Jian Wushuang took a long breath, his whole body changed, and he roared. Eternal change! Hum! All his precious treasures are in this body. The beast warrior exploded its power, Candle Dragon's wings opened and closed, slightly raised his arm, Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fist, and the dark red skin of Candle Dragon's arm burst. Through the ages, the increase is the origin. His origin is very strong originally. This increase directly makes his divine body a little unable to support it. Hurriedly urged the beast's magical weapon to more than 30,000 times the body before barely supporting it. Now his origin has the power of half a black hole. Is surrounded by countless stars. More than 30,000 times can support the origin. You need to know that the Fifth Order Emperor's divine body only has more than 30,000 points, and he can support his origin at will. His divine body is more than 30,000 times, and even the origin of Dao Jun is about to burst the divine body. It's worth it. However, the stronger the better. No one will dislike the secret method is too strong. If there is too weak to support the secret method. He hasn't used the heavenly demon art yet. Once he uses the heavenly demon art, he can reach more than 40,000 times the divine body, which is enough for him to use the eternal transformation. Originally thought it would be difficult to cultivate, but he didn't expect that after reaching this step, he could directly enter the Hinayana realm, and it would directly become eternal transformation. Reach the Hinayana realm. Waiting for any reaction from him, his figure disappeared on the steps and was removed. Changed the way and cleared the level. There was only a flash before his eyes, and he arrived in a brightly lit hall. Many people gathered here at this time. But the only thing I am familiar with is the 10,000-star Emperor. The rest are the Fifth Order Emperors who can't make it through the chess game, and of course the Sixth Order Emperors on the side of the Turtle Island Master. Qishui Walker is also here. Jian Wushuang is now restored to his true appearance. Anyway, he is from the East Universe, so he still has to say hello. It's been a long time since I heard that you were killed in the heavens, I thought. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5435. After a few greetings, he chatted with the 10,000-star Emperor about the Tomb Mountain, and then began to talk about this hall. These people arrived tens of thousands of years earlier than him, much more than he knew. It's just that some people have been sitting cross-legged in the hall to practice, and ignored his arrival. Wanqing smiled lightly. Brother Wushuang, here is not as complicated as we thought. Look at the mural on the wall. Jian Wushuang is not a fool, and he understands it at a glance. The description in the painting is very clear. 3 Kings' Court captured a giant egg in a secret realm. Said it was a capture, rather than saying that a giant egg fell from the sky and fell into a secret territory within the forces of the Three Kings' court. In the secret territory, there is a team of heavenly sovereigns, and the leader seems to be the Sixth Order Emperor, and the breath Jian Wuxuang on his body can be felt. Is at least the Sixth Order peak powerhouse. He led a team of 10 people, each of whom was a Tier 5 peak emperor. Such an elite team, when they first encountered this egg, was killed by the secret rules on the surface of the egg shell. The inexplicable fall. Fortunately, in ancient times, when most powerful people went out, they used Dharmakaya. At that time, there were enough treasures and time to hold several epochs, throw in countless treasures, and refine a Dharma body comparable to the deity. So some of these people did not fall, but the fallen Dharmakaya. Their deity quickly reported the news to the top. The Lord of the Universe directly under him didn't pay much attention at first, but just let one of the superpowers under his command go. This trip has attracted natural disasters. The first painting is finished. Wanqing pointed to another picture, and Jian Wuxuang continued to look down. The second mural depicts a huge eye that leaked from the eggshell. The strongest man blasted the eggshell, and only one eye leaked out to suppress the strongest man, but he couldn't make a big kill. Is the master of the universe. Snatched the dome into the Three Kings' court. Originally thought it was good luck, got an alien beast egg, and wanted to forcibly hatch it with a treasure. Did not expect to backfire. Not only did the dome fail to hatch, the strange beast in it almost died. When the alien beast was weak, a message came out. The news reached the stars. Leads to the coming of a powerful being. The master of the universe also suffered a backlash, lost his mind by the power of the rules on the eggshell, and started to slaughter his men. This scene caused the appearance of the king of the Three Kings' court. Jian Wuxuang has seen the king before, or everyone who has entered this place has seen it. Is the old chessboard man with tousled hair and dark red skin. His coming suppressed the Lord of the Universe. It is a pity that there were almost countless heavenly monarchs that fell. Under the command of a master of the universe, there are countless people. In addition to heavenly monarch and Tao monarch, the fall of hundreds of millions of people shakes the entire river of time and space. In a corner of the mural, there is also an old man with an elder corner on his head. The word Qi is embroidered on his robe. Is the overlord of the long river of time and space, the power of the gods. The old man at the corner means that the temple of Qixin is also reaching out to intervene. Jian Wuxuang was very curious about the dome. This time he did not wait for Wanqing to say, and looked at the third mural. In the third painting, there is no description of the dome, but a collision with the old man with the corner. The old man at the corner, depending on being caught up by something, has always been scrupulous when dealing with the Three Kings' court. However, it can be seen that the Three Kings' court is very afraid of the old man at the corner. In ancient times, the three gods of the Qixin temple were able to clean up the Three Kings' court. The Lord of the Universe is also strong and weak. Strong like of confusion, one person can suppress the entire moral time and space. There are also weak ones. In the second mural, the Master of the Universe who is disturbed by the dome is obviously not good at the same level of strength. It's just that Jian Wuxuang doesn't know the power division of the Lord of the Universe, and can't figure out how big the power gap is. The old man with the corner in the mural finally retreated, and the Three Kings' court began to study the dome. But what followed is the arrival of a terrifying strong man. Just when they put the dome into the Three Kings' court, the stars came. Is exactly Feigo. He led the army to come. Or he alone is an army of monks. Countless twisted reptiles separated from his body and stormed the Three Kings' court. At this time, the old man at the corner came again, but this time, he had been in the corner of the mural without stepping forward. Fuego attacked the Three Kings' court, devastating all the way, no one can stop. Kept hitting the Three Kings. Are the bones they saw outside? Those are actually part of Fuego's body. If he sees the outside world now, he will be even more convinced. Because Fuego is devouring those bones, his strength is also rising. The deity of Shang was able to contend with the opponent from the beginning, but now it has fallen into the inferior. The outside world is even more chaotic. Unprecedented wars broke out on the Earth boundary, the chaotic areas of the southern sky collapsed, and countless strong men fell. Kamen started a big battle at this moment. This step is the result of millions of years of calculations by the gods. In the hall, the more Jian Wuxuang looked back, the more shocked. The three kings gave up their lives, and Fuego, who had not resisted, was killed by the old man in the corner. That dome has also completely hatched, but it hurt the foundation before, and was born only half the power of the Lord of the Universe. But the realm is the Lord of the Universe. This is already comparable to those innate beasts and gods, born as the Lord of the Universe, extremely powerful. What hatched out of the dome was a dark golden dragon. Without Fuego's protection, the old man with the corners easily suppressed it. The final picture is a ruin. A line of emperors entered the three kings' court. There are Zenyang, Tongtian Buddha, Chishui travelers, Situnan and Guiling Island Lord and others. Jian Wuxuang was completely shocked. This is a mural that predicts the future. In addition to these people, he also saw three people without faces, and even the genders could not be distinguished. Who do these three represent? Jian Wuxuang pondered carefully. Then thought of himself. He didn't see himself. And Haiking and that Jiangshang. There are no three of them. These three faceless people should be the three of them. Just why there is no face, Jian Wuxuang doesn't know. After watching the mural, he couldn't calm down for a long time. This scene is the same as the others. Brother Wuxuang, you, Huiqing and Jiangshang did not show up. I think this opportunity is related to the three of you. There are exactly 3 kings in the 3 kings' court. Wanxing pointed to the top 3 without faces. The figure of the person, with some emotion. His 10,000 paths are naturally related to the change path, and he chose the change path, but in terms of talent, he is incomparable to Jian Wuxuang and that Broly. Now he is only the 4th order peak, and it has long been gone. That arrogance. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5436. During the years one was on the Tomb Sacred Mountain, I had seen many Dao monarchs even more powerful than him. Even in the non-ultimate way, he is not in the top 10. Compared with the ultimate way, it is even more difficult to enter the top 500. Even if the weakest ultimate way, with the 7th level of the realm together, after success, the strength of the two will be comparable. Facing Wanxing's loneliness, Jian Wuxuang patted him on the shoulder and said firmly, "It's not that simple. The more uncertain things are, the less powerful will be entrusted to them." These words are also true. Just imagine, who will pass on his own heritage to those who can see clearly. Jian Wuxuang felt that Broly had the most hope for inheritance. In the mural, Broly is as barbarous as a beast. Is very similar to the King of Change. The king who changed his way, the deity is like a big mountain with countless tentacles squirming on the top. On the throne on the top of the mountain, the man sitting on the throne is very similar to Broly, especially the eyes are like white wax. Turning his head to look at Broly who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, Jian Wuxuang let out a jealous look. The power on the opponent's body seems to come from ancient times and is indestructible. Didn't talk with Wanxing for long, although they were old friends, they didn't have much friendship. Just discussed each other. Jian Wuxuang took a little bit. The once invincible 10,000-star Heavenly Emperor is now somewhat secular, and instead of the fierce and decisiveness he once had, he has a twilight spirit. This is not good. This kind of performance is only now available at the 4th order peak. The road in the future will be very difficult, just like that at the top of Tier 4, and it's good to get to Tier 5. From now on, it would be very difficult for Wanxing to reach the 6th order Emperor. But people's paths are different. Like Huiqing, one stepped to Yanxian, and then reached the 9th round of consummation in Primordial Star, and now he becomes the Emperor, and he has directly stepped out to become the ultimate Emperor of the 5th step, which is directly comparable to those of the 6th step the Peak Emperor is now. This is still comparable to the 6th order Peak Emperors in the complete origin. I am afraid that Hui Qing's realm now can be compared to Situnan, and his combat power is not much different. The powerhouse on the Change Road, except he and Broly cleared the customs, the others were all driven down halfway. Most of the masters of the Soul Road are still walking, which makes many people feel that they have chosen the wrong path. But it can increase the real combat power, which is far more real than the secret method on the Soul Road. Heavenly Toad Emperor, originally only a Tier 6 top, now he can reach the top of Tier 6 with the use of Eternal Transformation, and he can compete with the Master of the Turtle Spirit Island. This is a qualitative change. The Soul Road chosen by the Turtle Spirit Island Master, after coming out, the strength has not changed, but the realm has been improved. One relies on change to make up for the incomplete source, and the two relies on the soul to repair the source. In Jian Wushuang's view, none of their choices was wrong. Heavenly Toad Emperor, his strength is just like that. Not only can he walk the Soul Road not far, he cannot repair his origin, and may eventually fail. It's not as secure as taking a change path. And the Guiling Island Master was originally the pinnacle of Tier 6. Even if the path of change is over, he has changed to the pinnacle of the Hinayana realm through the ages, and his strength has risen to the level of Situnan at most. But if he walks through the Soul Road, the Turtle Spirit Island owner has the hope of repairing the original source and being promoted to the highest level. Even if it is only a little hope, he can't give up. This is the tenacity of the practitioner. Do not give up, do not abandon. Jian Wushuang is the same. In the Soul Road, there are still several people walking now. The one who leads the most is Tongtian Buddha. Jian Wushuang is almost catching up with Hui Qing, yet he still can't see the shadow of Tongtian Buddha. Now they are all 60,000 steps. The forecast is 100,000 steps. Jian Wushuang can now see the 30,000 steps ahead. In the 30,000 steps behind, Zhen Wuyang, Situnan, Guiling Island Lord and even Gong Miaoi still insisted. Now there are only 8 of them left. Zhen Wuyang was originally in the top 2, but was surpassed by Hui Qing and Jiang Shang, and then surpassed by him. Now he has fallen to 4th. Hui Qing and Jiang Shang don't know why, they are only one person, and Jian Wushuang is also very confused about this. Is only about 100 steps away from Hui Qing in front. Hui Qing, who was walking in front, turned his head and saw Jian Wushuang. Can't speak only above this, the two are just facing each other, each nodding. Ding! The strong on the Soul Road began to disappear one after another, from the last Gong Miaoi to the master of Guiling Island, Situnan. At the forefront, Tongtian Buddha has reached its peak. Soul Dell ladder, shattered from the first step. Zhen Wuyang is now the last one, and everyone behind has been teleported away. Began to work hard. Teleported into the hall, Jian Wushuang saw the Tongtian Buddha being teleported in. The Tongtian Buddha who was walking in the front was teleported in, which shows that the Tongtian Buddha has completed the whole journey. Also saw Gong Miaoi at the same time. Jian Wushuang! Gong Miaoi lowered her head and muttered. She never thought that Jian Wushuang was the inheritor. Watching Jian Wushuang talk with Tongtian Buddha, I also know the true identity of Jian Wushuang. It's just that why Jian Wushuang mixed up with the people of Kimin, no one knows, but they are all smart people, and no one will take the initiative to pierce them. Junior Jian Wushuang, I met Hall Master Situ. Jian Wushuang bowed respectfully. Situnan had also seen Jian Wushuang, and he had been there to rescue him in the north. You don't need to be polite. I heard the Hall Master was what mentioned you. The death was also the negligence of my patriarch's palace. Situnan did not neglect because of Jian Wushuang's relationship with Kimin. The real spirit doesn't care, does it need him to guess? Afterwards, Situnan spoke with a twist, took out a piece of jade slip and handed it to Jian Wushuang, with a gentle voice. Master True Spirit handed it to you. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed, and quickly took the jade slip, but after seeing the content, he was a bit bitter. A very short sentence, if you want to go to the Tomb Mountain, find it yourself. Is this an atonement? Jian Wushuang sighed. Calm, but after knowing the other's attitude, he was relieved, and now it's not bad to be able to take him in. But going to the tomb sacred mountain, there is no absolute strength, no certainty at all. Even if he is the inheritor, the keeper will not oppose him. What about those powerful special beings? He is not in harmony, and he has no chance to go to the tomb mountain. What can he do without the help of Tomb God Mountain? In the Jade Slip, there is also a simple inheritance. After seeing the inheritance, Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, and the experience of the ultimate way of harmony is recorded on the top. It's okay. Gave him a chance. Is also taking care of him. But once, he should have gone to the Tomb Mountain. Was captured by King Bai, he was also forced. Ugh! It's no use thinking more. The real spirit has spread the word, and he can only listen honestly. Almost 10 years have passed, and everyone has been teleported here. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5437. Jian Wushuang and Huiqing finally met. I've actually seen it many times, but I didn't have a chance to recognize each other. Brother Wushuang! Huiqing's eyes flashed. Jian Wushuang is also very happy. In the Temple of Qixin, the only person who has trouble and friendship is Huiqing, and he is a person who can be completely trusted. I haven't seen you in so many years! In a blink of an eye, almost 10,000 years have passed. The two set up an enchantment, and began to talk about their experiences over the years. Jian Wushuang's own affairs, it's really hard to say, it can only be vaguely past. Huiqing also knows that he has had a hard time over the years, and did not ask much. He learned something about the Tomb God Mountain from Huiqing. The Tomb Mountain is as cruel as the original star. On the primordial star, at least it is difficult for the Taoist to fall. Can be on the Tomb Mountain, these years, even the ultimate Taoist priest has fallen a lot. Comfortable environment is available everywhere, but it depends on the strength. The powerful emperor, just like Shang, there is no one who can threaten him in the Temple of Qixin, and he has gone to the long river of time and space. Even explored the long river of time and space, beheading countless chaotic monsters of the Sixth Order, and even the most extreme. This long river of time and space has been walked almost once. After all, it is not like the ancient Moro time and space, which is much stronger than their time and space river. Now in this long river of time and space, the number of Sixth Order emperors is not as good as the aboriginals of the Four Secret Realms. Is also much higher in quality. In the long river of time and space, countless universes. There are many powerhouses born. A single round of Tier 4 monarchs is probably countless times more than the four great secret realms, but there is almost no difference between Tier 5 monarchs, and Tier 6 monarchs are not as good as the four great secret realms. From the perspective of Jian Wushuang, there are probably more than 10,000 of the Sixth Order emperors in the Tianan of the earth. There are at least thousands of people in a country like Daxia. Plus some lonely Sixth Order emperors, tens of thousands are conservative. Huiqing had an expression, remembering something, and quickly introduced. Brother Wushuang, this is my disciple, Jiang Shang. Younger Jiang Shang has met Wushuang Sr. Jiang Shang leaked a smile, but at the bottom of his heart was prepared for Jian Wushuang. She has always felt that this person has some kind of evil aura, very similar to the murderer who killed her brother. Jian Wushuang knew about it for a long time, but he still leaked a surprised expression. That little novice monk once now has apprentices, and both the master and apprentice are the Fifth Order peak emperors. But the first time I met, Jian Wushuang still took out a treasure from the mustard seeds as a meeting ceremony. Soul-locking jade, he obtained from the opponent's mustard seeds by killing the great Prince Mo Luo, which is also a rare treasure. The other party may not be able to look at it, but he is interested. Jian Wushuang handed this thing to Jiang Shang and smiled lightly. You master and apprentice are both emperors now, don't dislike it. Jiang Shang took the soul-locking jade, and after thanking him, he stopped talking. After a while, Zhenwuyang also came over. Huiqing quickly cancelled the enchantment. Jian Wushuang! Zhenwuyang lost the majesty he once had, and replaced it with a gentle expression. Seeing the incoming person, Jian Wushwang hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "I have seen the Emperor. You are polite, we are all the same now, no need to be like this." I talked a lot with Jin Wuyang, talking about Xiaotajin and Gong Ziyan. But they all fell. Qi Temple robbed all the strong in the Yanxian realm, and then carried out a cruel screening. None of the strong masters in the Great Division's domain could enter the Tomb Mountain, and the one who walked the farthest went to Primordial Star and fell into the hands of the devouring Demon Lord. Some retired people returned to Desiyu and told Jin Wuyang's law bodies. At this moment, they have all undergone great changes. Facing those who are very familiar, although they have fallen, there is no sadness. Especially Jin Wuyang, it is his children who have clearly fallen, but there is no regret. In their opinion, those who are screened out are the strong, and those who fall are the weak. There is nothing to be a pity. Believe in the strong is king, but also domineering. Everything has to look forward. Jian Wushwang himself also came out of the ordinary, and he has done a lot of stupid things. He once gave up everything for the Taoist couple, but turned his head into a dream. It's better to let everything in the past become a line, floating there. Some things in the past, the two only chatted a little, and they talked more about the murals here. People who have seen the mural are all shocked. Fortune-telling. If it is a short-term forecast, it is nothing. Let Jian Wushwang predict a mortal, it can be said to be pretty sure. It would be difficult for him to predict an emperor. Even if he is also an emperor, he can't tell. Especially from ancient times to the present. This is simply unbelievable. In the Tomb God Mountain, they have never heard of such a thing. But their appearance appears on the murals here. They also wondered if this scene would only appear on the mural when they came in. But there are 3 people who have no face or breath. If they really changed when they came, why didn't they show the faces of Jian Wushwang, Huiqing, and Jiang Shang? If it were true, it would be terrible. Jin Wuyang and others were originally planning to send a message to the real spirit, but they found that there was no way to contact the outside world. Just when everyone was puzzled, Jian Wushwang always felt that there was something wrong. Where did the Zishan, the first one to enter the Palace of 3 Kings, go? From Jin to the present, I haven't seen any figure. If a few people disappear, it's okay to say, but he alone disappears. Was the first one to come in. Disappeared. The others didn't care much, but Jian Wushwang began to be wary. The 5th Order Emperors have all entered here. Zishan's strength shouldn't be denied. Could it be that there is something strange here? At this moment, the hall trembled for a while. Jian Wushwang and the others looked up. It was okay if they didn't look up. When they looked up, they almost frightened them to get down. 6th Order Emperor, and even the Ultimate Emperor, felt that the younger generations were sweating coldly. On top of their heads has dozens of corpses suspended. Normally, some corpses are nothing more than ordinary people are not afraid of them, let alone strong people like them. But I took a closer look, these corpses are not other people, they are their own flesh. Boom! Jian Wushwang's scalp was numb, and he backed away quickly, then looked down at his arm. His other clone was broken long before he came out of the Soul Road. In order not to be discovered by others, he was broken long ago. Is the deity now, all the treasures are on the body, raising an arm, bursting the sleeves, leaking the arm of the candle dragon, all this is true. But how could his body hang above it, and his face is clearly a corpse, his face gray? All those present were shocked. Have they already fallen? This is impossible. Jian Wushwang inhaled an air conditioner. The rest of the people have been like sweat oozing out of their foreheads. The Emperor Tian Toad couldn't accept it, he directly exploded, and acted on a 5th Order Emperor of the Yuan Palace. Without any guard, he slapped the opponent's head with the palm, and the blood mist rose instantly. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5438. The 5th Order Emperor was also unlucky, and fell in surprise. Although Situnan didn't know what was going on, Tian Chan started to kill the Emperor in the Yuan Lao Palace. He had to take action anyway, otherwise how to lead people in the future. Bold! Just when he shot, a corpse hovering in the sky fell down. It was the Fifth Order Emperor who had been killed by Emperor Tianchan before. The fallen body trembled for a while, and then came back to life. This caused Situnan, who was about to do it, to stop, and looked at the person lying on the ground in surprise. You! Situnan couldn't believe it. After the corpse on the ground recovered, he stood up again. Then quickly backed away, and when he looked at Emperor Tianchan, he leaked a frightened look. He has just been killed once, and his memory is very deep. The moment he fell, his soul was instantly torn into two parts. One part fell, and the other returned to the body. Although he was resurrected, his soul was severely damaged. Everyone has figured out what is floating above. Feelings. Their bodies are now souls, and their bodies are floating above the pavilion. Tianchan, you are looking for death! Although he didn't really fall, Situnan wouldn't let him go if he rushed to the strong man in their Senate palace. But Emperor Tianchan, the battle power of the sixth-tier peak is only weaker than Situnan, and he is not afraid of the opponent. What's more, now the owner of the Turtle Spirit Island is also there. On the inheritor's side, there is no plan to do it. Everything takes chance as the most important thing. What's the use of fighting for life and death now? It's really going to be passed on, and it needs to be contended. It needs others to do it first, and they will kill it themselves. But surprisingly, the owner of Turtle Spirit Island did not intend to help. Leaned aside with the rest of them, ignoring Emperor Tianchan's eyes. This makes Tianchan very embarrassed. Although he is not afraid of Situnan, he cannot escape in such a small hall and is in danger of falling. Situnan, a divine clock of good fortune, descended directly from the sky, and he was about to suppress Emperor Tianchan. The heavenly toad emperor who directly forced him turned into his body and resisted with difficulty. Don't deceive people too much! Emperor Tianchan shouted angrily. If Situnan didn't cut the opponent today, where to put the back, he would be killed in front of him. Die! The of good fortune clock hummed, a sound wave attacked, and the sound made people's soul tremble. Under the waves of blows, Tianchan could not escape, and was eventually killed by the town. The body of the sky toad floating on the top of the hall also descended. Situnan wanted to completely kill the opponent. At this time Guiling Island took the initiative. Heavenly Toad Emperor has now fallen from the sixth-tier peak to the sixth-tier top again, and there is no threat to him anymore. He naturally wants to keep it, and can't cut it to Situnan. In any case, it is also a powerful combat force. As soon as the Turtle Spirit Island Master took action, he directly stopped Situnan's means, and said in a low voice, "Almost all right. Tian Toad is not right to do it first. If you cut his soul body, it is enough." "Huh!" Situnan snorted coldly and shouted angrily. "Arrogant, what are you guys? It's not enough to kill you all. A bunch of gangsters dare to compare with me." Although he said that, he started slowly, because he found that the Turtle Spirit Island Master was a bit wrong at this time. The interception just now was a very casual hand, but it contained great power and could already threaten him. Zhen Wuyang stood up at this time, opened his mouth to relieve the encirclement, and said, "Forget Brother Situ, everything is important to the overall situation." Finally, Situnan stepped back with a gloomy face. Facing the weird methods of the Three Kings' Palace, they really focused on the overall situation. Now the body is floating above and the soul is walking below, which is quite funny. Jian Wushuang also looked up for a long time. Found that the body of the elder Zishan was also above, but the soul was not here. It should have fallen completely. As for who was beheaded, he didn't know. But there is nothing to worry about. Now that his identity is exposed, he happens to have the patrons of the Senate Palace and the inheritors. The White King has fallen, and all his vows have been brought to the fore. He is completely free from the hands of the gods. From now on, the water in the well will not be in the river. He also hated being a for others. The White King said that he fell, and such a big and powerful man, he said that he gave up and gave up. He is just a Taoist monarch, and I am afraid that he has no value. It's better to leave early. After all, this is the temple of Qishan, the site of the gods. Even if the gods can reach the sky, there are real spirits suppressing them. Although there was an episode in the middle, the hall was shaking all the time. At the northwest corner of the main hall, the end of the mural, a small copper furnace rose, and there was an inch-large vortex in the middle. As they leaned forward, a heavy voice rang out in the hall. "I am the third true king of the Three Kings' Court, the Heavenly Emperor." This voice shocked everyone. Soul God is the strongest person with the origin of the soul. The ladder they walked up was created by the strong man. The third true king should be one of the three kings. Then did a heavy voice sounded again. "Entering the copper furnace to accept the inheritance, you only have 1 hour, and after 1 hour, the entire Three Kings' Court will fall into the turbulence of time and space and never open." Everyone was surprised. Fell into the turbulence of time and space. That is not spatial turbulence. In the turbulent time and space, the Lord of the universe will fall, which is extremely terrifying. After the heavy voice fell, another light rose from the northeast corner of the main hall. It was a small hill with nominations. Fang Siyuan Mountain. Above. An ear-piercing sound came from above. Jie Jie, a practitioner of change, quickly entered Fang Siyuan Mountain. "I am the second true king, thousand changes. Remember the name of this seat, don't forget it." The last sound was very sharp, and there was a lot of unwillingness in it. Although it's only a few words, Jian Wushuang has learned a lot from it. There is loneliness, and the feeling of wanting to break all rules, but powerless. These two voices represent Soul Dao and Change Dao. This is also the one they have the most contact with. Two passages, especially the origin Soul Dao, many people have walked for a while, although they finally went to the Change Dao. It is not too late to change. But it seems that some people are not ready to change. Guiling Island Lord did not hesitate, and went straight into the copper furnace. Emperor Tianchan went to Fang Siyuan Mountain. Broly, who had been sitting cross-legged in the corner, was the closest to Fang Siyuan Mountain. As if he knew that Fang Siyuan Mountain would appear there, his figure flashed in. Jian Wushuang is still waiting, he is waiting for the first true king. The old chessboard man, he never forgot. Soul Dao and Transformation Dao are both side by side to him. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5439. Only on the chessboard, his improvement is the greatest. The understanding of all things exceeds the experience of all things on the ladder of change. Sure enough, he guessed it right. In the mural, a red-haired old man walked out of it, shocking everyone. "Little guys, don't be afraid. I don't know how many years the old guy has fallen." The old man's face is a bit rough, his skin is red, and his belly is rounded just like when playing chess. Compared with the previous two, this first true king is more kind. Wow! A chessboard rose into the sky and appeared in front of everyone, with a sentence recorded above it. "I am the creator of the Three Kings' Court. No matter what the name is, you just call me a big official. I like to watch and play chess all my life. It is very boring to be my successor. Don't regret it." This passage was recorded previously, the same as the previous two. But now the first true king official appeared in front of everyone, obviously different from the previous two. The others looked around, and finally they chose the Soul Dao and the Change Dao. There is no time for them to think about it now. The chess game of the first true king in front of them is very difficult to understand, there is no clue at all, and the improvement is not great. It is better to go to the dojo of Soul Dao and Change Dao to try. Huiqing nodded towards Jian Wushuang, did not say much, and took Jiang Shang into the copper furnace. Most of the others chose the path chosen before, without much hesitation. Qi Shui Traveler swayed left and right. He is a special being, and Change Dao and Soul Dao are really useless to him. An amplification source and an amplification soul, either of them is special. The special life, the special is the divine body, the structure of the divine body. The inheritance of practitioners is not very useful to him. The big official also noticed Qi Shu's hesitation, and he unexpectedly reminded him. "You have a thick skin, but you are very similar to the one-eyed guy," said, finger pointing out. A light turned into a bridge. "Here, you can only go in here, go in." Chishui Walker was overjoyed. He almost knelt down on the spot, and after a quick thank you, he plunged in. The people in the hall left, leaving Jian Wushuang alone. "Little guy, accompany the old man in the next game?" The big official waved his hand and the chessboard flew over. Jian Wushuang arched his hands, respectfully said, "It's a great honor." Then the two settled again. Jian Wushuang lost quickly this time, and finally shook his head. At first he thought he was a group of talented people, but now it seems that his talent is average. "Haha, don't be discouraged. I am the same as you, with mediocre talents at the beginning, but at the end I couldn't figure out the mystery of this board." Jian Wushuang doubted. "Senior, your origin does not seem to be in line with the chessboard?" "Yes, I'm just hard-headed, because a treasure that has delayed my life. I am very happy that you can give up prematurely. After passing the first level, does the little guy want to become my successor?" The official looked at Jian Wushuang with a little interest. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate this time, and immediately spoke directly. "Junior is willing." He also left the hall and entered the chessboard. The space on the chessboard is very stable. When Jian Wushuang came in, he all fell from the sky, and he didn't change the space as he did in the past. Obviously he did not leave the hall, but the chessboard itself was in the hall, and he was actually still in the hall. The great official came here afterwards. Looking at Jian Wushuang, his voice also changed to be gentle, and became a little serious. "Jian Wushuang, his name is very good, he has the spirit of killing. Thank you, predecessor, for the praise." Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. The big official waved his hand, and the two of them entered directly into a huge coliseum. "How about it, is it true enough?" Jian Wushuang was surprised and said, "Space changes, and the strength of the seniors reaches the sky. This space is very real, and some of the figures are indistinguishable from living creatures." "Haha, it's up to you next, the second level may be difficult, fight higher." The official pointed at a giant beast in the cage below. Seeing that the strength should be at the level of the Emperor, it is considered to be an ancient alien species, which is a level stronger than the ordinary cultivator Emperor. That giant beast on the surface of the second-order Emperor, but it can be comparable to the third-order Emperor. In ancient times, it was more difficult to fight higher than it is now, because the emperors of that period were much stronger than the incomplete emperors of the four great secret realms. He was able to slay the fifth rank in the four great secret realms, and in the true ancient times, he could be comparable to the fifth rank at best. Will be one grade lower, but that's enough. The consciousness of the first true king should have been left before his fall, without any discernment ability, and still not knowing Jian Wushuang's true combat power. Otherwise, I wouldn't come up with such a stretched behemoth. Is only comparable to the third-order emperor, who is it to look down on? Jian Wushuang flew directly and fell into the center of the Colosseum. Fell heavily, flying off the dust. The giant beast was also released from the cage. Jian Wushuang just condensed a sword aura, flew out instantly, directly pierced into the beast's eyebrows. After the sword aura entered the beast's body, it turned into a sword shadow, and directly cut the beast into a number in the most perfect way. 100,000 thin slices of meat. The big officials in this scene are shocking. For a while, he was a little confused about Jian Wushuang's strength. If it were to simply kill the giant beast, he would not be too shocked. It would be unbelievable to kill the giant beast this way. The message passed in the Three Kings' Court: Jian Wushuang is indeed just a Taoist monarch. "Senior, how is it?" Jian Wushuang casually grabbed a thin and transparent piece of meat and handed it to the official. He can see that the corners of the opponent's eyes are shaking. Has fallen for countless years. Can be remembered yesterday, still in ancient times. The great official carefully recalled those Dao monarchs under his command. It seems that the most defying Dao monarchs are comparable to the fourth-order emperors. Ahem, it's not bad, but this is just an appetizer. The next thing you have to fight against is not the emperor, but just a Taoist like you, but don't be careless. This Taoist was my Three Kings' Court before his death. The first monarch, said and pointed out, a figure appeared in the Colosseum. It was a young man in a silver armor with a tiger head helmet on his head. British and powerful. This time the opponent is extraordinary. A Taoist who can be strong into this way should be the ultimate way, and he is also a Taoist who has reached the 9th level of the ultimate way. Jian Wushuang re-entered the field, staring intently, and his thought power spread to the audience. The opponent is the ultimate Taoist, but I don't know which ultimate way he has mastered. You want to challenge me? The silver-armored boy looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the other party would still talk. He originally thought it was just a metamorphosis. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5440. But since the other party can speak and is conscious, he has to be serious. The other party is the ultimate way like him, and he still has respect in his heart. Xia Jian Wushuang, please advise! Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Silver Armor Boy, raising his arrogant head, with high fighting spirit, said coldly, "My god of war is Gundam, remember my title!" After speaking, he turned into a white tiger beast, and rushed forward. The momentum is unstoppable. Has at least her 4 top combat power. This level is not a threat to Jian Wushuang, but he dare not care about it. In case the other party has any means, it will be no good for him to capsize the ship again. Who? A fierce claw tore through the sky, and it came to him in an instant. But facing the white tiger beast, Jian Wushuang saw the deity of the silver-armored boy Gundam at a glance. This kind of fierce offense, if you want to crack it, you have to defeat it head-on. Jian Wushuang made a sword and pointed directly at Gundam. This sword was at least her 4 peak combat power, and the opponent had to stop and resist this sword, otherwise he would have to fall. Snapped! He didn't expect the other party. Not only did he not stop, he even increased his strength, and his breath increased again and again. Jian Wushuang received that sharp claw first, and slipped through the outer robe, leaking the dark red inner armor. The hard claws touched the soft armor, and there was no loud noise. Jian Wushuang's chest sank. It was impossible to break his inner armor, but he could withstand a lot of the huge impact. But the opponent's strength is still close, he hasn't been injured yet. And now it's his turn. A sword pierced out and pointed directly at the center of the eyebrows. The white tiger helmet that went up to the next moment directly wrapped the head. Jian Wushuang's sword had a very small impact, and did not pierce the helmet. Naturally, it didn't hurt much, but even so, Gundam was still slightly injured. A full blow from the 4th order pinnacle, without breaking the helmet, the battle armor on the opponent's body is at least imitation of the eternal treasure, and it is still very top-notch. Innate supreme treasure, Jian Wushuang can break it, and what can block him is also an imitation of eternal treasure. As for the true treasure of eternity, even if the most powerful ones are not broken, let alone him. The opponent was able to block it, and he expected that the first monarch of the 3 kings' court had the eternal treasure on his body, and it was not unusual for him. Gundam was repulsed, revealing a shocked look, and said in surprise, "Are you also a Taoist? Otherwise..." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Although the opponent is the first monarch of the 3 kings' court, his status is not too high, and he can't even enter the eyes of the 3 kings. Even if the combat power is no matter how strong it is and the talent is strong, it may not be able to walk along the way, let alone become the lord of the universe. For these talented Tao monarchs, at best, they will cultivate more, not as exaggerated as the current Qixin temple. The former is to cultivate elites, while the latter is to screen inheritors, which is different. In terms of knowledge and realm, Jian Wushuang surpassed Gundam too much. The opponent's space realm is not stable in the star realm, and the 2 stars surrounding it are very small. Jian Wushuang has already mastered the power of half a black hole. How powerful this is! You are too close! The sword without hands, the ancient sword, rose, and the punishment came. After the punishment, it was Jinfeng. Let's fall! Numerous sword intents rose up, and the word of the town came out, and then this ancient dynasty, the famous Taoist monarch, was directly sealed. The extreme path expands, and the power of thought moves, the sealed divine body and flesh are shattering, and the origin has entered the black hole that Jian Wushuang transformed into. It seems that it is easy to defeat the opponent, but in fact, the strength of the opponent is still very good. It is about the fourth order peak. Especially when he resisted his sword at the end, the aura that erupted was very strong. This kind of Taoist who has reached perfection in the ultimate path should not be underestimated. No one is simple. The first true king looked at his eyes hot. Jian Wushuang's potential and strength exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that Jian Wushuang's ultimate path would not be long-term, but now it seems that it is beyond his cognition. A Taoist is so strong that he was not so strong when he was at Taoist. Senior, have you ever counted this level? Jian Wushuang put away his long sword, volleyed into the sky, and arrived in front of the official. De Guanzi didn't say much. This space disappeared in an instant, and the two were back on the chessboard. Not bad, but it's not that simple to get my heritage. After finishing speaking, the first true king began to explode with a strong aura. But the power is not strong, it is only in the realm of Taoist monarchs. Jian Wushuang is a bit wrong. What does it mean? The official said indifferently. According to my original plan, defeat Gundam, you will be able to become my successor, but now I have changed my mind. Beat me, is your only way out now. Jian Wushuang was shocked. What? Defeat the first true king? How can that be? Even though I know that the aura on the opponent's body is only Daojun, the realm is a bit worse. The opponent is the overlord-level powerhouse in Moro time and space in ancient times. Even if his strength is suppressed to Dao Sovereign, he is definitely not an opponent. His little realm of space, in front of the strong man who has already walked through the space and stepped onto the origin of time, he is nothing. Half a black hole state, it's okay to deal with other people. It's too shabby to deal with an old monster. The big official thought that this frightened Jian Wushuang, but he didn't know that Jian Wushuang had not been frightened, but became very excited. The harder it is, the more he receives. As for failure? He never thought, nor doubted that he would fail. Want to defeat the first true king, what he needs is not the realm, what he wants is the power to surpass the first true king. The realm of the first true king is very high. But the origin is at the limit of the Taoist, which seems to be the ultimate way. Even if it is the 9th level of the ultimate way, he is not empty. He also defeated a Taoist who had the ultimate path to consummation. As for the divine body, Jian Wushuang could only feel that the phantom in the opponent's body was 30,000 times the divine body, while the physical body was normal. Even if the realm of space has reached consummation, the origin of time has gone a long way. But the combat power that these can transform into is limited. It is unrealistic for a Taoist to show such great combat power. Jian Wushuang's fighting spirit rose, and resolutely said, Offended! Burst out with all strength. There was no hiding, and he didn't need to hide anything in front of a dead person. The divine body began to expand, from 15,000 times the base to 30,000 times. Then incarnate into the demon body. Change through the ages. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that the secret method of increasing the origin of the ages would be able to have a miraculous effect on the devil power. Both the divine body and the origin are climbing, and the physical body is tough and shows no signs of being unsupported. Originally thought Jian Wushuang's body would not be able to withstand such a powerful force, but seeing the back, the official was stunned. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5441. How can be so strong? The transformed into a heavenly demon body has reached its 12 arms. This is the most perfect heavenly demon body, the true body of an ancient heavenly demon. The ancient celestial demon clan is not a powerful race, the strongest is not the most powerful, and the great officials may not have heard of it. 12-armed heavenly demon, 50,000 times the divine body, This kind of genius is so fair to tell the truth, it may not be as powerful as the genius created by King White. Jian Wuxuang, as a Taoist monarch, has gone through the unique school created by Zhu Dian, which is very outrageous. 50,000 times the divine body, Jian Wuxuang felt every particle in his body tremble. This force is too strong. The origin of space has been increased to 70% of the black hole realm. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang is like the real body of a demon, and the hot power behind it is a black hole. The towering 12-armed celestial demon has a huge black hole behind it. This scene has only appeared in ancient times. Even if he was a Tier 5 pinnacle in front of him, Jian Wuxuang felt that he could smash the opponent with one punch. Move! Boom! A breath changes. Jian Wuxuang came up to perform melee combat directly, without any fancy moves, only the violent attack with one punch. The power of all things is like pouring seawater, sprinkled from the sky, and the power consumed every moment is comparable to a fourth-order emperor. Snapped! The first true king and the official, after hardly resisting Jian Wuxuang's punch, his figure suddenly retreated. That power is too strong. Although it surpassed Jian Wuxuang a lot in the realm of, it was not good at head-to-head. This is beyond his cognition. He is the Lord of the universe, the former three kings, and he has never seen such a powerful Taoist monarch. In countless epochs, he reminisces carefully. Once stepping in the starry sky, Moroa has never encountered such a heaven-defying Taoist. Can be compared with Jian Wuxuang, it is probably the dome that shattered the three kings' court. The life born from the giant egg is not a special life, nor is it an innate beast god, but comes from a starry sky group. In the starry sky, he recognized the birth of a life against the sky, but Jian Wuxuang is a human cultivator. Why is he so strong? The level of life is also very high, and the physical body has reached a perfect state, and every particle in the body is transforming into a steady stream of power. The origin is so strong that he is ashamed as the Lord of the universe. The origin of a Taoist monarch, comparable to a sixth-order emperor. The more I hit, the more shocked. Finally, he pulled back his figure, facing Jian Wuxuang in a distance, and began to perform his unique skills. Head-to-head, he really can't do anything with Jian Wuxuang. But it's not the same if it's a secret technique. Even if he simply uses space, he can control the space here. This is the power of the universe. Condensation! The space began to twist, and Jian Wuxuang, who was scared, could not retreat. When he wanted to get close to the big official, he had already hit the opponent's face with a punch, but after turning his head, he had already reached another space. Can't meet a big official. Jian Wuxuang turned into a black hole. It was too slow to travel through space. This is space. Jian Wuxuang took a deep breath, and this wave was not lost. Although he couldn't win, he had a close look at the rules and mysteries of the universe. That is the superposition of layers of space. Only two stars are vertically and horizontally in all the space, and then the black hole evolves into the universe. And Jian Wuxuang himself, just like those two stars, some creatures can only be at the bottom. The great official who has successfully cultivated the space is already the king, standing proudly in the 10-layer space, holding the sun, moon and stars in his hands. The universe, it is incredible! Although Jian Wuxuang was powerless, he had not completely given up. He still has the strongest hole card. No matter what treasure he gets, it is not as good as that one. The big official grasped the sun and the moon, and said calmly, "Don't give up yet?" "No way!" Jian Wuxuang yelled. "The universe, not only you own it." The power of thought spread, the black hole behind Jian Wuxuang disappeared, and all the breath of space was evading and dissipating. One thought! Jian Wuxuang closed his eyes slightly, pinched his hands with his hands, erected his human figure, and restored his original appearance. At this moment, with him as the center, the power of thought is scattered and transformed into space, the power of swallowing condenses into a black hole, and the power of all things is multiplying in the universe. Boom! Jian Wuxuang suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Universe, get up! A real and huge universe descended in an instant, enclosing the first true king and great official. The big official stared his eyebrows and looked around. That familiar breath, he knew a little bit. Is too familiar, that is the power he once mastered, the power of the universe. It is rising, gradually suppressing the cosmic space he displays. There is no way that there is only the power of the Taoist, and the space of the universe is so large. Jian Wushuang is different. His one-mind universe is related to mind power, swallowing, and all things. The stronger these three are, the stronger his one-mind universe will be. Millions of miles before, to hundreds of millions of miles later. Now the universe of one mind that he displays is already comparable to a medium-sized world. Is the same size as the former big division domain. After he became the emperor, the universe of one mind that he displayed would be comparable to the higher world. When he was the lord of the universe, I was afraid that he could directly descend into a universe by himself. At that time, it was truly invincible. Is just the universe, it is illusory after all, it would be great if it could become real. If this idea let the big official know, I'm afraid he would point to Jian Wushuang's nose and curse, idiotically dreaming. In my universe, the enemy either escapes or is defeated. Jian Wushuang was in a good mood, and even dared to tease the first true king. Now the other party really can't escape. Can only choose to head with him. Once again turned into a 12-armed demon, the candle dragon's wings widened, the arm of the candle dragon Adukanshu. Calm lifted slightly, and suddenly made a fist, and a black hole was collapsing. This force caused Jian Wushuang's confidence to burst, and he directly killed the official. Not only does he want to beat the opponent, he also beats the opponent violently. Boom! 1 punch, 2 punches, 10,000 punches. Like raindrops pouring down. Slammed on the mellow belly of the official. But I don't know how precious the other party's clothes are, but it won't be bad. You must know that Jian Wushuang's robe has long been torn now, and there are few cloth strips on his body. There is only a dark red light armor. 12 arms, each holding the sun and the moon. Especially the one with the arm of the candle dragon. The fist turned into a black hole, and the big official flew out hundreds of millions of miles with 1 punch. After that, his figure did not move. Tens of thousands of miles away, there was another Jian Wushuang who was exactly the same, with his hands clenched, 6 fists, and the younger generation who wanted to bend down by the big official, he straightened his body. The shape is also similar to Kuju, and it has been transferred to the original position of Jian Wushuang. For a time, in the universe of one mind, several Jian Wushuang appeared, and they passed on, and they really beat the real king. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5442. Fortunately, it is just a consciousness. If this is a true king, Jian Wushuang would not dare to do this. This is disrespectful. However, the first true king really didn't care very much. He still admired Jian Wushuang for being beaten up. No wonder you can't be predicted, you are indeed a person of bad luck, I am afraid it has something to do with the stars. When the big official was beaten up, he was still laughing in his heart, thinking about Jian Wushuang's identity. In the starry sky, there are so many long rivers of time and space, and the strong people are different. For example, in the original Mora time and space, characters like the gods could appear. Compared with the long river of time and space where the original universe is now, there is not even a master of the universe, so it is extremely stretched. The unpredictable powerhouses of the three kings, except Jian Wushuang, are Hui Qing and Jiang Shang. These two have gone to the inheritance space established by the Soul Heaven Emperor. Went to accept the inheritance of Soul Dao. If you want to talk about them, whoever has the most hope to get the complete inheritance, I am afraid it is Broly. Change the way to the strong, almost stable. Going through the entire 4 secret realms, and even all the people in the original universe, together, I am afraid that there is only such a powerful person of change. And on the mural, it was predicted long ago that Broly would go in Fangkunshan to accept the complete inheritance. Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing, these faceless people, did not predict where they would go. I really want to predict, with Jian Wushuang's current mentality, he will not enter the inheritance of prediction. Once bitten, twice shy. Was so used by the gods, he was really scared. The fall of the White King is unknown, and he also resurrected a universe lord, Faego, who walked out of the starry sky next time. Will he ask him to resurrect the dome? After all, his power of all things can revive all things and resurrect a dome. It should be fine too. At this point, Jian Wushuang really guessed it right. Though was really ready to swallow him at the beginning, but Jian Wushuang at that time was too weak, and he couldn't restore the strength of the if he swallowed it. But he has said goodbye to everything before, and he will never have any contact with the gods in the future. At the same time, boom! Once again tossed the big official man out. Although it can severely injure the opponent, it can't really kill it, and it's difficult to defeat it. The opponent is like a ball of cotton, and it can't be beaten at all. Jian Wushuang has the illusion that the realm of the Master of the Universe shouldn't be just this capable. Senior, aren't you ready to use your full strength? He couldn't help but look at the big official. If he continued to fight like this, if he wanted to consume all his power, then he would just think too much. Was just at the beginning, and he consumed a lot of the power of all things in his wild shots, but most of the subsequent melee combat did not consume too much, and it continued to derive, and he even fully restored the power of all things. The first true king finally stabilized his figure, and said unexpectedly, "It seems that your knowledge is extraordinary, and you even understand the methods of the Lord of the Universe. A Taoist, a clear emperor's method, even if it is good, it is not realistic to be able to understand even the Lord of the Universe." In fact, Jian Wushuang didn't know much, but he had swallowed a wisp of the origin of the Lord of the Universe, and learned a lot from it. Of course, it was just some fur, but it was much better than those who knew nothing about the Emperor. The rest of the people, especially the emperors of the primitive universe, don't even talk about the Lord of the Universe. They don't know much about Zhu Dian. Is also in the Temple of Qixin. It is considered to have gained a little insight. Senior Miao praised it. His mouth was polite, but his action was extremely harsh. There is no way, there is too much difference in realm. The moves of the ultimate kendo can't be used, and they can only fight hand to hand, relying on the powerful divine body to suppress the opponent, so it seems that some do not conform to the style of the strong, and the methods are so simple. The big official dodges a punch, and then another punch in the face. This time he didn't have more, his lips moved slightly, and he said calmly, "Set!" Silence. When the fixed character exits, the time flow rate drops suddenly, and it has reached a stop state. Jian Wushuang was frozen in midair. The first true king, retreat leisurely. Yep. Punched out. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. This is his universe. No matter how high the space realm of the big official is, it can't be so fast. It's obviously on the opponent's face, but he is empty. And with the punch just now, he felt that he was slowing down. He always feels that something is wrong there. I can't say that something went wrong there. When rushed over again, he deliberately separated 16 avatars and doubled the big official, but this time he also missed. Something's wrong! Jian Wushuang stopped his figure, not doing anything. The first true king shook his finger and said calmly, "Quick!" Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that his whole person was being swallowed by a force, his face was constantly changing haggard, and his breath was weakening. He obviously just stepped back, but he felt the feeling of walking for countless years. That kind of exhaustion made his mental outlook change. It was only a moment, but he had passed thousands of years. "It's time!" Jian Wushuang's eyes were shocked. Only time can make them so passive, and he is a little at a loss for this method. Even if you are the Lord of the Universe, it is impossible to change the flow of time at will. This is not the kind of tattered stuff like the time house that can be compared. His time flow has become faster, but the opponent's time flow is still normal. And it was just a moment, he has passed 10,000 years, this acceleration is a bit too fast. Although the face of the first true king was calm, he was even more shocked by Jian Wushuang in his heart. The first time he changed time, he used his own time origin, but he could only hold Jian Wushuang in this universe for an instant. Can't help but Jian Wushuang can only rely on other powers to let time pass instantly and directly weaken Jian Wushuang's strength to a weak state. The current Jian Wushuang, the divine body, can't even maintain 10,000 times, the demon body is already broken, and the origin is also very weak. Decayed all at once. This is the first time Jian Wushuang encountered this method. One thought that the universe has already collapsed. Lost! Jian Wushuang touched his cheek, feeling real, he was a little unwilling. It's too bad, he tried his best. I once extracted some mysteries from the origin of the universe and learned a lot. Although I only learned a little about time, I don't think it is as exaggerated as it is now. Only the Taoist level, how can you use your time to such an outrageous level? If this is the heyday, he will be finished at a glance. It is not to kill him or suppress him, but to let time obliterate him. Although the lifespan of a fairy can be said to be unlimited, once the soul weakens and the will of the soul weakens, it will collapse itself. Only the origin and the body are eternal. The divine body will be lost. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5443. The physical body can be fused with other treasures, comparable to the eternal treasure, and exist forever. The origin is a kind of cosmic matter. No matter how powerful it is, the origin returns to the universe, and it will not dissipate. What disappears is either swallowed by Jian Wushuang or suppressed. The big official also received his magical powers, and looked at Jian Wushuang and said quietly, "You won!" Is indeed Jian Wushuang won. The last resort, he used a treasure. The battle between him and Jian Wushuang was originally proposed temporarily, so there is no clear stipulation. Even he can put water. Won! Jian Wushuang was puzzled. The official said indifferently, "Yes, you won. You have won me now. You have passed the last level. The next inheritance is a bit beyond your imagination. You have to be prepared." Prepared mind. Jian Wushuang's face leaked a weird smile. It is not easy to exceed his imagination. Now he has a beast weapon on his body. Although it is incomplete, it is not a problem for him to make a semi-finished product in the Qixin Temple. He has also mastered the heaven-defying origin of Jidao, and has surpassed all inheritance. I won't talk about the rest, what else can be surpassed just for these two? As for insight, he once walked the stars, lived for hundreds of millions of years, and witnessed countless miracles. The primitive creature of a star, the birth and reproduction of the race, the structure of the starry sky. All these are the most expensive experiences. It's not that he looks down on the first true king, these three palaces are still a lot worse than the Qixin Temple. At least there was a lot of difference in this row, and the ending was even worse. The three kings were killed by Fuego. If it weren't for the Temple of Qixin, I'm afraid this relic would not be left. Originally, he still had great hopes for the Three Kings' Court, but when he came in, he found that it was too crude. He wanted to see what inheritance it was. Could he come up with a complete universe origin? If this were the case, he would have taken a look at the real king. The big official raised his hand and slowly controlled his fingers, with a miniature chess board on the palm of his hand. Do you know what level of treasure is above the eternal treasure? The first true king's eyes were a little hot. This is the glory of his life. Jian Wushuang didn't understand why suddenly he talked about the treasure. Above the eternal treasure, there is also the treasure of the universe. He knows this, or the Mountain King told him at the beginning. Is just the treasure of the universe. It must be displayed only when the origin reaches the realm of the universe, and it is useless for them. The origin of space has reached the realm of the universe, and it has almost become the master of the universe. The treasures of the universe are mostly used by the Lord of the universe, and are not of much help to the Emperor, so Jian Wushuang did not know much about it. As for treasures that are more powerful than the treasures of the universe, he doesn't know. According to the old man with horns, the beasts are only special. They are better than the ordinary treasures of the universe, but in the final analysis, they are still the level of the treasures of the universe. Regarding the question of the big official, Jian Wushuang didn't know, and shook his head. Looking at the chessboard in the opponent's hand, his heart sank. Could it be that this chessboard is stronger than the treasure of the universe? Wow! Come in and take a look. Let you see a treasure that is stronger than the treasure of the universe. The big official took Jian Wushuang into the river at the core of the chessboard. In the river there is a huge reef with a small pavilion on it, and there are no seats in it. The two of them just stood there. Jian Wushuang looked at the turbulent river, where not only the power of space turbulence, but also time flows. This is the long river of time and space. One piece of supreme treasure can contain a long river of time and space. Although it is only a reduced version of the time and space river, it still shocked Jian Wushuang. He has not seen the real time and space river, but has spied on it from some inheritors. The most intuitive time was to see the long rivers of time and space in the starry sky, but the distance was too far, and those rivers of time and space were like bloodlines. More powerful than the treasure of the universe, it is the treasure of time and space, and this chess board where you and I are located. The big official was a little proud, seeing the sword without double-sided shaking, and continued. I can tell you clearly. In the original Moro of time and space, this treasure can be ranked in the top 3, or even the top 2. The time and space treasure is too powerful. Even if the Lord of the Universe gets it, it will not take it out. There are only 2 that were actually born, one in the hands of the gods. One is in the hands of another strong man who is not weaker than the gods. There is only one God of God. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Doesn't it mean that Qixin is very coveted for this treasure? Senior, is the piece in the hands of Qixin a great haul? Jian Wushuang was a little curious. The temple of Qixin is very special. If the treasure of time and space in Qixin's hands is not the temple of Qixin, it means that there is another treasure of time and space. The official stunned for a moment, and said, The temple of Qixin? He really didn't know this. Although it was speculated that someone had come to this ruin, he hadn't been against the sky yet to speculate on the gods. I used this chessboard to predict the future. Jian Wushuang found that the other party didn't know it. It seemed that he was overestimating, so he quickly turned the subject off and asked about the chessboard. The treasure of time and space, you can and don't ask for it. When he first obtained this chessboard, the big official was still mundane. He played chess with an old man in the mundane world. He played for 10 days and 10 nights without a moment of rest. In the end, he won the game and got this board. The luster in the big official's eyes lit up, and his voice trembled. I went from the mundane to the extreme of the red immortal, until I reached the peak of the universe. I never saw that senior again. He is the real mighty one. I will wait. It's just ants. Yup. It is an exaggeration to give a treasure of time and space directly to a mortal. How powerful the opponent is. You reading www.Bakanshu.com. At least the Lord of the Universe would not be generous enough to give a mortal a treasure of the universe. Is at best an eternal treasure, which can be refined by oneself, which is not precious to the Lord of the Universe. Can easily produce a time and space treasure, the opponent's courage and strength. Xian Yi was not so generous back then. Does that senior leave no name? Jian Wushuang asked cautiously. He had a hunch that this treasure would be given to him. Otherwise, it would not set up such a perverted level. The first true king hesitated a little, not knowing whether to say it or not, but he has fallen, and there is nothing to say, so he said. It's just a mundane name. I don't know if it is true or not. Gui! Jian Wushuang brows slightly Zhou Qi. Koichi. Why is this name so similar to Xian Yi? Is just one word away. Just as he was thinking about it, a dilapidated and dark ancient ship drifted from the river. Followed, there was a peculiar wind bell. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5444. Jian Wushuang thought that this ancient ship existed in this long river of time and space, so he was not too surprised. But the big official was stunned. He was the owner of this treasure. He never knew that there were other things in this river besides this reef. Jian Wushuang on the side of also saw the strangeness, and found that the big official's complexion was not right, and quickly backed away. "Little guy!" An old man on the ancient boat, with his back to them, stood at the bow of the ship, with a simple robe set off a somewhat thin body. This voice? Jian Wushuang heard this voice and leaked a shocked expression. This voice was too familiar to him. "Is that you? Teacher Xian Yi?" Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. The big official was also stunned, that back view. He is also very familiar, although it was only 10 days of contact, he remembered it for a lifetime. From the mundane to the peak, he has never forgotten the mentor. One game of chess will benefit him for life. A treasure, let him go to the top. Jian Wushuang seems to have come to understand that Gui is Xian Yi. Today's meeting, I am afraid that they have been planning since ancient times. Neither the true spirit nor the nose, a great existence, is also planning here. Plop! The first true king of the Three Kings' Court, the senior official, directly knelt on the ground, paying respect to the old man on the ancient boat. "Teacher Xian Yi!" Jian Wushuang also bowed. The old man on the ancient boat slowly turned around, revealing that familiar face, gentle and elegant. "Don't be surprised. This is just an incarnation of my spiritual consciousness. My real body is not in this time and space. This chess card is left in more raw time and space as a teacher. It is waiting for today. It seems that you are really the chosen one. People!" Xuaniki's words made Jian Wushuang a little confused. The chosen person, the plan of the ancient times? The big official who was kneeling on the ground did not dare to look up, and squatted respectfully on the ground. Jian Wushuang had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. "Everything, when you meet my true body, you will know that this chessboard is the only treasure I have left here. It was originally prepared for you," Xian Yi said calmly. "Everything. Began to train him since he was weak, and once again reincarnation." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, suddenly a little in a daze. "I remembered all kinds of things in the past. That stalwart figure, and those things in the past. Everything seems to be clear now. He is still a chess piece after all. But this is also mutual. He needs treasures to improve himself, and others also need him as a chess piece with potential. This chessboard is great. Stands for everything. Teacher Xian Yi, where should I find you?" Jian Wushuang still couldn't help but ask. "I am no longer in this space. If you want to find me, let time chase after me." Xuan Yi left this sentence, and the ancient ship began to faintly disappear. Jian Wushuang was a little bit reluctant. Even though it was a chess piece, he never forgot the great favor of the opponent. Seeing Xian Yi disappear, there are mixed flavors in my heart. Is unwilling, but also unwilling. What's unwilling to do is that his strength is too weak. After all, he is a pawn. This is the gap between him and the strong. If you want to make up for it, you have to become stronger. My heart is bitter, and the feeling of reluctance is a memory of the past. Since his strength is getting stronger and stronger, he is standing higher and higher. He is farther and farther away from love. He doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. He only looks at the pros and cons. He respects the kingly way, that is, the way of the strong. But these years, I was disgusted with what I did. Maybe it's time to change. Grace is kindness, affection is affection, everything must be divided into pieces. Time will change everything, but it can't change the obsession in his Jian Wushuang's heart, the road to the strong. If calculated by time, he doesn't want to meet Xian Yi at the end, and is more willing to pass the opponent in the middle. Already gone? Jian Wushuang sighed and looked down at the first true king who was kneeling on the ground. Found that the other party had already lost his spiritual sense, and the prostrate official had turned into an empty shell. It seems that it was taken away by teacher Xian Yi, or it was self-defeating. People who have fallen, let them go. Now he is the only one left, so clean as never before. Sat cross-legged in the pavilion, closed his eyes and rested. Is a chessboard in his origin. Guantian chess game! In the center of the mini chessboard, there are 4 characters on the long river of time and space. Many chess pieces have been dropped on this mini chessboard. There is also a chess piece in it, which is very similar to Jian Wushuang. It is formed by a sword energy, which contains the complete ultimate sword. This makes Jian Wushuang very happy. I tried to participate now, but found that I couldn't touch it yet. It should be the reason for not being in control. Jian Wushuang understood. Although the chessboard is in his hands, it might not be usable. He is a Taoist now, and it is too difficult to drive this Guantian chessboard. Can't even use the chess pieces above. In addition to Kendo, there are other chess pieces. Jian Wushuang chooses a chess piece with the weakest aura. Although it is not the ultimate way, it contains a strong atmosphere of earth and wood. Wow! After touching, he unconsciously entered directly into the chess piece. Within the chess piece, when he was comprehending the Tao of civil and wood, his power of perception increased 10,000 times, and he was even able to control some of its origins. These chess pieces contain all things and all things. If every one of them can enter, wouldn't it be a fortune? Jidao breakthrough, right in front of my eyes. If it was not for the first true king to say that this place would collapse into the turbulence of space, he really wanted to cultivate here until the ultimate path was completed. It's better to leave first. Jian Wushuang's incarnation entered the chess pieces for enlightenment, and at the same time, he divided countless thoughts, tested the chess pieces one by one, and finally got into a few chess pieces. He can't get in if he is too strong, but he can get in for a look and improve his other origins. This chessboard is simply the treasure of cultivation. In addition to this, Guantian chessboard has a more powerful effect, but his current strength is too weak to understand the mystery. If you want to use it, at least you have to become an emperor. I can only look greedy now. But he remembered the trick that the big official just made time speed up. It was incredible. If you use this trick while fighting an enemy, you might be able to reverse the situation in an instant. Who? Jian Wushuang slowly got up, and left here with a hard move. Guantian chessboard also gradually disappeared. Without Jian Wushuang to collect it, it returned to its origin by itself. Returned to the hall again. At this time it was particularly deserted. Without waiting for him to react, he rose suddenly, and his eyes were also dark, but in the blur, he saw a lot of people standing in front of them. Click! Jian Wushuang only felt his arms heavy and his movements were stiff. This time, he has completely recovered. After the soul enters the body, there will be such a situation. After he recovered, a white jade scroll also entered his mind. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5445 is a chess record and a paragraph. The talk was naturally left by the big official, but it seems that it was left in the ancient times, and I didn't know Jian Wushuang. The content of is also very simple. Don't humiliate the content on the chess record. If you understand the chess record and crack the endgame, you will get the corresponding inheritance and treasure. Jian Wushuang just glanced, and didn't care too much. But a picture appeared above. That was the former Three Kings' court. In the dim sky, a giant hand penetrated. That is Fuego. Apparently, this records the fall of the Three Kings. Jian Wushuang shook his head. It's time to leave here. Since he could not return directly to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, he had to go out quickly and find a place to practice behind closed doors, so that he could cultivate the Jidao and Kendo to perfection as soon as possible, so that he could prepare for Hadao. But the surrounding area is exactly the same as the hall below. How to get out is a difficult problem. Do you have to wait for everyone to come out? He doesn't want to lose face in front of Huiqing and the others. If he can't go back, he has to find the Tomb Mountain by himself. It's better to leave early. It's best to leave the earth and go to the heaven, where it is more suitable for cultivation. In the realm, he was afraid that the gods would stare at him again, so he might as well go to the heavens and seek refuge in the Senate Palace. Wu's should give him a face and let him practice in the Senate Palace. Here? Seeing a whirlpool behind, it should be the passage to leave here. Jian Wuxuang plunged into the whirlpool without hesitation. After he entered the vortex began to heal. It's just that Jian Wuxuang didn't notice when he left. There is still one person here, who has already left before him. The scene in the whirlpool is very similar to a black hole. Seems to have no end. But the boundary wall of this passage is very fragile. Jian Wuxuang waved his hand and tore a hole, and left halfway. It's just that he didn't expect that after leaving the whirlpool, he appeared on the bottom of the Dark Devil, but went to a quiet stone room. The layout here is very simple, with stone houses lined up in a row. The sky is also dotted with stars, and it seems that I still haven't gone out. Jian Wuxuang walked towards the front at will. A faint breath came, and he rushed over in a flash. But I did not expect that there was a hot spring emitting white mist in front of me, and I saw a very fragrant scene in the spring water. It's her! Jian Wuxuang turned around, not looking at the people in the spring. Who? In the spring water, Gong Miao, who wiped his body, pulled a red gauze to wrap his graceful figure, and floated on a bluestone platform with his toes hitting the ground. Through the white mist, he saw Jian Wuxuang's tall and straight back. After looking intently, he sighed with relief after discovering that it was Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang turned his head and said calmly, "What a coincidence!" "Really?" Gong Miao's face changed slightly. He knew the details of Jian Wuxuang. Although Jian Wuxuang had recovered his true face now, the aura left in her body had not changed. Others didn't say it was for Jian Wuxuang. She didn't say it was afraid that Jian Wuxuang would kill her. Is indeed a coincidence. I did not expect to tear the void at will, enter here, will be able to meet Gong Miao. If there is no Guantian chessboard, Gong Miao's origins really don't want to let go, but now with the Guantian chessboard, there is no need to play the opponent's idea. The more he reached the realm of consummation, the bigger the causal killing in his body. The killing is about to stop. Where is this place? Jian Wuxuang asked. After seeing that Jian Wuxuang had no intention of killing, Gong Miao also relaxed. This is a submarine tomb, left by a fifth-order emperor sitting on the floor. Then he pointed to the white gas-hot spring and said, "The spiritual spring with its origin is very rare in the West Sea, not as good as the two of us." Separated? Jian Wuxuang didn't feel anything wrong at first, but he almost laughed angrily when he heard the last sentence. This Lingquan is indeed a good treasure, and it can also sell a 20 billion sacred stone. For the average fifth-order emperor, it is considered a good receipt, and for the fourth-order emperor, it is considered a windfall. But for Jian Wuxuang, this is a stinking ditch. I'm lazy to get it when I see it. Now let him divide it. Just kidding, how could it be possible? There is still a spiritual root below, which is transformed by 100 weeping vine. This spring is the tears of the vine. Gong Miao wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Jian Wuxuang. The sword has no double-sided color, and solemnly said, "I want 70%, the extra 20%, I can discount the treasure for you." After speaking, he plunged into the spring water. Gong Miao did not refute, mainly she is not Jian Wuxuang's opponent either. It's just a Lingquan sword. Wuxuang doesn't care, but the Bai Wai vine under the Lingquan is extraordinary. This spring is said to be tears from vines, but it is not all. There should be a spring here, but after tears entered the spring water here has undergone a qualitative change. 100 crying vine is a special kind of ancient plant, very precious, now it is almost extinct. In Huangqing, a drop of Bai Wai Veng's tears needed 100,000 points. And Bai Wai Veng usually produces a tear in 10,000 years. This is in the 4 secret realms, worth at least 500 million sacred stones. The price set for them in Huang City was very low. Is because Baikuding's tears can clear the naked eye, clear the mind of the practitioner, and enhance the realm of the soul. So the price is very low. But for the emperor, Baikuding's tears are the key treasure to enhance the divine body, especially when it breaks through 30,000 times the basic divine body. And Baikuting itself is the ultimate treasure for improving the divine body, the ultimate treasure after it has been increased 50,000 times in the future. How could Jian Wushuang give up? After raising this vine, he can quickly reach 50,000 times the divine body, and then unload the mill and kill the donkey, devouring the 100 crying vines and surpassing 50,000 times. Is just the cooked meat that was delivered to his mouth and helped him chew. More importantly, Jian Wushuang can use the power of all things to forcibly ripen by cry vine and make it cry every day. 1 yen he can't wait that long. Ukanashu. Come 1 drop in 10,000 years, he has to wait for 50,000 times the divine body. How many years he has to wait? The power of all things urges, and then put the 100 weeping vine into the long river of time and space in the center of the Guantian chessboard, and the growth rate will be faster. This is a treasure of infinite value. Deep into the spring water, Jian Wushuang really saw the mature vine. On this vine, there is still a huge red line circling. The arrival of Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi made Zhu Meng open his eyes. Tier 5 Pinnacle. Jian Wushuang saw the opponent's combat power at a glance. Gong Miaoi is now also the pinnacle of Tier 5, and his combat power has exploded at this level, and he can even reach it. This giant python can hold back the crying vines, and it's even harder to escape today. The two looked at each other and shot together. An hour later, Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi sat cross-legged on the bluestone plate, holding the cooked python in their hands. The body of the giant python was condensed by Jian Wushuang, and it only turned into a bat along. After a little bit of roasting, it was eaten with a sense of ritual. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5446 was meant to be swallowed, but I haven't tasted the meat for a long time. Jian Wushuang, on a whim, directly grilled the python. Not to mention, the divine body actually doubled. The desolate beasts of the Fifth Order Emperor generally don't help Jian Wushuang, and the pronucleus has some effect. This physical body can improve his divine body, probably because it has been around the Baiwai vines for a long time. Now that 100 crying vine has already taken root in the Guantian chessboard. Don't worry, I will never take advantage of you. The treasure in this mustard seed is almost enough. Jian Wushuang handed out a mustard seed. It was the mustard seeds of the 2 fallen elders of Kaimen that he had previously put away, and the mustard seeds of the emperor he had killed, all of which were collected by him. He took out a part and gave it to Gong Miaoi, knowing that there are still 2 sixth-order emperors whose total worth, although only a part, is worth more than 3 trillion. Baikrai vines are very special. If they are raised, they can be said to have a steady stream of wealth, but Gong Miaoi does not have the ability to maintain it. Then Jian Wushuang condensed a mass of origin, and took out a whole jar of Baikuting's tears and handed it to Gong Miaoi. Although Baikuting's tears are precious, his power of all things is even more precious, and these treasures are almost enough. Is not too cheap. The jar of tears just now was left by Baikuting, who praised 100 era. The Fifth Order Emperor was also lucky and got Baikui vine. Unfortunately, his own strength was too bad, and he finally fell. It was cheaper. Both of them. Although a lot of tears have been lost, there are hundreds of pieces accumulated over the years, and only 1/5 of them have been given to Gong Miaoi. This value is not something that God's stone can calculate. Gong Miao accepted the order according to the order, without any hesitation. There is no way to divide 100 crying vines. Only one party suffers. She is weak and has a weak background and can only swallow bitter fruit, but Jian Wushuang can give her so many treasures, she is still very surprised. It seems that since Jian Wushuang regained his true identity, the whole person seems to have changed, no longer the previous harshness. He really didn't notice it himself, but he just felt that in the future, he would kill less and go to heaven. The way of heaven nurtures all things, and walking the way of heaven is the most suitable for his power of all things. Causal killing is like an ant on a hot pot. Before Jian Wushuang's pot was not hot, the ants were still honest. Now that he gets stronger and stronger, the pot is getting hotter and hotter, and the ants start to rush around. Especially after the faint breakthrough of Jidao, the feeling became clearer. Jian Wushuang had to chop off this part of the cause and effect before he joined the Tao. It's better to leave now. Jian Wushuang, where are you going next? Gong Miaoyi asked curiously. But after another thought, Jian Wushuang is the inheritor, and it is estimated that he will go to the mysterious Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. This man was not afraid of him anymore, but there was nothing to say about this kind of thing, so he replied. Hadao, and then go back to the Tomb Mountain. Are you really just a Taoist? Gong Miaoyi couldn't believe it. There is nothing to hide, I am indeed a Taoist. The two chatted one after another, walked out of the Lingquan's secret room, and then entered an ancient teleportation formation and left here. When appeared again, he had already reached the bottom of the Black Sea. Is just the current ocean floor, without the darkness of the past. The sea water has also turned light blue. Broke through the water, and the long-lost sunlight tilted. Jian Wushuang felt a touch of comfort like never before. 100,000 years. This time, there is 100,000 years in the West Sea ruins, but in real time, there is no acceleration. Counting the acceleration time, he can be regarded as an old monster who has lived for several epochs. At the beginning of the starry sky, although there was no clear calculation, but a rough calculation, at least 2 epochs will be the bottom line. Spread out his hands, his shabby clothes were replaced with dark green robes, and his hair was crowned again. Who? Jian Wushuang took a long breath. Gong Miaoyi put on the veil again, and restored the appearance of a noble saint. Just as the two were about to say goodbye, and they were flying high, a powerful force swept in from a distance. This power sword is unparalleled, without any panic. Then the sky was torn apart, and a man in a Taoist robe stepped on a black thread snake came out. It was Wu Zue, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Senate Palace. Gong Miaoyi doesn't know who the person is here, she just feels so powerful that she can't breathe, she can only stand by holding her breath and dare not move. Jian Wushuang, long time no see! Wu Zue leaked a smile. He was not used to these inheritors at first, but judging from the practice of the true spirit, these people will be the pride of heaven in the future, so he treats these inheritors. Lost the arrogance of the past. Especially for the Taoist Jian Wushuang, the Taoist who can obtain the personal things of the God, will definitely be a big person in the future, at least the person who really values it. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Although he knew that Wu Zue had transferred away the old man with horns, he was looted, but his face could not be revealed. The key point: Wu Zue did not know that King Bai came for him. Meet the Emperor! Wu waved his hand to the left, and said calmly, You're welcome. I am here this time. One is to pick up Situnan, you should have seen it, and the other is to see you. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Come to see him? He can't go to the Tomb Mountain now, but fortunately, this time he can hold Wu Zue's thigh, take refuge in the Tomb Mountain, and go to the heaven. Why did the Emperor look for me? Wu left handed out a mustard seed and said, Someone asked me to bring you a big gift. Come and read it for yourself. Jian Wushuang took the mustard, opened it, and was stunned. Inside there's only a long mahogany box. After taking out the box, a long sword lay inside. After Wu Zue saw the long sword, he was not surprised. He just said with emotion, This is Zhiyun's saber. It was acquired by the Lord Zhui after Yang Sanmu became the 6th Order Emperor. It was specially given to you. Make up for your failure to protect you in the first place. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart warmed. He has never blamed the old man with horns, and he secretly scolded Wu Zue. When he saw the old man with horns in Daxiao, although he didn't say much, they all had their own minds, so there was no need to spend so much. Wu Zue is also very embarrassed. The old horned man is so expensive. He is the master of the Law Enforcement Hall. At the beginning, he was going to mobilize the 3 goals of the sheep. In the final analysis, the responsibility lies with him. Now that the sheep's 3 eyes are all spent, he can't express it. With a dry cough, Wu Zue took out a jade box with a smile in his eyes. The last thing I did was a little improper. This long yenwo was once obtained by the master who felled an ancient dragon tree. When I was divided, I also got one, which helped the divine body a lot. I think your divine body is still very weak and you can use it to build a foundation. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5447. This time Jian Wushuang was really not polite and took it straight away. Master of Wuzhua, who is that? That's the of ambiguity. The of ambiguity got some gadgets for his disciples. Could it be worse? Thank you, Emperor. Cloud Sword. Great Emperor Juyan's personal sword, the power contained above is amazing. Although Wuzhua felt a little distressed, Long Yenhua was of little use to him, so he gave it away as soon as it was given. Compared with Juyan's sword, it was still a lot worse. This Juyan sword, accompanied by the great Emperor Juyan, fought in all directions and killed countless powerful men, and even fought against the Lord of the Universe. Although it is still the eternal treasure level, as long as the great Emperor Juyan was promoted to the Lord of the Universe, I am afraid that Juyan's sword will also be promoted to become the treasure of the universe. Jian Wushuang took out the Juyan sword. Because his strength rose too fast, he hadn't used such a handy long sword for a long time. Dared to raise his hand to pull out, he was stopped by Wuzhua. This sword Juyan contains the ultimate swordsmanship of the emperor rank. It is not easy to pull it out. You must have a strong determination. Otherwise you will be bitten back. Wuzhua said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He did feel the powerful sword intent in the scabbard, but he still wanted to give it a try. There is no way, a sword repairer, how can he resist pulling out a peerless sword? Jian Wushuang grasped the hilt of the sword, his heart was horizontal, the power of the ultimate kendo was instilled in, and he slammed. The long sword will make a cloud, once again appearing. A sharp sword aura rose within 1,000,000 miles around. This made Gong Miao on the side back again and again in fright. Yuzhou is also very shocked. I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to pull out the Juyan sword in one go. It really is a good sword. Jian Wushuang moved his wrist at random, and when he danced, he felt that this Juyan sword was driving the sword energy of his whole body. Although Wuzhua was shocked, there was not much surprise. Jian Wushuang was the top ultimate Taoist selected by Zhenling. How could it be bad? Maybe he can really reach the level of Emperor Juyan in the future. Thinking of this, my heart trembled. The strength of the great Emperor Juyan is comparable to those of the masters of the universe. It is more than 18 gods and generals, and is stronger than the few direct disciples of Qixin. He was just a named disciple at the time. Although he was also the pinnacle powerhouse in the top, he was at most comparable to the 18 gods under the command of the gods. And the great Emperor Juyan is the existence that can crush those gods at will. Okay, the gift has been delivered, I should take someone away, too, Wuzhua said with a calm smile. Jian Wushuang put away the Juyan sword, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Did you and Wuzhua, are you planning to take people to the heaven? Well, it's time to leave. Now the boundary is unstable, it's better to leave early. The mess here is beyond our control. Wuzhua, who was about to go, stopped and explained to Jian Wushuang. The current territorial boundaries are messed up into a pot of porridge. If you don't leave, you will have to be left by the true spirit to clean up the mess in the White Tiger Palace. You can use it as a coolie for free, but Wuzhua can't do it. Jian Wushuang saw that the time had come, and said euphemistically, It's a coincidence, the junior is also about to go to the heavens, to visit the senior Chiu in the Palace of the Elders, just to go back with the Emperor. Okay, come with me. Wuzhua didn't care, and it didn't matter to bring one more person along the way. Gong Miao, who had been standing in the distance, was a little surprised. The inheritors are indeed extraordinary, and there is a big backing behind them. Anyone who comes out is the most apex of existence, and they can give out so many treasures, and they are also envious. Especially when I heard it went to heaven. You need to know that it's easy to get from the heaven to the earth, and you don't have to spend many stones. The sacred stones needed to travel from the earth to the heavens are astronomical numbers. And the teleportation array to the heaven is at the very center of the earth, where is the site of the temple. If you want to go to the heaven, you will not only have to pay a huge amount of sacred stones, but also various interrogations. The foundation is not clean, you can't go to the heaven at all. Gong Niaoyi was a little moved. Her father was in the heavens, and she wanted to see the heavens too, but the cost was too high. Even if she wanted to go to the heavens now, it would be very troublesome. Is a great opportunity. Wuzwa Emperor's strength is above the sky, his identity is extraordinary, and he can pass through the boundary wall at will. At this time, she was holding Jian Wushuang's thigh, and she might be able to go to the heaven together. Thinking of this, Gong Niaoyi hurriedly asked, "Brother Wushuang, what should I do?" The question is quite level. Wu turned his head and took a look, then looked at Jian Wushuang again, leaking a knowing smile. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly. He knew that Gong Niaoyi's father was in the heaven. He wanted to go to the heaven. Immediately transmitted the voice. "If you want to go to the heavens, come on. Just bring one more person, and I guess Wuzwa wouldn't disagree." Originally, he was going to let Gong Niaoyi go. Since he had to follow along, the ultimate way in her body had to be copied again, which would help him improve his kendo. Guantian chessboard also has the origin of kendo, but the chess pieces are too powerful, and he can't enter the copy at all, and it is a fantasy to want to swallow. Those chess pieces are a complete source of origin, not a single thread, let alone a single thread. Although he doesn't have the desire to swallow it now, the effect after swallowing is still there, and most people really can't stop this temptation. Before he understood those chess pieces, he would not swallow it rashly. Even if he had the strength to swallow it, he would be cautious. Gong Niaoyi finally got on the black line big snake, and the three of them walked in the other direction together. When halfway down, the black demon sea began to tremble. A huge suction erupted from the ground. A vortex also appeared on the sea surface. Is the same as the vortex sea low, but the range is much larger. The waters of the entire Black Devil's Sea were circling toward the vortex, and the sea surface also dropped suddenly. Jian Wushuang thought of what the first true king said: the three kings' court would fall into the turbulence of time and space after an hour. Now do the math, the time has come. The force of swallowing involved the three kings' court in the turbulence of time and space, while the rest were teleported out. As for Shang and the Lord of the Universe, Fuego, they don't know. After all, they have been in for 100,000 years, and the two have either decided the victory or the defeat, or left each. Jian Wushuang was not too curious about this, he was just curious about whose hands the Soul Dao inheritance fell into. At the beginning, in the inheritance of Soul Dao, Tongtian Buddha and Huiqing both walked ahead. Maybe it's these two people and Jiang Shang, maybe it's Jin Wuyang. The probability of being Jin Wuyang is not high, and he is not far away. As for change, it is almost certainly Broly. A group of people floating in the air, a little dazed. The three kingdoms said that they were occupied when they fell. They couldn't accept it for a while, and they were still struggling with the two major inheritances just now. Who? Shi Shizing's face was a little gloomy. Chapter 54-48. On Fangsun Mountain, he hadn't met anyone since he entered, and he hovered at the foot of the mountain until he was teleported out, and he didn't get anything. When I walked the soul ladder, I entered the eternal change, but only selected a treasure, the value of which was average, and it was not considered a receipt. 100,000 years, nothing was achieved. Take the opportunity to experience the growth of all things by taking the change path ladder. This time it can be said that it was a waste of time, running a lap with others. Tongtian Buddha still has a calm expression, and Jin Wuyang can receive the goods. Among the copper furnaces, there are the most treasures. The few people who passed on the Soul Road inheritance received a lot of goods, especially Huiqing and Jiangshang, who received a lot of treasures. The Three Kings' Court was destroyed too quickly, and there were not many treasures left, but in the eyes of the Emperor, it was also a huge resource. There are several treasures of the universe, but I don't know who took them. These people have a calm look, and they are especially good at pretending. The people who walked through the change path were miserable. Emperor Tianchan also pulled his face, without saying a word. Since it's over, they glanced down, and then left. The sole Dao inheritance that the master of Guiling Island walked, also got some treasures, was in a good mood, and left with some surviving subordinates. His apprentice Broly went crazy and rushed into the whirlpool. Turtle Island master shook his head, did not say much, and left with people indifferently. Bukuin and others had fallen a long time ago, and when Jian Wushuang entered the Palace of Three Kings, he led his men besieged and killed. Now the entire ruins have collapsed into a turbulent flow of time and space, and the corpses are hard to find. Wow! Just when Broly wanted to enter the whirlpool, Wu left his hand. Before the person arrived, a huge palm had come, holding Broly directly in his hand. By the time Wuzwa came, it was too late. The vortex disappeared. This is the turbulence of time and space. Once in, the Lord of the Universe will fall, and Wuzwa naturally dare not enter, but it is because of this change that Tao Emperor. He didn't know that the ruins trapped in time and space did not enter the turbulent flow of time and space, but appeared in another place. The Sea of Origin! Jinling hooked his finger and took the remains of the Three Kings' court into his own hands. Broly was also naturally rescued by him. Fight with me. Zenling's mouth raised. This time at the West Sea ruins, he secretly fought against the gods. In the end, although the winner was not clearly distinguished, Fuego ran away, but Shang also reached the perfect state because of the Fuego space, and he was already the Mahayana of the universe. The origin has been elevated to the realm of the universe, and only the secrets of the universe are left. Once the secrets are completed, they can go to the realm of the master of the universe. And Haiking! The success of Huiqing Hedao is also a happy event. 100,000 years later, 4 ultimate emperors appeared on the Tomb God Mountain. 94 ultimate Dao monarchs joined forces, and only 4 succeeded, which he had spent countless prices in exchange for. The ultimate way of these 4 people, the farthest one is only the 8th floor, and the 8th level ultimate way succeeded in joining the Dao, just becoming the emperor, is the pinnacle of the 4th order. The remaining 3 are all the ultimate emperors who have succeeded in harmony in the 7th level pinnacle realm. These are the powerful ones with infinite value. But compared with Huiqing, it's still a lot worse. Huiqing, with the posture of 9 levels of consummation, Hedao succeeded in becoming the ultimate emperor against the sky, and the emperor who dares to succeed in Hedao is the 5th order peak emperor. This was one of the strongest geniuses in ancient times, and there would not even be one in countless epochs. The more I look at it, the more I like it. The Temple of Chi-Chi has only been open for more than 100,000 years, and so many powerful inheritors have emerged. Maybe they can really rejuvenate once again. Do not. They will be able to be great again, stand on the other side of the starry sky again, and become the overlord of the starry sky. On the Tomb Mountain, hundreds of thousands of inheritors have been added over the years. Among them, the ultimate Taoist has broken 5,000. Although it is impossible for everyone to be trained like Huiqing, even if the resources invested in the next decrease, there will be 200 ultimate emperors of the 5,000 Daojun. As long as 1 or 2 masters of the universe can appear, he can rest assured that the Qixin Temple far shields other time and space, and the master of the universe sits down and has the ability to settle in other time and space. Inheritors have great potential, but they can't stay in the 4 secret realms all the time. They still need to go to the outside world. Otherwise, he will never become the Lord of the Universe in his lifetime. After Shang and Fuego fought, he left the Temple of Qixin the same, was sent to the end of this long river of time and space, and went to the origin of time and space. After the 6th level, in the Temple of Qixin, there is not much need anymore. Thanks, change! As soon as Jinling stretched out his hand, he brought Broly in a comatose state to his eyes. Shihai. Facing the sea breeze, Jin Wuyang, Tong Tian Buddha and others bid farewell to Wuzhua and left in a hurry. A war broke out in the land boundary, and the inheritors were all involved. Wuzwa could go, but they couldn't. But there is no need for a Taoist like Jian Wushuang to participate. Brother Wushuang, see you on the Tomb Mountain! Huiqing and Jiang Shang also left, but before leaving Jian Wushuang a mustard seed contains a huge amount of treasures, all of which are key treasures for improving the divine body. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and when he wanted to shirk, Huiqing had already left. This kindness, he took it down. Looking at these treasures, he now finally understands why the emperors who went to Fangkunshan are all holding their faces. The emotional treasures are all in that copper furnace. No wonder Zhen Wuyang kept laughing. They really got a lot of treasures. But compared with him, these treasures is a bit inconspicuous. Jian Wushuang has obtained a time and space treasure. The true spirit will be hot when he sees it, but fortunately, there is a formation that obscures the time and space, so that no one can find it. The treasures Huiqing gave him were enough to make his basic divine body exceed 30,000 times. The divine body has learned the magic of the heavens. He has cultivated to consummation, and the foundation is very solid, and it is time to accumulate the divine body. After sending those people away, Situnan and the people from the old palace were left. The Fifth Order Emperor of the Yuan Elder Palace has fallen, and this time I received a lot of goods, which is not too bad. After everyone left, everyone didn't stay here much, and went directly to the core of the earth. They traveled from the West Sea to the southeast, and they would take the teleportation array along the way, but the teleportation array in the land boundary was not fully laid, and most of the time they were on their way. It took 10 years just to hurry, and they finally reached the core of the earth. The core of the land boundary is a mountain range that stretches for countless miles, which can be comparable to a higher world. On the mountain, a deep ancient city was built. Taiwu Mountain Range, Taiwu Castle. Jian Wushuang was also curious the first time he came here. This was the largest city he had ever talked about. A city was as big as a world. Chapter 54-49. Among them, there are countless practitioners. Even the emperor and the strong who are visible to the naked eye come in and out. Go to the boundary wall of the heaven, which is in this Taiwu city. Taiwu Castle, the White Tiger Temple of the Master, is located in the deepest mountain range. When the White Tiger Palace was in control of the realm, there was a pinnacle power on Taiwu Mountain, which was retained because it surrendered quickly. You must know that when the White Tiger Palace once swept the 4 secret realms, there was no grass left. The forces left by are now managing this super city. This power has grown in countless epochs, backed by the temple, and has grown and surpassed the glory of the ancient times. There are 3 superpowers in one sect, and there are more than a dozen emperors of the Sixth Order. It is the strongest power in the realm except for the temple. None of them. When Wuzwa and others approached, they entered directly over the air without passing through the city gate. The emperor at the bottom of this scene seemed to be dying. No one except the people in the temple dared to cross the city gate from the sky, and the Sixth Order Emperor did not have this authority. Just as many people were waiting to watch the play, a Sixth Order Emperor sitting on the wall of Taiwu's city personally leaped into the air to attract Wuzwa and others. Many people are stunned, secretly guessing that this is a big shot. Hall Master Wuzwa, is this going to return to the heavens? The person here is very young, with a calm and graceful manner, and a pampered appearance. As for the native emperors of these 4 secret realms, Wuzwa has always been ignorant, but he nodded slightly and did not speak. Come here! The Sixth Order Emperor first led them into a teleportation formation, and then the space changed, and they entered the depths of the Taiwu mountain range. In the city, a teleportation array is needed. One can imagine how huge this Taiwu city is. When teleporting, the Sixth Order Emperor used a special token, so they were directly teleported to a valley, where there are many large and small palaces, and each palace has a strong emperor. There are at least tens of thousands of emperors in his palace. And in the deepest palace, there is a supreme powerhouse. This place is one of the most important places in Taiwu city, and the boundary with the heaven is here. Wuzwa Hall Master, I will send it here. I wish you all a good journey. Wuzwa pretended to be indifferent. People like them were not so arrogant. After Situ Nan thanked him, everyone went in. After entering the interior, Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoyi, who came for the first time, were shocked. Boundary wall. Originally thought that there was no difference between the boundary shuttle and the shuttle array, but now it seems that the difference is too big. His broken boundary wall visible to the naked eye is the only way to return to the heaven. At the core, the broken boundary wall was pitch black and gloomy, more like a black hole. But the power contained in it is beyond the black hole, at least the power of the universe. At the beginning, it was said that the Emperor broke the boundary wall. What a powerful strength! There must be gods helping. The 4 secret realms, said to be secret realms, are actually more like a universe. The 4 universes are linked together, but the scope is not as big as the real universe. Together, the 4 secret realms can be comparable to the entire primitive universe. But this range is large enough. The key is that the number of strong is much stronger than the original universe. After all, there have been countless epochs, and it should be stronger than the outside world. How many epochs were born in the primitive universe? There are only a few fifth-order emperors. The 4 secret realms have existed since the ancient times when they were forged. In addition, with the ancient heritage and the accumulation of countless epochs, it is not surprising that they have such a powerful background. The most important thing is inheritance. Has the predecessor's guidance, but it is much better than crossing the river alone by touching the stones. Let's say that people like Jun Wuyang almost stagnated when they entered the Temple of Qixin. They relied on mastering the origin of the heavens to improve their space, but after they arrived at the Temple of Heaven, they grew faster under the new cultivation system. This has been countless years. Accumulate thick and thin hair. It's nothing to be able to walk to the 4th-order emperor, enter the Temple of Qixin, and quickly rise to a level without anyone's guidance. Even among the few of them, there is hope that a master of the universe will be born. Even if the worst of them, they can become the 6th-order peak emperor. This is the terrible inheritance. If there is no Qixin temple, Jin Wuyang and others will be lucky if they can reach the 5th-order emperor in their entire life. After entering the deep hall, a white-haired old man appeared in front of them, and only a Dharmakaya came. The old man is combined with the void, looming. Chojio, trouble! Wuzwa was rare and polite. Although the incoming person is an aboriginal emperor in the 4 secret realms, he is an extremely strong man with extraordinary strength. In addition, he has taken refuge in the temple, and his origin has been repaired a lot. Although it is still somewhat incomplete, his strength should not be underestimated. Chiojio has said, "This kind of trivial matter is nothing. When the boundaries of the land are too peaceful, I will go to the Patriarch's palace to harass the Hall Master. Then, just don't dislike it. Welcome any time." Under the guidance of Chiojio, they boarded a floating disc, and then Wuzwa nodded at Chiojio. The disc rose in an instant. Before they could even react, they entered the cracked boundary wall. According to legend, when the boundary wall was just broken, the stray strands of the fall was high when he wanted to go to the heaven. Later, the White Tiger Palace personally created a unique secret treasure, which can protect itself and solve this problem, so now it is very safe to go to the heaven. Almost nothing will happen. Unless you do it yourself, we'll do it in the boundary. Almost a breathing time, when everyone appeared again, they had already reached the heaven. A power different from the power of the earth follows. This force is much gentler than the realm, not as violent as the realm. Among them, only Gong Miaoyi had never been to the heavens. For the first time, he felt the power of the heavens. It was a bit strange, and he couldn't help but mobilize the forces around him to gather his body. "Don't try, just wait for you to practice." Jian Wushuang was a little speechless, but there were many people around him. Gong Miaoyi's appearance of having never seen the world made him faceless. Although it is easy for the heavens to enter the earth, the location of the boundary wall is still established in Zhongzhou, the headquarters of the White Tiger Palace. The celestial palace of the elders was at odds with the White Tiger Hall. This is a well-known thing. Wu Zue took them and left directly instead of staying at the headquarters of the White Tiger Hall. Of course, none of the people in the White Tiger Palace came out to say hello, they were all gloomy faces. Gong Miao was curiously watching everything on the road. Privately speaking, Jian Wushuang said, "This is the temple headquarters. What you see is only a part. As far as I know, the real White Tiger Palace can be changed. This place should be just the old nest of the heavens." Jian Wushuang once heard Lord Shan talk about the four halls, which are four pieces refined by the gods. The supreme treasure of the universe is a treasure that is no weaker than the beasts. Chapter 5450. Although this old nest looks very strict and constructed by countless treasures, its power is a lot worse. Moreover, there are not as many emperors here as there are in Taiwu City, and they may also be top-level powerhouses, a little more than here. Just as they were going around and going to the super-teleportation formation and headed directly to the Yuan Palace, a middle-aged man in a black Chinese robe walked out of the side hall. This man Jian Wushuang has seen him. He had seen him once when he was in Beishan's city and heard the name of the other party. Wide-eyed Tianzuan, the true core member of the God of Discord, who has followed the existence of God of Discord. Only when he saw these people, Guangmu Tianzan's face sank, and like the others in the White Tiger Palace, he was very disgusted with the people in the Yuan Lao Palace. But when I saw Jian Wushuang, he was surprised. "It's you?" Guangmu Tianzuan recognized Jian Wushuang. At first, he paid special attention to Jian Wushuang because of the board on Jian Wushuang's thumb. Jian Wushuang obviously felt that the other party was talking to him, and then bent and clasped his fists. "Junior Jian Wushuang, I have seen Guangmu Tianzuan." Wu Zue, who was walking in front, had intended to pretend not to see it, but Guangmu spoke and he had to stop. In any case, he was the confidant of Qishan at the beginning. Although the so-called One Messenger and the General are errands, the General Masters of the universe have to stand aside in the battle at the level of the gods, and only a few gods are the right arms of the gods. However, these errands should not be underestimated. They tend to be closer to the gods. Normally, it is difficult for some cosmos masters to see the gods. However, these people are always by the gods. In other words, that is also supreme glory. Guangmu Tianzuan is also an arrogant generation, and he has no good impressions of the looted coolies in the Senate Palace. But for the inheritors, he is the same as Wu Zue, who pays great attention to it. That is the future of the Temple of Qishan. So he is very gentle with Jian Wushuang. "You can come back, I must be very happy, Lord Jinling." The wide-eyed voice is gentle, and the serious face rarely leaks a smile. Jian Wushuang respectfully said, "The last time I was killed, I bother you emperors." The last time Guangmu Tianzuan and Bai intercepted King Bai, he knew it, and King Bai also told him later that Bai's law body obviously valued him very much. The Lord of the White One Hall, commanding the four great secret realms, can be said to be the rule of the day. The deity guards the realm. Other Dharmakayas are also very important. There are only 2 Dharmakayas in the heavens. When I first intercepted the White King, if the White Tiger Palace had the main body of law that killed him, he would be able to leave the White King at his peak. However, the White Tiger Palace controls the overall situation and generally does not move. In Temple of Qi, there are not only 4 secret realms. There are also many secret realms such as the Bloodthirsty Continent and the Primitive World. There are still many old monsters in some secret realms. The White Tiger Palace also has to guard against these old guys. Of course, the true spirit has recovered now, and those old guys generally don't dare to invade the 4 secret realms. It's not annoying. It's just that some people have short legs. Otherwise, you won't be taken away by King White. It's good to be able to come back. This time, it's better to come to the White Tiger Temple. There are still some treasures in Zhongzhou where you can go to practice. Guangmu Tianzuan sat in front of Wu Zuo's slow speed. Since he knew that Wu Zue was expelled by Zhenling, he even looked down on Wu Zue a bit. In ancient times, there were many disciples of Qishan. Especially the registered disciples, the identity of the registered disciples at the beginning was mediocre, not as good as their messengers. Is just a good name. There are hundreds of direct disciples of Qixin, and many of them are at the master level of the universe. Wuzhou was only the top strength at the beginning, and he was not too conspicuous in the top. He was regarded as the top power in the top, not the peak. There is still potential. It took a long time for Wuzhou to worship the god of Qixin. Before he reached the level of absolute peak, the chance of rising later was very slim. The most important thing is that the rest of the disciples followed Qixin into the tomb of the gods, but one named disciple in Wuzhou was still alive. This is a thorn. Guanmu Tianzuan also has this thorn in his heart. He is a messenger and a guard, and the gods have fallen. His guard is still alive, and it is just as shameful. So the two of them looked down on each other. Facing the wide-eyed ridicule, Wuzhou couldn't bear it, and immediately said, "This will not bother you, broad-eyed Tianzuan. The place of cultivation in my palace is not worse than Zhongzhou." "Really? I heard that your Senate palace didn't find even a complete brick that was scoured in the northern border." "There are indeed many treasures," Guanmu Tianzuan sneered. The veterans in the Senate palace were so poor and scared that they had just gained some power and exploited the northern territory wildly, causing unspeakable suffering to those people in the northern territory. Wuzhou has been living outside these years. After a long period of poverty, he also followed up with the search, especially the law enforcement hall often took an unreasonable charge on some sect heads, and then ransacked his home. The emperor was all killed, and all the following emperors caught digging or on the Bingpa mountain in the extreme north. At the beginning, many sects were forced to unite to resist. Wuzhou came forward and seriously injured a strong man, and immediately suppressed the matter. There are only a few strong players in the northern territory. There are only 2 or 3 strong players in the north. Wuzhou's Tao is the perfect original Tao, and he has also practiced the secret method taught by the gods. The superb strength is naturally not comparable to these superb in the secret world. His real body at the beginning can even suppress Guang. This is enough to show that the eyes fight with Baiyi's law bodies. Guangmu Tianzuan is also a top-notch powerhouse, but the Dharma body that can cooperate with Baiyi is still not the opponent of Wuzhou. After Wuzhou's strength was restored, he was already approaching the peak level. In the Qixin temple, in addition to the old monsters that were imprisoned, the 4 great hall masters could overwhelm him. Of course, among the inheritors, Shang can also dominate him. If it is really ranked, it will be about the top 10. Shang's strength is now comparable to that of the 4 great hall masters, and he is the ultimate powerhouse among the absolute tops. If the space reaches the perfect secret Mahayana, no one in the Qixin temple is an opponent of Shang except for the true spirit. This is where the ultimate emperor is terrifying. Some special ones like the 4 great hall masters and mountain monarchs are considered to be the ultimate powerhouses in the extreme, but they still cannot reach the invincible level. In ancient times, the ultimate emperor, the emperor who can reach the level of invincibility, is also very rare, less than the master of the universe. The great emperor Juyin is considered a different kind, a character even stronger than the invincible emperor. Invincible monarch is also invincible among the monarchs. The great Emperor Juyin is a character comparable to the Lord of the Universe. This is why Wuzhou and Guangmu value the inheritors of Apei Wushuang so much. Chapter 54-51. Ordinary inheritors don't care, but a Taoist like Jian Wushuang Huiqing can match the existence of a 4th-order emperor, and it is really possible to reach the level of an invincible emperor in the future when entering the emperor. Especially Huiqing, now Hadao has successfully directly become the 5th-order peak emperor, and his strength is comparable to ordinary 6th-order peak emperors, and he is about to catch up with them in a blink of an eye. The Battle of Shang on the Earth also completely established the position of the first inheritor. Although Fuego has not recovered his strength, he is still a shell of the Lord of the Universe anyway, and can fight against such characters as Fuego. The potential is even greater. What kind of person is Fuego? That is the person who destroyed the 3 Kings' Court, the peerless powerhouse who walked out of the starry sky. was suppressed in the ruins at the beginning, but the of the gods took it personally. The other person is not Fuego's opponent at all. Now Fuego has escaped from the ruins, and it is estimated that he has reunited with the gods. The identity of the has always been a mystery, but now Jian Wushuang has faintly guessed what. I am afraid that the cub that hatched from the dome is the god. Fuego came from the stars, also to save the gods, and was finally suppressed in the Three Kings' court. Now that the two meet, I really don't know what will happen in the future. Regardless of whether the Shadow Sect or the Kimin, they are the minions of the gods. But these things are not something he can intervene, so let Junling have a headache alone. Jian Wushuang, who was sandwiched between Guangmu and Wuzhua, could not be guilty of left or right, did not dare to say anything, and finally left the temple with Wuzhua. Teleported again, they have arrived at the Yuan Palace. It is Qiu Huang who guards the teleportation hall. Ha ha! I have long heard that your kid is still alive, but I didn't expect to meet so soon. Qiu Huang's face was full of smiles. After the recovery, he entered the Palace of the Elders. First his strength was restored, and then he gained a lot of benefits. He was in charge of the teleportation hall and at the same time took care of the entire Northern Territory. Leftist. This time Wuzhua has done a great job in the realm, and maybe he will be promoted to the Palace Lord. At that time, Hall Master Situ Nanxing, he will also be able to transfer to the more popular Law Enforcement Hall, get a law enforcement team leader to work, and get more benefits. Facing this familiar face, Jian Wushuang is more relaxed than ever. Senior Qiu Huang, let's talk back, Jian Wushuang said with a light smile, and he will go to see a palace lord later. This is the Yuan Lao Palace. Naturally, he will go to visit him. In the future, he can prepare to practice here for a period of time. I have received a lot of goods in the Three Kings' court. This time I have to practice hard, especially on the Change Road ladder. He copied everything and everything. This time he can reach the 8th level of the Extreme Road in one fell swoop. There is also the soul, and the improvement of the soul level is also very important. Next is the divine body. Now his basic divine body is too low. With the treasures from Huiqing, his divine body will also be greatly improved. Everything needs to be improved, as well as the ultimate way to explore the Guantian chessboard in Miaoya's body. Guantian chessboard is the strongest treasure he has obtained. There is not one of the treasures that can be ranked in the top 3 in ancient times, and it is related to Xian Yi. He dare not care about it. Jian Wushuang had planned the steps of cultivation one by one in his heart, and when everything settled down, he began to retreat. You wait here first, I will follow Hall Master Wuzhua to visit the Palace Master. Jian Wushuang confessed to Gong Miaoyi, and then followed Wuzhua to the core island of Yuanyang Lake. While flying, he saw the Moying Mountain from a distance, and thought of Shanjun for a while. After entering the temple of Qishan, he met many noble people. From the old horned man, Qiu Huang, to the mountain monarch behind, and even the white monarch. The White King also helped him a lot, especially in terms of insights, which gave him a clear understanding of the ancient times. Although the two have also calculated each other, now the White King has fallen, and everything has turned into fresh water. When passing by Moying Mountain, he saw that many palaces and caves were built on the mountain, and many people were stationed on the top to practice. The current palace of the elders has not only the former elders, but also many emperors of the primitive universe. It has been 100,000 years since the opening of the Qishan temple. Those fifth-order emperors of the primordial realm also rushed back from the long river of time and space, and entered the temple of Qishan one after another. After entering, the true spirit did not rush to let them go to the Tomb Mountain, but let them stay in the Yuan Lao Palace. According to Wuzhua, the intention was to comprehend a secret law. Only the fifth-order emperor who reached the threshold would be treated. Arrange to go to the Tomb Mountain. And if you want to go to the Tomb Mountain, you have to find it yourself, not through the teleportation array. Go to the super teleportation array on the Tomb Mountain. Without the inheritor tokens issued on the Tomb Mountain, it is impossible to transmit there. So those fifth-order emperors are now desperately trying to understand the secret method. Knowing that to go to the Tomb Mountain, At least tier 6 strength is required, so I will fight even harder. Fortunately, the true spirit is not unscrupulous, and has also given a lot of treasures and inheritance. The deeper the understanding of the secret method, the more treasures and inheritance will be obtained to help them improve their realm. Although it is not as good as the cultivation resources on the Tomb Mountain, it is better than none. After a while, the two have arrived on the island at the core of Yuanyang Palace. The last time I came here, it was still primitive after all. Now it has only been 100,000 years, and the changes here can be said to be earth-shaking. Stepping on the bluestone slab on the island, Jian Wushuang felt his body suddenly loosened, and suddenly felt that the whole person was very refreshed, and his origin became more active, which made him play a 12-point spirit. This place is not only an unusual construction, the formation is also the top-level auxiliary and defense-equal-big formation. Wu Zhuo walked in front and smiled and said, "When this place was built, it was built according to the dojo of in the ancient times. Every bluestone slab you step on is transported from the Jutulong mountain in the far north. That's it. A piece of bluestone is more expensive than the most precious, worth tens of thousands of sacred stones." Thousands of sacred stones? Jian Wushuang was stunned. It was too luxurious. A bluestone slab that can just stand next to an ordinary person unexpectedly requires 10,000 sacred stones. This small island is not small. There is a radius of tens of billions of miles. How many bluestone slabs this got? Jian Wushuang gasped at the thought of this. Infinite value! No wonder Guangmu Tianzuan would taunt. This is too luxurious. There is no such extravagance in the White Tiger Palace. I want to come too. The White Tiger Palace rules the 4 secret realms, and it requires too much expenditure. The Senate Palace is different. Many resources are derived from the true spirits. There is also the back garden of the northern border that can be picked at will, just for them. Thousands of emperors, aren't they so luxurious? It's just a bit wasteful. When he arrived at a palace master's hall, Jian Wushuang found that the trees planted outside the hall were ancient plants left over from ancient times. The breath on them could make people happy with their origins. If they were put in the 4 secret realm auctions, none of them. I am afraid that the tens of billions of sacred stones cannot be taken. Chapter 54-52. This was moved from the forest of 10,000 treasures. Wu Zhuo pointed to one of them and said. Jian Wushuang followed and saw that the tree was even more unusual. The above exuding was no longer the original aura, but a unique aura, more like plant life. Just as he kept staring, the trees trembled and opened a pair of eyes. Is really a plant life. Don't be surprised, it's just a nursing home. Wu Zhuo is very calm about all this, because outside his hall, there are also these treasure trees, no less than the palace owner. The 3 palace masters of the Yuanlao Palace, this time the one who brought Jian Wushuang to visit is the Emperor Lu Hua, who is in charge of Yuanyang Lake, the absolute strongest. Is not as good as him in terms of combat power, so he has made a lot of credit in the ancient times, and he has a little status among these veterans. Wu left his heart with a sneer. This time he made a great contribution to the realm, not only allowing the inheritors to get the inheritance of the 3 kings, but also receiving the goods from Broly, the Emperor of Change. This time, he will definitely join the ranks of the palace lord. The veteran Miyamoto is managed by multiple palace owners, and one more is not a big deal. Besides, he has accumulated some manpower now under his command, which is regarded as a firm foothold among those veterans. It will be Palace Master Lu Hua of the Senate Palace who will be meeting later. It's not more nervous. Palace Master Lu Hua treats people very kindly, Wu Zhuo said calmly. Jian Wushuang nodded. He was not nervous, he was just curious about the strength of this luxurious palace lord. After entering the main hall, he looked up and saw a distinguished man in a Chinese robe sitting on the throne. The two spoke together. Palace Lord! Jian Wushuang, the younger generation, met Palace Master Lu Hua. Emperor Lu Hua, above the throne, smiled and said kindly, It's not restrained. I have heard about you. You can stay in Yuan Lao Palace for as long as you want in the future. I will ask someone to give you a token later in Yuanyang. The lake can go in and out of any treasured land for cultivation at will. Thank you, Palace Master, Jian Wushuang said with excitement. Money is not ordinary. The shots are so generous, and you can practice for free in any precious place. Then Emperor Lu Hua paid more attention to his practice, and after talking for about a quarter of an hour, he retired. Because Wu Zun next to him has not spoken, it seems that there is something important to discuss with Emperor Lu Hua. He is not good for an outsider to stay here, so he found an excuse to leave. As soon as he left the hall, there was a third-order emperor waiting for him outside. The third-order emperor is in the Yuan Lao Palace, which belongs to the lowest level. The emperors of the primordial universe, whether they were Tier 1 or Tier 2, have been promoted to the third tier in the Yuan Lao Palace these years, and are responsible for some operations on Yuanyang Lake. The third-order emperor in front of him is one of them. His Royal Highness Wushuang, this is a token from the Palace Lord. Jian Wushuang took the token, and the word Yuan engraved on it was very domineering, using ancient characters. The token itself is a big treasure, and it really is rich. It is also engraved with a Jiajiu on the back of the token, which means that this token has the power of Jiajiu. He has also heard of the hierarchy of the Senate Palace. Jiajiu. This font size is not low. There were only a dozen character veterans in the Yuan Lao Palace at the beginning. Although almost all character veterans have been mentioned in these years, it is generous enough to be able to give him an outsider's character token. The fifth-order emperor probably does not necessarily have it. Jian Wushuang put away the token, thanked him, and then jumped into the air to leave. Jian Wushuang, long time no see! A familiar voice came from behind, causing Jian Wushuang to stop. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "Who is I? So it's you!" The person who spoke from the back soon arrived in front of Jian Wushuang, and the Emperor's aura rose up, directly covering Jian Wushuang's Daojun aura. Overwhelmingly. Boom! Jian Wushuang didn't restrain himself, and immediately blasted out several battles in the future. How is it possible? The visitor was very surprised why Jian Wushuang, a Taoist monarch, had such a strong aura. Jian Wushuang looked at each other with condensed eyebrows, and said coldly, "What's impossible? If you can tear the sky and become the emperor, can I suppress the emperor?" That person was the Daojun who had some connection with him, but he should be called Emperor Jintian now. And he is also a Tier 4 top emperor. It seems that these years, tearing the soul of the sky is good. Wanqing was so strong at the beginning, and it was only the fourth-order peak after becoming the emperor. This tearing day is almost catching up with Wanqing, and I am afraid it can be ranked in the top 1,000 in the Tomb Mountain. On the Tomb Mountain, there are only a few people who have broken through the emperor in recent years, and not everyone can break through and become the fourth-order peak. Most of them still become the third-order emperor after the breakthrough, and then break through to become the fourth-order emperor after the solid state. In just 100,000 years, he has gone from being a Taoist monarch to the point he is today. He is also considered a great lucker. After all, he doesn't have the kind of talent and potential like Wanqing. You are still as arrogant as before, but unfortunately you are just a Taoist. Tering Tianmu sneered. Really? Jian Wushuang regretted not slaughtering this person in Huangqing, only that he didn't realize his importance at the beginning. If the tearing sky had been slaughtered in the first place, I am afraid that the true spirit would not embarrass him too much. Now letting the sky grow up, the opponent is a Tier 4 top emperor. This is not the kind of half-slap Tier 4 emperor. I am afraid it can be comparable to the fifth-order emperor of the 4 great secret realms. But this strength is not enough to be arrogant in front of him. After the breath of overwhelmed the opponent, Jian Wu's eyes leaked a trace of killing intent. Just when the two were in a stalemate, a sixth-order emperor flashed up in the distance. Presumptuous, this is Yuanyang Lake, no fight. The old man had a serious face, and when he discovered that Jian Wushuang was just a Taoist monarch, he even more arrogantly reprimanded. Akayaningshu. Calm, he didn't care about it, and even leaked a smile. Because the old man in front of you is his master. 100,000 years ago, after he came down from the Tomb Mountain, he reached the heavens and worshipped a sixth-order emperor in the Yuan Lao Palace as his teacher. Although as an inheritor, he can also be a teacher. Can also be regarded as finding a backer for himself. This sixth-order emperor is the head of the Fushou Hall of the Senate Palace. He has a high status. Although not as powerful as the law enforcement party, he is also a hall owner. An ordinary inheritor really dare not presumptuous in front of him. Jian Wushuang is different, regardless of identity or character. This predecessor, you come to reprimand you without asking questions, is this unfair? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The old man pointed to his nose to scold him as soon as he came, but he didn't even look at the tearing sky on the side. It is clear that the tearing of the sky came first to provoke him. The hall master of Fushaotang didn't expect Jian Wushuang to refute, and was furious at the moment. Arrogant, this is Yuanyang Lake. If you don't follow the rules, you dare to speak ruthlessly. Where is the person from the law enforcement hall? Send this person to the purgatory of Moin Mountain during the suppression. 100,000 years. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-53 Suppress for 100,000 years. Still purgatory. Jian Wushuang was completely angry. Although he didn't know the relationship between the other party and the Tier Sky, he obviously had an unusual relationship with the Tier Sky. This was causing him trouble. Fu Shou Tang's main hall had just finished speaking, and there was a dry cough from below. Brother Tai, you are very angry, was speaking from Wu Zue, who had just walked out of the hall. Hall Master Fu Shou saw that it was Wu Zue. His face darkened, and he said with a smile, Since Hall Master Wu Zue is also there, it would be even better. This child is not abiding by the rules of the Law Enforcement Hall. According to the rules of the Hall of Purgatory, it's not too much to serve 10,000 years in prison. The rules are set by several palace masters, so naturally they are not excessive. Wu Zue jumped into the sky and came to a few people, but his figure was standing beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sighed in relief after seeing Wu Zue, and whispered, Hall Master! Wu waved his hand to the left, interrupting him, and then said, Tai Lao-san, don't think that you have your eldest brother to support you, and I dare not move you. As soon as I said this, the temperature in the surrounding space dropped. Wu Zue's face is even more cold, as if he is about to kill at any time. I just got angry with Emperor Lu Hua for failing to negotiate in the main hall. And now a Fushaotang Hall Master dared to ride on his head. If it weren't for the rules, he could slap him to death with one slap. What is it? Directed him to arrest people, and arrested his own people. Tai-san is not to be outdone. This is Yuanyang Lake. He dare not make a bet on Wu Zue. Although Wu Zue is the chief of law enforcement, his faction has not dealt with Wu Zue. He has been offended long ago, and it is not bad this time. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall, are you going to openly resist the law? Tai-san sneered, and also raised his momentum, secretly contesting with Wu Zue. But this time, he made a wrong bet. Wu Zue didn't do anything, but a violent aura was condensed into a pole by him, and he rushed directly into Tai-san's body and exploded. And Tai-san let out a muffled grunt, then pointed at Wu Zue furiously. Dare you do it? Do it? Wu Zue laughed. I'm going to do it. Your eldest brother is here and he has died 100 times. In the distance, the sky changed. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared in the air, and said majestically, Enough, triathlon. Big brother. Tai-san was a little unconvinced, and lost face in front of the juniors. He couldn't get off the stage for a while. But as Wu Zue said, he really wants to do it. His eldest brother is no match for him. In the end, he could only pass by Wu Zue with the tearing sky, and arrived next to the black-robed man. The black-robed man stared at Wu Zue and said calmly, Brother Wu Zue, don't you think that what you just said was too full? As soon as the voice fell, an invisible giant hand stretched out, and he secretly competed with Wu Zhuo. But it seems that neither of them suffers. That's just a little trick. I really want to do it. You are the first to lie down. Wu Zhuo's expression was gloomy. The opponent's aura is very strong and domineering, but the true theory of strength has touched the top level, and he is still some distance away. Among the three masters of the Yuan Palace, the strongest is Qing Niu, and then Emperor Lu Hua. He knows the strength of Emperor Lu Hua best. The two were once brothers and are most familiar with each other. Tai San's eldest brother, Iron Sword, also known as Chang Feng Sword God, was the weakest. It was not Lu Hua who asked him to support Chang Feng Sword God, and the other party was not qualified to be the palace master. Now ran out to pretend to be a master. Originally this time he had a chance to attack the palace lord's position, but was secretly run by Qing Niu and Chang Feng, and it was suppressed. Now I see the other party. I feel like a fire. Although from the outside world, Taitong is one piece, the internal struggle is not small at all, and even fighting is about to start. King Niu's method is the most brilliant. This time it provoked the confrontation between Lu Hua and Chang Feng, and he sat on the side to gather the power of the fishermen. In terms of strength, Qing Niu is the top powerhouse among the best, and even almost reaching the peak, not much different from Wu Zhuo. On means, it is even more unique. Lu Hua and Chao Feng once united, but now they have all been resolved. And Lu Hua hates the villain Chang Feng more than Wu Zhuo than Qing Niu. This is the clever means. Hey Wu Zhuo, you are now the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, and you have to remember your identity. Chang Feng's sword god sneered, leaving a sentence leading Tai San and tearing the sky away. The black teeth are itchy, but they can only be incompetent and furious. In the ancient times, he felt this anger there. Ugh! Jian Wushuang was slightly silent on the side, feeling that Wu Zhuo was also quite pitiful, and apologized. Hall Master Wu Zhuo, am causing you trouble. It has nothing to do with you. I am the one who caused you. I have some grudges with Chang Feng, otherwise I won't provoke you for no reason. Wu Zhuo shook his head. Then he continued. By the way, you don't need to pay attention to these people. You are the inheritor valued by Lord True Spirit. They dare not do anything to you. This is my token of communication. Just ask me if I have something to do. Go early if I'm not here. Situ, he can help you too. Thanks. Jian Wushuang took the token. Wu Zhuo didn't say much, he just left. How could he be such a willing person? I am afraid that he will have to plan the position of the palace lord this time. Looking at the other person's back, Jian Wushuang felt that Wu Zhuo was also very pitiful. Was expelled, run on, and finally comforted in the Senate Palace. It was him who went to the battle to kill the enemy, but he was cut off when he was promoted and made fortune. The brilliance of the past has been a glimpse, but it must be stronger. If Wu Zhuo is the pinnacle of the peak, I am afraid that Chang Feng would not dare to be so arrogant. At that level, if you want to improve, it is not so easy. The potential of resource treasures is indispensable. Jian Wushuang shook his head, no longer thinking about this. He walked the way of heaven, is not suitable for him. It is useless to think more. What he has to do now is to improve himself, lay a solid foundation, and prepare for harmony. I hate less when the book is used. There are a lot of treasures spent on cultivation without a backing. Where can I get them? Especially Wu Zhuo, who are extremely strong, ordinary treasures are useless to them. If you want to obtain more powerful resources, you have to sit in a high position. The master of the Yuan Lao Palace is obviously not enough. After becoming the lord of the palace, he will get more resources. But the resource is just one piece, divided into 3 parts. No one wants to spit it out and divide it into a black one. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has not reached that point now. Now he has a lot of treasures, enough to support him in his cultivation to consummation. Means there are a lot of treasures needed when you are in harmony, some of which are extremely expensive treasures, which are difficult to find in the 4 secret realms. If you are on the Toon God Mountain, I am afraid that you don't need to worry about it. The true spirit will prepare for him. but the problem now is that he can't go to the Tomb God Mountain. He also thought about finding a few strong men to him to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, but the cost of this is not small. It is better to wait for the success of the combination and rely on your own strength. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-54. I am afraid that True Spirit is also planning this. He really needs to find a few Sixth-Order Peak Emperors to take him to the Tomb Mountain. That is really shameful, and he will not get too good training if he goes there. You have to rely on yourself. Next he will have to stay here for a while. The Yuan Lao Palace has changed a lot now, and he has to consult Xiao Huang first. Back to the teleportation hall. Gong Miaoyi was still there waiting for him. You wait here for a while, I'll go in and visit the senior. Jian Wushuang finished speaking and walked into the hall. Gong Miaoyi's thinking is very simple. When he comes to the world, he uses Jian Wushuang to stand firm, and then looks for his father. Her current strength of the Fifth Order Peak Emperor, mobilizing the power of blood to search in the heavens, is not looking for a needle in a haystack. The cause and effect between blood is very strong, and it is a matter of time to find it. The premise is that she must be in the heaven. When she was in the realm, no matter how strong she was, she couldn't sense blood causation. Jian Wushuang knew what she was thinking, and didn't break it. Since he was by his side, he couldn't be idle. The breakthrough point of Kendo might be Gong Miaoyi. After entering the teleportation hall, Qiu Huang's Dharma body was closing his eyes on the throne to rest. Senior Qiu Huang, Jian Wushuang said respectfully. Qiu Huang opened his eyes slightly, and said calmly, Have you seen Palace Master Lu Hua? How did you know that it was Palace Master Lu Hua? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. He knew that there were several palace masters in the Yuan Lao Palace. How could Qiu Huang know who he was seeing? After another thought, Jian Wushuang understood. Qiu Huang also saw his speculation, and did not shy away. There are only a few people in the Yuan Lao Palace, and you know what it is like to fart. What is this? The superpower ranked in the top 2 of the 4 secret realms was said to be worthless by Qiu Huang, and Jian Wushuang felt that Qiu Huang was floating. If the old man with horns drifted away, he could understand that he was a scarce talent in ancient times. Now he has broken through the Sixth Order Emperor, and drifting is normal. But Qiu Huang is still a Fifth Order Emperor, and his position in the palace of the old man, if said to be uglier, is just a watchman. How can he be like this? Seeing Jian Wushuang's thoughts, Qiu Huang smiled lightly. Hey kid, don't look down on the old man. Do you know that the entire Northern Territory teleportation array is in my hands? The entire northern border? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. From this point of view, Qiu Huang's position is more special than he imagined, and it is powerful enough. Is responsible for the entire Northern Territory's teleportation formation. There is a lot of oil and water in it. I am afraid that many people are coveting this position. Qiu Huang can sit here and obviously has a lot of backing. The junior is ignorant. Qiu Huang gave him a blank look and continued. It doesn't matter if you are ignorant, we old guys have gone to the end, we will only fight for that little resource, otherwise there is no pursuit, and it will be worse. This statement is also very reasonable. If an emperor has no desires, he is basically not far from death, and his mind will collapse sooner or later. Forget it, I won't tell you this. What are your plans for coming to the heavens this time? Qiu Huang bypassed the previous topic. He was quite curious that Jian Wushuang came to the heavens as soon as he appeared. Now many inheritors are wandering in the realm, where there are more opportunities and more fights, and they can temper themselves best. The heavens are the same as before. The rebellion in various places does not require the inheritors to do it. The Senate Palace and the White Tiger Palace have enough power to suppress them. With a wave of his hand, Jian Wushuang took out a note and placed it in front of Qiu Huang. Then he sat cross-legged across from Qiu Huang and said bluntly, We are drinking and talking. I brought this wine to seniors from the land boundary. In fact, he didn't know that he had collected the drinks from the unlucky emperor himself, but the value was not low, at least hundreds of millions in value, and the average fifth-order emperor really didn't dare to spend so much. Qiu Huang rolled up his sleeves, took the wine that Jian Wuxuang poured, and frowned when he smelled it. "Boy, it looks like you have been mixed up all these years." As he said, he took out an ordinary jug from his mustard seeds, then uncorked the cork, and a blast of flames gushed out from it. That breath made Jian Wuxuang a little stressed. With the origin of fire in the wine, it was the first time Jian Wuxuang saw him. "Taste this fire fruit wine!" Qiu Huang pointed. Jian Wuxuang was not polite. He poured a cup and took a sip, leaving a tingling sensation in his mouth. It was just a mouthful, which made him feel a little dizzy. Qiu Huang saw this, grinned and said, "Haha, this fire fruit wine is strong enough. How is this refined?" Jian Wuxuang wiped the corner of his mouth. Thanks. It was refined by the Yan Sanman Nagami. It was refined and distributed to several hall masters. This was given to me by a hall master. Its value can be comparable to an eternal treasure." Qiu Huang was a little proud of it. Although his position is not high, but his position is special, even the hall master will intentionally flatter him. Jian Wuxuang was completely dumbfounded. A jug of wine is comparable to an eternal treasure. Is there any reason for this? He understands Wuxue thoroughly now. Is this the privilege of big shots? A pot of wine can be comparable to an eternal treasure. After speaking, he felt that after he took such a sip, the origin of the flame began to rise slowly, and then it began to erupt. Took a sip, at least his flame origin rose by a large amount, faster than when he was copying on the change road ladder. Change to say, 7,462, what descended was the origin of the flame. After he copied it, the origin of the flame has improved a lot, but it's not as good as the sip of wine he just drank. If the one of the three kings knew about it, he would have cursed Qiu Huang, the prodigal son. Do not. The entire senior patriarch's palace is a prodigal. Is too extravagant. Bakanshu. Calm, no wonder he disliked the drinks he took out, which made him a little embarrassed. Came to ask others for advice and made Qiu Huang so expensive. Come on, don't be stunned and talk while drinking. Qiu Huang didn't care. Although this wine is unusual, it still doesn't make him feel distressed. Jian Wuxuang quickly picked up the hip flask and poured it on Qiu Huang. After the two touched a glass, they slowly said, "This time in the celestial realm, it may take a long time. I am ready to join hands." Hadao? Qiu Huang was stunned for a moment, and said in amazement, "Hadao, don't you go to the Tomb Mountain?" Speaking of Jian Wuxuang's pain point, he also wants to go to the Tomb Mountain, but he can't go back. After drinking the wine in one sip, Jian Wuxuang said vaguely, "No more, he'll do it again after he Dao." Qiu Huang turned his eyes as if he understood something, and did not ask carefully. "Then you will stay in the Senate Palace for cultivating. It is not too bad here. With your current strength, it is not difficult to get along." Qiu Huang turned away from the topic and said comfortingly. Jian Wuxuang took the opportunity to ask, "The Yuan Lao Palace has indeed undergone a lot of changes since the last time, but I don't know where it has changed. Is there a treasure place suitable for my kind of Taoist cultivation?" https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-55. The Yuan Lao Palace has not only extorted a lot of treasures from the White Tiger Hall, but also transferred a lot from the Vermilion Bird Hall. Some of the more special things in the northern border, either robbed or cheated, have all gotten to Yuanyang Lake. In the cultivation environment, there is no such thing as the Tomb's Sacred Mountain. There is really no one suitable for Daojun. You know, although the Yuan Lao Palace has begun to recruit the powerhouses of the four secret realms, we started by recruiting some internal members of Tier 3 and above, and the outer members are not eligible to enter Yuanyang Lake. Yes, I don't have the right to live in This is the same regardless of whether it is the Senator Palace or the White Tiger Palace. The members of the inner circle can enjoy some of the resources. The periphery is to spend money to do things, and they don't even need to spend any price. Those outlying members just find a backer, and it's good if you don't send money to the Yuan Palace. Xiao Huang paused, and then said, "However, I don't think your strength is weak. Some places are suitable for you to cultivate. Some places are indeed not suitable for Daojun, but you are not an ordinary Daojun. Your strength, I'm afraid it can be compared to the fourth order peak now. Almost." Jian Wushuang was very humble. He was afraid to tell some jealousy about his true strength. A Taoist, comparable to a fifth order emperor, does that emperor still have a face to live? Xiao Huang nodded and analyzed. "Based on your strength, I will roughly give you some suggestions. There are 3 main roads in Yuanyang Lake that are suitable for you to practice. Fenyang Island, where you can meditate and moisturize your soul. You can go there for a while before you break through the retreat. The second is Moin Mountain. You should understand this better. You can feel the universe origin of the magic sound and enlighten the mountain top. This is very suitable for you and the first choice for tempering the origin." Xiao Huang's tone changed, and his expression was serious. "This last one is not only suitable for you, but also suitable for everyone. There is a North Tower on Yuanyang Island, the core island of Yuanyang Lake, which was mobilized by Master Zhenling himself. It is a treasure of the universe, which also has the origin of the universe, and it is the origin of the universe. The origin of the entire universe." Jian Wushuang didn't care much at first. He even had the treasure of the universe, the treasure of time and space, and he really didn't like it. But when he heard that it was the origin of the entire universe, his heart moved. Watching the sky chessboard, he can't even figure out the chess pieces, and it won't help him much for the time being. It's not as intuitive as the origin of the universe. Xiao Huang smiled triumphantly when he saw his shock. "Yes, for the complete origin of the universe, I suggest you go to all 3 places in the order I said. It will help you a lot." "Good." Jian Wushuang nodded. "I have to remind you of one more thing. The Senate Palace is a bit different now. If you have an acquaintance in the White Tiger Palace, you should contact less in the future, especially in the Senate Palace." Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment. He had no acquaintances in the White Tiger Hall. But since Xiao Huang reminded him, he naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. "This is external, you will understand in the future. Do you have something to know internally? The 3 palace masters of the Yuan Lao Palace, you know that I and Yang Sanmo are from the side of the Qingyo Palace Master, and Wu Zhua and Lu Hua are in the same group. The Palace Master of Changfeng and the people of Fu Shou Tang belong to the same faction. You have to distinguish between these people, otherwise, even if you are an inheritor, you will suffer a hidden loss." This Jian Wushuang has a deep understanding. When Xiao Huang said this, he leaked a hint of smile. "You know, there are many inheritors of the Tomb Mountain, those Taoists of the same class as you, and now many of them have turned their heads and entered the palace of the old after they succeeded. A few went to the 4 great halls. The reason is self-evident. The Senator Palace is supported by the true spirit. The emperors trained on the Tomb God Mountain originally entered the Qilong Temple according to the process, but they all entered the Senate Palace. There is no true spirit behind it. Who dares to do so? Bold. The key is the tilt of resources. The Azure Dragon Palace is on the bloodthirsty continent. There is the back garden of the Azure Dragon Palace. It is incomparable to the 4 great secret realms. The bloodthirsty continent is quite big. Although it is an ancient continent, it does not have any ancient aura and has very little inheritance. The bloodthirsty continent is basically going to provide for the elderly. It is better to choose the White Tiger Hall or the Vermilion Bird Hall. The 2 also have the meaning of expansion. The rules have been broken, and if you don't accept it, you won't accept it. The Vermilion Bird Palace is also short of people nowadays. A universe tester, it will not take a long time to finish the screening. They still go to other cosmic limits to plunder and die an immortal. If it hadn't been for other universes to reject the Temple of Qishan, the real spirit would have plundered the ultimate Taoist monarchs one by one. Yuan Lao Gong broke this rule because of the inclined resources, and there is still a lot of room for development. Being a coolie in the White Tiger Temple is not much good. The Palace of the Elders is different, with fewer people and more resources. A resource from the north is instilled. As long as the Inheritor Emperor who descends from the Tomb God Mountain arrives at the Yuan Lao Palace, he will be upgraded to another level. How is this not attractive? It's like after tearing the sky to approve the master of Fushaotang. When he first broke through, he was still the third-tier peak, and when he came to the Yuan Lao Palace, he was the fourth-tier top. On the Tomb God Mountain, there are more mediocre aptitudes like tearing the sky. In the first 30 years, more than 10,000 inheritors were selected. Even if the number decreases in the follow-up, 100,000 years later, I am afraid the Tomb God Mountain will have tens of millions of inheritors. The ultimate Taoist, there are only more than 2,000 points. There are only a few who become the emperor. The genre of cultivating the 10,000 ways, those who follow the route of the body, and those who follow some special avenues are even rarer than the ultimate way. In addition to these, there are tens of millions of second-rank origin Daojun. These people have improved fast, and now there are thousands of people who have succeeded in Kotao. Especially the first batch of inheritors, there are thousands of people who have succeeded together. During the trial period, there are 1,000 people who can become Dao monarchs, and the weakest ones after joining the Dao are the third-order emperors, and it is a matter of time to become the fourth-order emperor. If even the fourth-order emperor can make it, most of them will be screened out. There really is that kind of aptitude that is too ordinary, and the Empress Qingdi can't get along in the Temple of Qixin. With so many resources smashed down, it is indeed impossible to be a fourth-order emperor. Of course, some people become emperors, and some people fall because of their harmony. Although there is a complete He Dao inheritance in the Tomb God Mountain, there is only a little help for the existence of those who are more against the sky. Out of 100 Dao monarchs, it's not bad to have 20% success in the Dao. In the ultimate way, more than 90 Dao monarchs joined the Dao, and finally succeeded a few people, which is considered high. After becoming an emperor, it is not the ultimate way, or those special origin ways, usually go down the mountain to the temple of the earth, or go to the palace of the elder in the heaven. Find a powerful emperor to apprentice, and after having a backing, walk sideways in the 4 secret realms to plunder resources. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-56. Today's 4 secret realms have become the Colosseum of the inheritors. In the past, the inheritors were very mysterious, and the number of them was sparse. After 100,000 years, the figures of the inheritors could not be said to be everywhere, but they did not have the mystery and deterrence of the past. Even some strong men found that they would not be chased after killing the inheritors, so they became bolder. Will not be as cautious as before. Of course, the premise is that the difference in strength cannot be too large. A 6th-order emperor is going to deal with a 4th-order inheritor. This is not justified. It is okay not to be discovered. If someone is discovered, the temple will also be blacklisted, and will be wanted if he is not hunted down. Of course, this is the case in the heavens, but there is no such treatment in the earth. The White Tiger Palace in the realm, the gods are hard to protect. There is no time to avenge the inheritors. The change is so fast. Jian Wushuan groaned. Inheritor, from the baby bumps at the beginning to the rotten street, he had expected it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. That's it for 100,000 years. After millions of years, tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, and even a few epochs, after cultivating countless emperors and powerful people, these 4 secret realms may be self-defeating and do not need to be suppressed by the White Tiger Palace, and they will be directly occupied by the inheritors. But it depends on how many resources are on the tomb's sacred mountain, and how much can be cultivated by squandering the emperor. Qiu Huang grinned, drinking a little dizzy. No matter where you are, you must stand in line, You can remember, I want to say more about the other old men. Jian Wushuang got up and saluted respectfully. Chatted with Zhou Huang for a long time before leaving. He has to pay attention. Is in the Senate Palace after all. Although he is the ultimate Taoist, he is more special than other inheritors, but he can't be careless. The key is that he doesn't have the identity token on the Tomb Mountain, and he doesn't know where the special is. Fortunately, Emperor Lu Hua wooed him and gave him a token with the letter A, so he could walk freely on Yuanyang Lake. Since he has received the token, he can be regarded as embarking on the ship of Emperor Lu Hua. He has a clean relationship with Wu Zhua. But his goal is not to stay in the Senate. The ultimate way, whether you are an emperor or a Taoist, can obtain a lot of resources in the Tomb Mountain. There is no need to enter the Senate Palace or the Fourth Hall like others. After leaving the teleportation hall, she saw Miaoyi sitting cross-legged under a tree of spirits outside the door, cultivating silently. So hard. Jian Wushuang stepped closer and said calmly, "This Gong Miaoyi's aptitude is not ordinary. If he recommends and tells Wu Zhua, Gong Miaoyi will be able to enter the tomb's sacred mountain with the foundation of the ultimate kendo in his body." Gong Miaoyi opened her glamorous eyes and saw Jian Wushuang quickly get up. "The power here is very strong, especially this spiritual tree, which is much faster than some treasure places in the earth. The treasure you mentioned is probably not as valuable as this tree." Jian Wushuang held back his smile, and then said, "Let's go, take you to see what is a top-level training room." After finishing speaking, she took Gong Miaoyi into the sky. In addition to the dojo that Zhou Huang said, he had to find a place to stay. Yuanyang Lake, Thunder Island. A place for elders to practice. There are thousands of cave houses here, specially prepared for the elders of the name A. After Jian Wushuang took Gong Miaoyi to Thunder Island, he first went to a hall in charge of Thunder Island. Showed the token. The guard who was guarding here was a little surprised, but the gentleman Jian Wushuang greeted him in. "My lord, these 4 caves are free, you can choose at will." The guard pointed to the 4 hidden caves in midair and introduced. These guards are all emperors of the 4 secret realms, each of them is the 4th Order Peak Emperor, but they are willing to do the work of servants in Yuanyang Lake. Repair the cave and guard the courtyard. It is still too much from the palace of the elders, otherwise a dignified 4th Order Peak Emperor would call a Taoist an adult. Kun 9th Cave Mansion, this one is the choice. Jian Wushuang pointed to the cave mansion near the coast. The guard respectfully handed over the small banner that controls the formation of the cave. After getting the flag, Jian Wushuang uncovered a mustard seed and threw it to the guard. "This is the sacred stone needed to live for millions of years. Although it is only developed for brand elders, there is still a fee. And the price is very expensive. 10,000 years need 100 million sacred stones. Million years is a blink of an eye for the 6th Order Emperor, but the 6th Order Emperor can't get tens of billions of sacred stones in a blink of an eye. But the 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan Lao Palace is different. The real body of the old man with horns controls an ancient country on the ground, and he can take out as many sacred stones as he wants. This is the abundant financial resources of the 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan Lao Palace." After paying the sacred stone, he manipulated the small flag, opened a hole in the formation, and flew in with Gong Miaoyi. The guard slightly counted the sacred stone, and when he looked at Jian Wushuang's back, he leaked envious eyes. A Taoist priest took out such a sacred stone without blinking his eyes. The point is that it is outrageous for a Taoist monarch to take out the size token. Especially with an emperor who was stronger than him, he couldn't see through at least the 5th Order Emperor, and looking at his appearance made him even shiver even as an emperor. This kind of character is not something he can offend. Just look at it. How dare to look more, I can only envy him. After entering the formation, the appearance of this cave is much different from the outside world. The entrance of Dongfu is close to the beach. There are many strange spiritual trees planted around. Various kinds of exotic fruits can be seen everywhere. Tens of millions of fruits from the outside world can be eaten here. Looking at it this way, the tens of billions of sacred stone flowers are not at all lost. Gong Miaoyi's eyes are hot. She is now worthy enough, But she has just made a fortune, and her concept has not been changed yet. Seeing these ordinary treasures, some can't walk. Let's go in and take a look. Jian Wushuang carried his hands on his back. There was nothing special outside. He was even more curious about what was inside. After entering the cave, there is a spacious corridor first, with exquisite murals painted on the walls on both sides, which contains the origin of painting. The power contained in these origins makes people look yearning and is very helpful to spiritual consciousness, and will not make the practitioners who have been retreating for a long time feel depressed. From this point of view, the construction of this cave mansion cost not only expensive treasures, but also some details. Gong Miaoyi followed Jian Wushuang and looked around, also shocked by the degree of luxury here. In fact, when she was in the realm, she was regarded as the emperor's level, and she had a wide range of knowledge, and the things that could be seen were only the envy of the fourth-order emperor. And the structure and environment here can make the sixth-order emperor amazed. Through the corridor, there is a huge pale blue hall. The two entered the hall and saw the layout in it. They were even more daunted. Some did not dare to step forward. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-57. The core of the cave, the central hall. The arrangement here makes Jian Wushuang, who is quite knowledgeable, feel incredible. The surrounding walls are covered with bronze glazed cups, which are usually the utensils used by the sixth-order emperor when he arranges the cave mansion. This Jian Wushuang is not very surprised. But the open flames contained in the lamps are the origins of a series, and the origin of the universe. Although it is only a trace, all the lamps in the hall can be added together, and there are hundreds of them. I am afraid that the sixth-order emperor will go bankrupt, and this value will not be possible. This is just a cave. I'm afraid there are all cave houses on this island. Is a bit wasteful. If the origin of such a huge universe was swallowed by him, it would be a small problem for the extreme path to reach its peak. In addition to the lamps, the walls are also inlaid with expensive original sacred stone, which is the cosmic sacred stone. The sacred stone they used was condensed by the emperor and contained the power of space. And the sacred stone condensed by the Lord of the universe is the sacred stone containing the power of time. There is a big gap. This kind of sacred stone was also the hard currency of the top powerhouse back then. A time sacred stone can be exchanged for an almost eternal treasure. Gong Miaoyi, who was following behind him, saw everything in front of him, and didn't know how to slap her feet. She was stunned. Jian Wushuang made a gesture of asking, and said calmly, "Next I won't go out for about 10,000 years. You have to get used to it." He came to the heavens, and he came to Hadao. This time he received a lot of goods. With the help of the Guantian chessboard, he can raise his extreme path to the 8th level. Ultimate Kendo can also use Gong Miaoyi's Kendo origin to rise to the 8th level. Then there is the divine body. The treasures Hui Qing gave him, and the vines he got can make his divine body soar. Who? Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the luxurious futon at will. His heart began to calm down in an instant, and his origin began to rise gradually. Retreat here, at least 1,000 times faster than outside cultivation, and there is still time flow in the cave to adjust. Jian Wushuang manipulated the formation method to control the time flow rate at 10,000 times the level. 1 year here, the outside world is 10,000 years. Qiu Huang recommended several training venues for him. He didn't rush to go. He still raised his strength to the top at the moment, and it was never too late to go. In the distance, Gong Miaoyi found a futon and sat down at random. Jian Wushuang split a divine mind into her body. As long as Gong Miaoyi keeps practicing, he can also absorb the mystery of Kendo from the source of the opponent. This kind of cultivation is somewhat different from double cultivation. Will be faster than Xuanxiu. His Kendo origin has now reached the 8th level, and he has to quickly upgrade to the 8th level to complete his plan for the future. Gong Miaoyi did not resist either, she also had a request. "Jian Wushuang, don't forget what you promised." Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in front, did not speak but nodded slightly, took out some auxiliary treasures and began to immerse himself in the source. Gong Miaoyu's request is very simple, but he entrusted him to find his father. Although there is no name or surname, it is not difficult to find based on the appearance and some deeds left by Gong Miaoyu's mother. Although there are many emperors in the heavens, there are not as many emperors as there are mortals. Let alone emperors, even Taoists can find each other based on some deeds and appearance. When entered here, he told Qiu Huang about the incident. Qiu Huang is in charge of the central power and the northern border. It is too easy to find an emperor, but I don't know if Gong Miaoyu's father is in the northern border. If he is in other borders, it will be a little tricky. Fortunately, the lifespan of a practitioner is almost infinite. 10,000 years, millions of years, and even several epochs are also waiting. In the origin, Jian Wushuang steps on the void, overlooking the entire origin sea. After Jidao broke through the 8th layer, he was more familiar with the power of black holes. Although he had not yet fully mastered black holes, he had reached half the realm of black holes. It's a little difficult to master it thoroughly. The clone flying in the black hole has been exploring and understanding the flow of space in the black hole. No, I can't covet the goods received in the black hole. If you want to master the black hole, you have to start from yourself. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist slightly. A pole appeared and then spread. The power of a black hole exists between destruction. Destroy. What a frenzy. His current strength is still far behind. The power of half of the black hole realm is enough to match the 5th order peak emperor. If you really want to achieve the complete black hole power, I am afraid it can be comparable to the 6th order emperor. This is also normal. In the 4 great secret realms, once the emperor masters the black hole realm, it is the pinnacle existence of the 6th order emperor. It is a bit unrealistic to want to master black holes before joining the road. Separated several clones and began to comprehend the extreme points in the Sea of Origin. Time is fast, 10,000 years have passed, and there is still no clue. Jian Wushuang can only shift his focus. On the original pillar of the ultimate kendo, Jian Wushuang's deity descended, and with it came the heavy Jiuyan sword. This sword came from the hands of the great Emperor Jian. It is the perfect eternal treasure. The ultimate swordsmanship contained in it is very terrifying, and the ordinary emperor will fall if it is stained. In the past, he either used some tattered goods, and sometimes he could only use the invisible sword that was transformed from the source. Now it can be regarded as a divine sword that can make enlightenment. The ultimate kendo contained in the Jiuyan sword is very upright, and it can also eliminate the evil aura in his body. Jiuyan, Zhu Xie. He had also heard that the great Emperor Jiuyan uttered a bright light, and the evil retreated in front of her, and no one could stop him. Even if he is the Lord of the universe, he must give some face to Emperor Jiuyan. What a heavenly defense this is! Jian Wushuang was able to compete with the 9th rank Great Yan Xian when he was evolving, and now Dao Jun is comparable to the 5th order peak emperor, but it is too difficult to compete with or even kill the Lord of the universe when he is emperor. Am not sure about it. Dao Lord cultivates the origin of Dao, Emperor cultivates the origin of space, and the Lord of the universe is the existence that portrays time. Many Taoists can realize the origin of space in advance. This is very common and represents some peerless arrogance. But the Emperor wants to realize the origin of time in advance, which is a bit of a fantasy. The original Jiuyan Emperor didn't realize the origin of time, so he was stuck at the Emperor level all the time. The gap between the Emperor and the Lord of the Universe is like the gap between space and time. The reason why Emperor Jiuyan was so against the sky at the beginning was that she was so powerful because of the time contained in her kendo skills. The ancient fascination allows the Emperor to use the fascination to master the origin of time and be able to match the master of the universe. Only this fascinating book can make the great Emperor Jiuyan be in the time and space of Maro at the time. An emperor who has not mastered the origin of time has created a unique knowledge of time. This thing sounds absurd. No one dared to question when Jiuyan Great Emperor demonstrated his strength. Jian Wushuang shook his head, too far away. https / mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-58. And it's probably not that simple. Creating the source of time is far from mastering the source of time. The great Emperor Julian back then was not that simple, and his demands were probably beyond the imagination of outsiders. And the road that I walked, I am afraid it is also a dark road, no one has walked. Even if he didn't get through, he could become the eternal emperor of Moroa time and space. If it is through, I am afraid that there will be a super-existence in the original Moro time and space, a super-existence that is even more against the sky than the gods, the real overlord of the starry sky. It's a dream after all. Great Emperor Julian has fallen. I am afraid that there are even fewer people who dare to walk along this road. It is estimated that the unfounded knowledge has also been sealed by the true spirit. He should follow his ultimate kendo honestly. The 8th floor is a town seal, so let's kill the 9th floor. Sword Dao is the original Dao of the master killing and attacking. You can't be conservative, or it's going in the opposite direction. Kill. What is the ultimate killing? Jian Wushuang's divine thoughts began to immerse in it, found the direction and began to immerse himself in practice. At the same time in Gong Miaoya's body, he is constantly absorbing the mystery of Kendo. It is strange to say, now he can see the origin of Kendo in Gong Miaoya's body clearly. The origin of is generally in the form of pillars. Even if the origin of space is formed, it is also a three-dimensional shape. The origin of Kendo in Kagong Miaoya's body is more like a plane. Is like a piece of paper. Not only the mystery of Kendo above is extremely active. This flat Kendo origin is very inconspicuous in Gong Miaoya's spatial origin. It's time to upgrade the divine body. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, and it took him tens of thousands of years to find his direction. Fortunately, there is a direction. As long as you continue to understand, you will have to improve. Many cultivators, just looking for a direction, a retreat is several epochs, he is so fast because of huge accumulation. The next level of improvement depends on good luck. The improvement of the divine body is different, the time required is very short, but the treasure is countless investment. Wow! In the Sea of Origin, Jian Wushuang's divine body phantom is suspended, and in front of him are countless treasures. Void iron filings! Jian Wushuang grabbed it, and a powerful force began to enter his divine body. This void iron filings, I don't know what it is cut off, the power contained in it is very terrible, it has nothing to do with matter, it is pure power. Divine body also began to skyrocket at this moment. Just a piece of iron filings made his body soar 1,000 times. Is now 16,000 times. At the beginning, King Bai reminded him that the ascension of the divine body must be orderly, and the premise is that the physical body is strong to be able to hold a stronger divine body. His physical body is okay, and his divine body is also fused with promise. The physical body, the divine body, and the origin each check and balance. Although he is a Taoist monarch, his origin has reached the level of a fifth-order emperor. The difference now is the skyrocketing of the divine body. Previously, with the help of beasts and gods, he was able to reach 50,000 times the divine body, and he had reached the limit at that time. Actually, he doesn't need to upgrade the divine body first. With the blessing of beasts and gods, he has been able to achieve the limit 50,000 times. Only relying on the divine body, he reached the threshold of the sixth-order emperor. It really wants to increase the basic divine body by 50,000 times. It is probably difficult to bless the divine body with the current beasts and gods, and the magic power has directly withdrawn from the stage of history. Can be discarded. It's better to directly increase the divine body to 30,000 or even 50,000 times. The foundation is the key. Besides amplifying the divine body, the beast magic weapon also has many advantages, not just amplifying the divine body. The body is the source of power. Jian Wushuang lacks power now. That power is to fight the sun and the moon with the emperor. The divine body began to steadily break through, and it has already broken the 20,000-fold mark. The treasures consumed are very few. The treasure Hui Qing gave him is invaluable. Although there were not many treasures when the Three Kings' Court was destroyed, there was enough left behind for the Lord of the Universe to go crazy. Especially Guantian chessboard. The treasure of time and space. There were few pieces of more time and space. The treasures that can be ranked in the top 3 in a peak of time and space, among the lords of the universe, also use the time and space treasures on the face of the gods. Other universe masters do not even have the courage to bring out this superpower. Befall. One can imagine its importance. After the divine body exceeded 20,000 times, Jian Wushuang began to draw the tears of the crying vines from the Guantian chessboard. Next, he intends to sprint directly 30,000 times the divine body. Reach the peak of the Taoist in one fell swoop. Ordinary Taoist, usually about 10,000 times. Tao Sovereign who is against the sky will raise the divine body to 30,000 times. This is also the pinnacle of Dao Jun against the heavens. Jian Wushuang is not limited to this. His goal is 50,000 times the divine body, and he can forcefully send the magic power to the Mahayana realm, reaching 50,000 times the divine body, and his basic divine body can also reach it. It's just that there are too many treasures accumulated in the later stage, and it will take a long time to digest. The improvement of the divine body is simple, but the time it takes to improve in the later stage is also amazing. At the beginning, King Bai said that when he exceeded 50,000 times the divine body, he obtained a treasure, and after several epochs, he completely broke through and stabilized the divine body. Such a huge treasure, all fused into the body of the god, consumes a lot of it. It's like blending a towering tree into a grain of sand. Is even more exaggerated than this. One sand and one world. Unlimited built-in machines. An instant is eternal. The physical body can reach eternity, and the divine body can also reach eternity. A 50,000 times divine body can reach the point of immortality. This is also the reason why a strong person who follows the line of the body can match the sixth-order emperor after reaching 50,000 times the body. Jian Wushuang originally relied on 50,000 times the divine body, Ukanshu. Calm was able to exert such a powerful strength, and it was also because the physical body and the divine body were immortal that they could resist so much. It is a pity that it is too difficult to maintain 50,000 times the body. This requires the accumulation of basic divine bodies. Wow! Is another gathering of countless treasures. The divine power condenses the treasures into water and merges them into Jian Wushuang's body. The divine body began to emit ripples, which is a symbol of the expansion of the divine body. Jian Wushuang wants to jump from 20,000 times the divine body to directly break through the 30,000 times mark. The tears of 100 crying vines pour out like a waterfall. The strong person who takes the route of the body generally needs only one party of tears when it exceeds 30,000 times, and Jian Wushuang directly pours all the tears of Wanfang. With the genius treasure that Hui Qing gave him, the divine body directly broke through from 20,000 times to 39,000 times. Ran out of all the treasures Hui Qing had given him, and almost used all the treasures Hui Qing had given him. Next is the time for endless years of retreat. Although it can directly break through to 39,000 times, the follow-up needs to settle down and grow. Time passes by. 1,000 years have passed since the outside world. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 54-59. While Jian Wushuang has been in retreat for thousands of years, this time has no feeling for him now. The body is growing. His clone is to comprehend Sword Dao and Ji Dao, the clone on the Guantian chessboard. It is the copy of the source Dao that can be possessed all the time. Soon, billions of years passed in the blink of an eye. This middle palace Miao went out a few times and went to the Yuan Elder Palace in exchange for some treasures needed for cultivation. She also received a lot of goods in the West Sea, and she also had the best eternal treasures on her body. She also exchanged some special treasures from the Yuanlao Palace. Her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds, and she has reached the point of inheritance. Although she is the 5th order peak emperor, but it can match tier 6. On Jian Wushuang's side, Yuan Yuan's cultivation was a bit slow. After hundreds of millions of years, he finally expanded the Jidao to the 8th floor. But if you want to reach the 9th floor or even reach the 9th floor, you need the origin of space to reach the realm of the black hole. He now has only 70% of the power of a black hole, which is still a lot worse. Fortunately, Kendo gave him a clear direction. The 9th stage prototype of the ultimate Kendo is an invisible sword. Comprehending the origin of the Jueyun sword allowed him to reach the 8th stage peak. Jueyun Jinxie. The invisible sword is to kill everything completely. Is very close to the 9th floor. Retreat alone can no longer meet his current needs. Moreover, the current divine body has reached 49,000 times, and the caste of beasts and weapons has reached 50,000 times steadily. His current combat power is not weaker than an ordinary 6th order emperor. It's time to go out and experience the treasures of the Yuan Palace. Who? Jian Wushuang slowly got up, moved his body, and jumped directly into a spring in the main hall. The spring water can quickly make people get out of the immersion. Jian Wushuang soaked for about a stick of incense, and then broke through the water. After putting on a soft black robe, he saw Gong Miaoi was still cultivating, and there were enchantments of her subordinates around him, and he didn't bother him, but went out quietly. Out of the cave, it is the endless green lake water, under the hot sun, illuminating everything. Boom! Jian Wushuang directly exploded on the spot, heading towards the southern islands. The first choice to go to was Moyne Mountain. He wanted to go back to this old place, and he didn't know if the demon suppression space was still there. He could practice in it for tens of thousands of years. Now the mountain is still there, but the old man is gone. Through several places, Jian Wushuang encountered a lot of emperors. Most of them were young faces. It is estimated that they were later inheritors. Sure enough, as he thought, the inheritors have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain over the years, and they can be seen everywhere in the palace of the elders. He also knows a lot about the inheritors on the tomb's sacred mountain. Although he has never been there, he has also heard a lot. On the tomb mountain, after becoming an emperor, they will also be divided into ranks. Ordinary people such as tearing the sky and becoming an emperor will basically go down the mountain to receive tasks and go to the 4 secret realms. Like Huiqing, who is against the sky, and the Daojun, the original source of the ultimate light path, there is no such requirement, and you can practice on the tomb mountain at will. Now that they have broken through to become emperors, most of them are the second-rank original source Taoists. Many special original or ultimate Taoist priests have not yet grown up, and there is still a long way to go before breaking through the emperor. After all, not everyone has accumulated to the peak before entering the Temple of Qixin. Also, before entering the Temple of Qixin, such as Juyu Wanqing, are Taoist strong men. With the vigorous training of the Temple of Qixin, they soon succeeded in joining the Tao and entered the emperor. The outside world of Magic Sound Mountain. Jian Wushuang is still 1,000,000 miles away from Moyne Mountain. Looking from a distance, on the Moyne Mountain deep into the clouds, there is the magic sound and the vast original aura of the past. That is the origin from the Lord of the Universe. And the Lord of the Universe who once left the origin here is not simple. There are so many emperors practicing on Moyne Mountain, tens of thousands. In addition to the veterans of the Senate Palace, there are also inheritors and core members recruited from the Celestial Realm in the Senate Palace. The weakest are Tier 4 pinnacles. Jian Wushuang stepped out in one step and went directly to Moyne Mountain. Under the mountain, there are special strongmen guarding the palace of the old people. It is not that simple to enter the Magic Sound Mountain. It requires a lot of contributions, or a sacred stone. Although the price is high, in the outside world, money may not be able to come in. Inheritors generally pay for the sacred stone, while the strong in the Senate is a rare opportunity to exchange contribution points. To enter Moyne Mountain, you need to pay 100 million sacred stones. The guarded old man sat on the throne, his face colorless and majestic. The several fourth-order emperors in front of Jian Wushuang were a little hesitant. Brother, there are still 50 million sacred stones. The one who spoke was a fourth-order peak emperor. Except for the one headed by this pedestrian, they are the fifth-order emperors, and the rest are the fourth-order peak emperors. Even if these people come from famous sects, it is not easy to come up with 100 million divine stones. In the standard of the earth boundary, the heaven is still useful. Fourth-tier emperors, most of whom are worth millions to tens of millions, want to accumulate hundreds of millions of sacred stones, unless there is a great opportunity, or there is a treasure given by the sect family that can be mortgaged. It doesn't matter how many sacred stones can be taken out. There are some fifth-order emperors, and sometimes they are penniless, but the treasures on his body and his own inheritance are of great value, and they can easily exchange billions of sacred stones. That's the situation with the fifth-order emperor headed by their noblemen from the extreme north and cold regions, each with a big background, but now they are stumped by 50 million sacred stones. This predecessor, I don't know if I can use this divine sword as collateral. The fifth-order emperor at the head was a little embarrassed. 50 million divine stones are really nothing to him. Treasures are pledged. The old man sitting on the throne frowned. He didn't have too many surprises. He just despised the fifth-order emperor. This was too poor. The treasure he took out was just a broken sword. Jian Wuxuang raised his brows in the back and stood up. The more he saw this broken sword, the more familiar he became. Wait a minute! He stepped forward, took out 100 million sacred stones, and said, I want this broken sword, this is 100 million sacred stones. The fifth-order emperor saw that Jian Wuxuang's aura was unusual, and immediately said, Thank you, my lord! The old man on the throne was a little surprised. A broken sword was bought by 100 million sacred stones, but he didn't care too much. In recent years, there have been more inheritors, and he has become accustomed to these inheritors. According to the news inside the Yuan Palace, they also knew that these inheritors came from the outer universe. They hadn't seen much of the world, and their origins were completely natural. They were better than the 4 secret realms, but they were very rare in number. There is not even a sixth-order emperor in the outside world. I was even more ridiculed by them. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5460. The first batch of inheritors in the past, most of them are still very powerful, but the subsequent inheritors, most of them are the third-order peak emperors, and the fourth-order peaks are few, so they don't value it as much as they used to. There are only a few inheritors that they will pay attention to. For example, the inheritors of the fifth-order emperors can be compared to the sixth-order emperors when they are the fifth-order emperors. This kind of power will be respected no matter what status they are. Jian Wuxuang casually paid for the divine stone. After getting the broken sword, he didn't leave in a hurry, but asked about the origin of broken sword. The owner of the broken sword, he had some impressions. When he entered the heavens back then, this broken sword should have been that sword of Nie Yuan. At first, he was still wondering that a fourth-order emperor carried a broken sword, and later learned in Shangqing Palace that this was a sword idiot. Because of the Taoist couple, I even begged him. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, only the saber is left. For Kendo practitioners, Jian Wuxuang has always had a good impression. He was used as a personal sword and fell into the hands of others, and was also used as an ordinary treasure to take out as a pledge. I am afraid that Nie Yuan's end will not be very good. This fellow Taoist, I don't know the origin of this broken sword, Jian Wuxuang asked nonchalantly. The fifth-order emperor returned the 50 million sacred stone from the mustard seed to Jian Wuxuang. He knew that Jian Wuxuang was the inheritor, and his aura was very strong, so he didn't dare to offend him. He told the truth about the future. This broken sword was obtained by the opponent from a mine guard in the far north. The mine guard wanted to bribe the strong men of these big families and took out many treasures. This broken sword is only one of them. That's all. After Jian Wuxuang learned of the situation, he didn't ask more, and silently nodded. A trace of thought power penetrated into the broken sword. There was a familiar sword aura in the sword, which was very similar to the sword aura of Shangqing Palace and more similar to that of Nie Yuan. Jian Wushuang is not familiar with the sword energy of Nie Le and Shangqing Palace, but the smooth sword intent. The origin is very meager, but he is very sure that the origin is exactly the same as that in Gong Miaoya's body. Although it is the origin of the ultimate kendo, it is a thin piece of paper. This strange phenomenon, Jian Wushuang has only seen Gong Miaoya's origin. In addition to Gong Miaoya's own spatial origin, the origin of a thin sheet of paper deposited below is the origin of ultimate kendo. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and said in secret, "Nie Yuan Gong Miaoi? Interesting. This is the opportunity for his kendo breakthrough. If Nie Yuan is Gong Miaoya's father, then he can follow this line to find Nie Yuan, copy the origin of the opponent's kendo, and he can improve faster, maybe in one fell swoop. Break through the 9th layer of the ultimate kendo, and reach the peak. The far north. It seems that he is going to travel once. Yuanyang Palace is in Zhongzhou, and the extreme north is on the northern border of the northern border, almost crossing the entire northern border. Just teleport, you have to teleport hundreds of times, and there may be space turbulence in the middle. Time and space cannot be teleported, you can only rely on flight. Sinister all the way. However, with Jian Wushuang's current strength, there is no risk. But once he was bitten by a snake for 10 years, he was afraid of the rope. He still remembers that he was chased and killed all the way to the lair of Guangmutianzuan in the northern border of Liuzhou, and was finally given by King Bai. Looted away. Cultivate first. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking so much. This matter can be put back first. Who knows if Nie Yuan is still alive? He has to send a message to Qiu Huang and ask him to use his personal connections to inquire about the mines in the far north. From some records, Jian Wushuang knows that in the northern border of the heavens, there are 3 great mines. Nie Yuan's broken sword can appear in the hands of the mine guards, indicating that Nie Yuan should have been thrown into the mine by the Yuan Lao Palace. The environment there is very harsh. Dao Jun is no different from the ants, and the emperor can only save his life, mining day and night. Generally, wherever they go, they have committed crimes and were arrested by the Senate Palace. After sending this information to Qiu Huang, he began to walk the mountain road of Moyin Mountain. As always, there are many strong people on this road. Wan Zhang Xiaolu stumped 90% of the emperor. A general 4th order emperor, it would be nice to be able to walk halfway up the mountain. At the beginning, among Jinwuyang, those who could walk to the mountainside were extraordinary. The emperor in the 4 great secret realms, if you want to cross the mountainside, you must have the strength of the 5th order emperor, and to reach the top of the mountain, you need a battle power comparable to the 6th order. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, feeling the magic sound, and moving forward steadily. Bai Zhang. Qianong. 3,000 battles. 5,000 battles. An hour's time, Jian Wushuang had already reached halfway up the mountain. Originally, some emperors didn't care. They used to be the inheritors from the Tung Mountain, but Jian Wushuang walked halfway up the mountain in an hour, which really scared them. In 1 hour, you can reach halfway up the mountain. The 5th order peak emperor can't do it, right? This is the first time they have seen each other. Most of the 6th order emperors will not come to Moyin Mountain to practice. At most, this place will attract some 5th order peak emperors to come. Among the 5th order emperors, it took 3 months to reach the top of the mountain at the fastest. It took a whole day to reach the mountainside. Now Jian Wushuang has broken a small record. But under the surprised eyes of these people, Jian Wushuang didn't go up in a hurry, but sat down cross-legged and started practicing. The origin of the universe at the top of the mountain is more familiar to him than anyone, because he had swallowed a trace before. Was given to him by Shan Kun. Now that I understand it, it is very smooth. Is of great help to his Jidao. Halfway up the mountain, the emperors sitting cross-legged were all 4th order emperors, with hundreds of them. Jian Wushuang found an inconspicuous place and didn't care about the eyes of others, and began to practice alone. Ji Dao's improvement is not like Kendo, Ji Dao needs to be accumulated steadily. Every path must be carefully understood, and it is the best to be able to copy it. On the Guantian chessboard in the body, Yu Yu reads www.Bakanshu. Many of his clones of Calm have never stopped, and they have been comprehending their own origins. As his strength gradually became stronger, he was able to possess some of the original chess pieces that could not be copied. Rhythm? Jian Wushuang pulls away his cocoon, and discovers another origin path from the origin of the universe. The origin of the universe on the mountain is the origin of complete space, and the outer surface is the origin of time. The origin of time, he is temporarily unable to understand. From the complete origin of the universe, he can comprehend many origins. For example, in the origin of the universe, the one with the strongest content is the rhythm. It almost meant it! Jian Wushuang groaned in his heart. The effect of halfway up the mountain is a bit bad. This time he got up and took a step faster than when he went down the mountain. Because he has some immunity to magic sound effects. This is the benefit after comprehension, not to be blocked by Moyne Mountain. The stay time, less than a day, he set off again. Many emperors who practiced cross-legged this time opened their eyes and looked. Look, he is leaving again! https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5461. Half a mountain is not suitable for cultivation at all. With his ability, 1 month is enough to climb the mountain, why waste time here? There was some truth in what this person said, but it was different from what Jian Wushuang thought. 1 day of cultivating here, he increased his speed by no less than 10 times. He could actually reach the summit in 3 days. But after cultivating here for a day, he has mastered a lot of magic sounds, and now he can reach the top of the mountain in 1 day. Who? Jian Wushuang is like a mortal, walking steadily on the mountain road. 1 step, 2 steps, 100 steps. In an instant, Jian Wushuang walked 1,000 feet away. This scene caused everyone to take a breath again, and said in surprise, "How can it be so fast?" Jian Wushuang's speed is too fast. It can still be so fast after half a mountainside. This speed has surpassed the speed of the 5th order peak. They didn't know that Jian Wushuang knew too much about the origin of the universe. If it hadn't been swallowed a bit at the beginning, with his current strength, even with unusual talents, it would take several years to reach the top of the mountain. His combat power has indeed reached the peak of Tier 5, but that is because of the power of the divine body, and it may not matter if the divine body is strong. To comprehend the origin of the universe, it relies on the power of talent already originated. His current spatial origin is stronger than some ordinary 5th order emperors, but it is not much stronger. After all, he has not mastered the complete black hole realm. There is still a lot to improve. Who? This time Jian Wushuang didn't stop, and went straight to the top of the mountain. He hadn't gotten close to the top of the mountain to understand the origin. And he also wants to enter the demon suppression space, and take a look at the old place again. Time passes by. His speed has already alarmed the veteran guarding Moyne Mountain below. The veteran's white eyebrows floated, his eyes condensed a little, and he secretly said, "How come I haven't heard of this kind of talent?" Then he started to ask some friends, where he learned of Jian Wushuang's identity. It turned out to be him. The old man nodded. After knowing the identity of Jian Wushuang, he was no longer surprised. Speaking of it, when Moyne Mountain was sent to the Yuan Lao Palace, Jian Wushuang also had a contribution. If it were not for the monarch to break the precepts, and finally let the Vermilion Bird Palace back the pot, the true spirit would not bring Moyne Mountain to the 4 secret realms. This is a treasure in the primitive world. Jian Wushuang took the last step and reached the top of the mountain. If he didn't count the time he stayed, it took him less than a day to reach the summit this time. The road was smoother than he thought. The moment he reached the top of the mountain, he could see the appearance of the top of the mountain clearly. It hadn't changed much from before, except that the pillar was gone, and it was replaced by a palace. Magic Sound God General? Jian Wushuang saw the plaque above the hall, a little surprised. The original demon space is gone, how did it change to a hall, and named the magic sound general? The cold wind and magic sound on the top of the mountain are flourishing. There are only a few fifth-order emperors here. Jian Wushuang glanced around and no one is familiar, but from the breath of them, it should be the fifth-order emperor of the primitive universe. After the emperors arrived at the Temple of Qixin, because they needed to find the Tomb Mountain by themselves, they were not strong enough. Most of them stayed in the Yuanlao Palace, and some went out to explore. In just tens of thousands of years, none of them can ascend to the sky in one step and reach the sixth-order emperor. Without the fighting power of the sixth-order emperor, they are looking for death in the tomb of the gods. There are no resources on the Tomb Mountain. To them, relying solely on the treasures of the Yuan Palace is just icing on the cake. They wandered through the long river of time and space for many years, and the fifth-order emperor already existed at the peak. Their long river of time and space, there is no master of the universe, and even the sixth-order emperor are few and pitiful. The fifth-order emperor already exists at the pinnacle, and they have visited many treasure places. Although the Qixin Temple is special, it does not have some ancient heritage, and it is not very helpful to them. It's just that some of the treasures are special, and they can help them in their cultivation, much faster than the outside world. The most important thing is the tomb's sacred mountain. The true spirit has promised them that as long as they reach the Tomb Mountain, they will be able to train them to become extremely strong. The tone is still very big. But after thinking about it, the real spirit has nothing to do. To reach the tomb's sacred mountain, at least the sixth-order emperor does not rely on the cultivation of the Qixin Temple to reach the sixth-order emperor. These primitive cosmos emperors are originally people with great luck and talent, and the true spirits will be cultivated personally on the tomb's sacred mountain. Promoting to the absolute top is not a problem. At the peak, it is a real combat power. As long as it is not too stupid, it can reach the level of the original divine envoy. Guangmu Tianzhen's combat power is not even as good as that of King White. Although the combat power of the divine envoy is not special, it is just a symbol. The really powerful ones are those gods. God General. Jian Wushuang looked at the hall where the demon-voiced generals were depicted, and thought of something. Friends, are you from the Tomb Mountain? Just when Jian Wushuang was thinking, a burly young man walked over in a dark red armor. Jian Wushuang knew that these people came from the primitive universe, and he did not dare to neglect. In the past, these were the ancestors of some big forces. Now that they can keep pace with each other, he does not dare to be too presumptuous. Senior, at Xia Jian Wushuang, just like Senior, I haven't been to the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang hugged his fists, his voice slightly respectful. The listener was taken aback for a moment, then he thought of something and didn't ask much. Jian Wushuang's name is almost known to many people in the Yuanlao Palace. Because of that incident, the whole Yuanlao Palace was shocked. Those fifth-order emperors from the primitive universe naturally heard about it when they arrived at the Yuanlao Palace. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was the hapless man, he was looted before he entered the tomb of the mountain, and he didn't know his life or death. It turned out to be Senior Shu Tian. Jian Wushuang was really shocked when he heard the name of the other party. This is the master of the Ion Tower, the ancestor of the Pinnacle Forces, and the master of Fingyu Demon Lord. If he is outside, he is at best a rank 9 Dian Immortal. How can such a big person be so good to see him, and he can still talk on an equal footing? But after seeing a lot, Jian Wushuang is also very calm. He has encountered a lot of the strong. There are a lot of strong and powerful people. The great elder of the Maluo kingdom, as well as the White King and the Mountain King who have a good relationship with him. Yuanlao Palace also encountered many people, such as Wu Zue and Lu Huadijuan. Now I met a former peak powerhouse, although my heart was a little excited, but he soon calmed down. Senior just arrived at the Senate Palace? Shuitian smiled and said, It has been 10,000 years. I really envy you little guys here. I really caught up with the big time. Indeed, this is indeed a great era for the powerhouses of the primitive universe. https://mobile version reading URL Chapter 54-62. An era that allowed them to ascend to the sky in one step. The talents of these fifth-order emperors were no worse than them. The fork in the road is too far. There is no such thing as Yanxian and Dianxian who have entered the Temple of Qixin from a weak young age. There is the of the Temple of Qixin along the way, and the foundation is very solid. This era is their world. This is the era when the ultimate path is prosperous. With the cultivation of the Temple of Qixin, there will be a large number of ultimate emperors. As long as 2 or 3 of these ultimate emperors become the masters of the universe, the Temple of the Qixin will be able to go to a more powerful time and space and recover. The glory of ancient times. This is what Junling wants to see. Jian Wushuang and the others did not know it, but they also knew that they would have to pay back sooner or later that they spent so much material resources on training. In addition to their practitioners of the ultimate path, a large number of emperors have emerged, and these emperors are also the backbone. The Temple of Qixin, the strong are like clouds. By no means a few masters of the universe can suppress everything. Light is the most apex of the power directly under the Qixin, and the strength of the 3 major gods can destroy the 3 kings' court, as well as 18 generals. I heard that each of them is the ultimate powerhouse among the ultimate emperors. In addition to these, there are some cosmic masters sent abroad, as well as emperors who are against the sky. Suppress countless universes, rampaging the entire space and time. How powerful is that? Jian Wushuang's eyes sank, knowing that the other party hadn't gone to the Tomb Mountain, and didn't want to say too much, so he changed the subject. Senior, the top of the Moin Mountain, when will this hall and this Moin god have been added? What will it mean? When I came, this hall was here. I heard that it was built later. There is a remarkable existence here. He is the mighty one who is responsible for suppressing Moin Mountain, said Emperor Xutian. There is a look of yearning in his eyes. I used to have a high heart, and have been pursuing the Lord of the Universe, but when I arrived at the Temple of the God of Difference, I saw too many powerful people before I realized how naive the thoughts in my heart were. How difficult it is to become the Lord of the Universe. It's not bad to be able to enter the realm of absolute peak in this life. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. At the beginning, no powerful person came to sit here when the Mountain King was suppressed. Why is there a powerful person now? Is also known as the Magic Sound God. This is probably one of the 18 gods in the Temple of Qixin. Guanmutianzuan is still alive. Maybe these gods will really be alive. He didn't know. Shihai and his entourage, Fuego, was born and gathered with the gods, and the true spirit himself did not find the other side. Although Fuego does not have the power of the Lord of the Universe now, he is not an extraordinary powerhouse. It can be dealt with. Shang is already an absolute powerhouse, and he has realized that the space universe is not Fuego's opponent. In this Temple of Divergence, I am afraid that no one but the true spirit can stop Fuego. The true spirit has to sit in the Sea of Origin, which is the most important place in the Temple of Qixin. The true spirit cannot leave at will, especially Fuego has been born. Therefore, the true spirit summoned the Moin God General, one of the 18 God Generals, from the Tomb of the Gods. After the resurrection, the Moin God General was sitting on the Moin Mountain in the Yuan Lao Palace. I don't know, can I go in? Jian Wushuang asked cautiously. The Emperor Zhuotian had longing in his eyes, and said gravely, You can go in, but the price of going in is very high. So far no one can go in. The key is what benefits will be gained after entering. This is Jian Wushuang's idea. The Emperor Zhuotian went in and wanted to visit those powerful men, and give him some advice. These fifth-order emperors, and the sixth-order emperors that they have seen in their lives, did not see Jian Wushuang as many in one day. After they came to the Yuan Lao Palace, they found that the sixth-order emperors of the 4 great secret realms were not as good as them in realm. Is no different from the same level, and there are very few sixth-order emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace, and those sixth-order emperors simply look down on them, the fifth-order emperors who have never been to the Tomb Mountain. Most of the sixth-order emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace will recruit some inheritors with good aptitude in the Tomb Mountain as disciples. The Qinglong Palace is not in charge, and now the inheritor, the emperor, is almost robbed by the Yuan Lao Palace, and the rest will go to the White Tiger Palace. The weak point is to go to the Vermilion Bird Palace in the primordial world, where there are the most treasures, but the matter is also very cumbersome. It is also very dangerous to need to go to other universes to plunder the immortals and Dian immortals. The Azure Dragon Palace is the poorest, there is no benefit, and there is nothing to do. The least go to the bloodthirsty continent of the Azure Dragon Palace is generally a mixed day. Among the 4 halls, only the Xuanwu Hall did not recruit inheritors. All the inheritors knew about this. Some wanted to take the initiative to worship, and they didn't even have a way to go. The sense of existence of Xuanwu Temple is so low that I have never seen it. Jian Wushuang actively asked again. Senior, is the price required to enter this? Is it a sacred stone? Zhuotian shook his head. If it was a sacred stone, people like them could go to the heaven to plunder some, and it would not be difficult to get in. The key to getting in is strength. If you want to enter, the first level is to fully understand the origin of this universe, and get the token to enter the Magic Sound Hall. Emperor Zhuotian took out a token, and it didn't take long for him to get this token. There are many fifth-order emperors on the top of the mountain. I got it all, not too difficult. As long as I can reach the top of the mountain and practice for a period of time, I can get it. Jian Wushuang looked at the token, which contained the power of the origin of the universe, and the token was also carved with the word magic sound. Don't worry too much, this is a stepping stone. As soon as Zhu Tian finished speaking, a fifth-order emperor with a humanoid animal head stood up in the distance. Zhuotian looked at the strange beast character, and said with a faint smile, Brother Dongxing, is this sure? Hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang also looked at the fifth-order emperor named Dongxing. It was the first time he heard the name of. Looks like the fifth-order emperor of the primitive universe, but he has never heard of the name, and should be a relatively old fifth-order emperor. Thanks, am not like you, am dejected all day long, so good chances are not easy to grasp. As he said, his body began to transform, the scales on his body became denser. When he walked to the door of the Demon Hall, he took out the token and threw it towards the Demon Hall. Is really a stepping stone. Jian Wushuang watched carefully, although the Emperor Zhuotian next to him didn't care. His eyes were still condensed into one point. They all arrived here at the same time. I didn't know how many times they tried. Most of them lost patience and went down the mountain. Although Moyne Mountain is special, it is not the only treasure place. It is not suitable here, and there is no need to die. It is better to change the place. Time is very important to them. Now those younger generations are catching up with them. Fengyu Moyne, Zhenmiang, Qi Shui, and Tong Tian Buddha are all the fifth-order peak emperors, and each of them is an eternal treasure, with a strong inheritance, which is stronger than them. Looking at these juniors, it took hundreds of thousands of years to surpass them, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable in my heart. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5463. Hundreds of thousands of years, they have surpassed their accumulation of countless epochs, and it is not easy to put them on anyone. The key is that the impact that Shang gave them was too great. The original Shang was one poor and two white, that is, the ultimate emperor, and his strength was a little stronger than them, but now he has become an absolute powerhouse, a state where they are deterred, and there is no enemy in the long river of time and space. The time for the business to break through didn't last long, and it was still their junior. This makes them even more uncomfortable, and the gap between Tao and Tao is also reflected. Therefore, after they arrived at the Temple of Qishan, they doubled their practice, but they didn't want to be left behind too much. But now they are in one, Moyne Mountain has let them hit a wall. After Dongxing threw the token, the Magic Sound Hall walked out of 6 silver armor soldiers, each holding the Yangtze River, wearing the same silver helmet and cloak, and a pair of dark red eyes, and they couldn't see their looks. In front of the Magic Sound Hall, it quickly became a small world. The 6 silver-armored soldiers started their hands one after another, and their spears blocked Dongxing's path. Shuitian said from the side, "If you want to get in, you have to defeat these 6 silver armor guards. So far no one can defeat these silver armor guards." Following Zhu Tian's gaze, Jian Wushuang found that the strength of these silver armor guards was very special, not like a cultivator, but rather a special kind of puppet. I really can't see the strength. But he will be able to see it soon. Because Dongxing has turned into the body, the head of the blue dragon, the human body, and the divine body for hundreds of thousands of miles. 5,000 times the divine body! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He really didn't expect that these fifth-order emperors were quite worthy, and they could actually cultivate the divine body to 50,000 times. Zhu Tian said calmly on the side, Hee, don't be too surprised, we old guys are not as simple as you think. Dongxing once obtained an ancient heritage in the long river of time and space. The treasures are not less than you, and the gods have arrived early. 50,000 times, if you search all the secrets of the universe in the original universe, I am afraid that you will not be able to collect so many treasures. Correct. The strength that Qishui Walker revealed at the beginning, the divine body may not have reached 30,000 times, and this is still known as the strongest special life in the primitive universe. This is the downside of not going out and exploring, the treasures are too far apart. At the beginning, the Emperor Zhutian left an eternal building, allowing the wind and rain demon lord to control the entire eastern universe. That eternal treasure is the only eternal treasure in the entire primitive universe, which was left by the Emperor Zhutian. There is no business. It is conceivable that Zhutian had also received a large number of treasures at the beginning, so that he would be so generous to leave an eternal treasure. Shang did not go out because he didn't want to waste his practice time. But these fifth-order emperors have had countless opportunities, and they have accumulated a lot of treasures. The first time I saw it, it was a super strong man with 50,000 times the divine body. He has obtained so many treasures against the sky, and now the divine body can reach 49,000 times, and if he wants to break through, he has to swallow the whole crying vine. Jian Wushuang was a little bit reluctant to break through. After all, that 100 crying vine has reached its maturity stage. It can continue to evolve in the long river of time and space of the Guantian chessboard, and it is only a matter of time before countless 100 crying tears are born. Is really going to be felled, and he will have to buy it if he wants it in the future. Jian Wushuang is afraid of being poor. At the auction, he couldn't buy anything if he weren't fooling around. Unlike the people in Yuanlao Palace, he could take away treasures. See clearly, the power of these guards is very special. The Emperor Zhutian looked a little excited, reminding Jian Wushuang on the side. Boom! Jian Wushuang looked along the place where the strong breath erupted, and the 6 guards burst out with an aura of ruining the heavens and the earth, each of which was the power of the 6th-order emperor. 6 6th-order emperors deal with a 5th-order peak emperor, no wonder none of them can enter. This is too ridiculous. The combat power of these puppets is not comparable to those of the 4 secret realms that stretch across the 6th-order emperors. Together, the 6 people already have the combat power of the 6th-order top emperor. This is a normal level of combat power. In other words, Emperor Dongxing had to break out of the top level of Tier 6 in order to be able to contend, and it was even more difficult to defeat. Without the strength of the 6th-order peak, it is difficult to enter. If you want to be at the peak of Tier 5, it can be comparable to the peak of Tier 6. I am afraid that only a few of the gods against the heavens can do it. He originally wanted to be able to fight, but now it seems that it is impossible to get in. Dongxing really broke out to the top level of Tier 6, which was comparable to the 6 guards, but it was very difficult to defeat. Similar to what Jian Wushuang predicted, since Emperor Dongxing dared to try, he might have some certainty. But after all, it was just a little hope. In the same rank, if you want to defeat an opponent, you must exhaust the opponent's power, but the guards are all puppets. The power is eternal, and it can't be consumed at all. It can only be passed by crushing with powerful combat power. There is no hope. Zhutian shook his head, because Dongxing's breath was already declining. still failed to resist. Too difficult. The Emperor Zhuetian wants to go down the mountain. Don't wait here, it's better to try your luck elsewhere. No, he's going to win! Jian Wushuang's sight has not been moved away. Just as Dongxing's breath fell, the sun and moon on the hands of Emperor Dongxing began to evolve, and finally turned into a black hole. Black Hole Realm. This time, Emperor Dongxing not only has to successfully enter the Demon Sound Hall, but he may also break through to the level of the Sixth Order Emperor in one fell swoop. Zuoshan's divine Bodhi's eyes condensed into one extreme point, shocked in my heart. Has more envy. Among them, Ukanshu. Most of Calm are the peaks of Tier 5 and have accumulated countless epics. But how difficult it is to break through, even if it reaches the 4 secret realms, it is not that easy. But now Dongxing has actually become the first breakthrough among them. Destroy! Dongxing roared, and the sound of the dragon's chants was crowned with ears, and the 6 guards were all shattered and scattered on the ground. Dongxing panted heavily, put away the magical powers on his hands, very excited, and almost shouted. Inside the magic sound hall, there was also a low voice. Come in! Dongxing glanced towards the rear. Many Fifth Order Emperors who didn't bother to look at it, at this time each looked at Dongxing with envy. Humph, I'll wait for you inside. This sentence was crazy, but these people didn't care. Dongxing's success gave them a lot of motivation. It's only 10,000 years. Dongxing has all gone in. They are no worse than the other, at most there is a gap in time. Then each began to be immersed in spiritual practice. After Emperor Dongxing entered the Demon Sound Hall, the silver fragments scattered on the ground turned into silver liquid, and then turned into a silver armor guard again, standing in front of the Demon Sound Hall, and did not enter. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5464. Zhao Tian God Emperor's eyes were hot, and he explained to Jian Wushuang about the Enlightenment, and found a free place to start practicing alone. Dongxing's success really gave them a huge encouragement. If they don't succeed, they will be benevolent. 10,000 years is too short for these Fifth Order Peak Emperors. Even in an era, they are willing, as long as there is hope. The hope now is that the origin of space reaches the realm of black holes. Jian Wushuang recollected, and shook his head. These people have hope, but he really has no hope. If he can reach the realm of the black hole, he needs to waste time here. Directly promoted the Jidao to consummation, and went to pursue the sword doctrine, and when the Shuangdao consummation was completed, he could begin preparations for Herdao. Although they didn't have any certainty about breaking through the realm of the black hole, his divine body was capable of reaching 50,000 times. And he hasn't got the token yet, everything is still very early for them. After comprehending the origin of the universe and getting the recognition of the origin of the universe, he will be able to obtain a token of the Magic Sound Hall and some treasures at random. Those treasures, he didn't really appreciate it. He heard Emperor Zhuetian say that they were given according to the time. The sooner they are recognized, the more treasures they will give. The most important thing is the token. There is a trace of the origin of the universe in the token. Jian Wushuang is not short of this point. There are too many universe origins on his Guantian chessboard, and he is almost unable to comprehend it. But he can devour it to strengthen his own extreme way. Although there is not a trace, it is still meat. The original chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard are too powerful, he can't swallow them, even some he can't even enlighten them. It couldn't be better to be able to get a trace of the origin of the universe and use it to swallow it. Zhu Tian Divine Emperor, it took hundreds of years to be recognized by the origin of the universe, and he estimated that it would take even less time. He went up the mountain quickly, and he was able to reach the top of the mountain to understand the origin of the universe. And he needs to be recognized by the origin, it is nothing more than to understand more thoroughly on the original basis. Jian Wushuang found an open space and sat down cross-legged. This was the first time that he had come to see him at close range, and his ascension speed was very fast. is much more useful than sitting withered in the cave. The magic sound is faint, and Jian Wushuang is immersed in it, as if he has returned to his previous sword practice. In the past, sword practice used to fight for a single breath, but nowadays sword practice uses the essence of kendo, and hundreds of millions of swords can be used at one breath. Unknowingly, he used his previous swordsmanship, and a villain floated on the sea of origin, practicing the previous swordsmanship. Avenue to Jane. He really realized a lot. But most of his thoughts are still focused on the origin of the universe. Looking at the magnificent origin, all he sees is a little drooling. If he can swallow this origin, he might be able to directly grasp the realm of the black hole. It's a pity that I can't swallow it. At the beginning, Shan Jun was here, and his body was bound, and he could take off a source of origin for him to swallow. It won't take long. After he succeeded in joining the Tao, he also had the strength of Shan Jun, so he must try. When he thinks of Shan Jun, he thinks of the cause and effect in himself. Too much. First of all, he must kill all causes and effects in the enchantment. This catastrophe is impossible for him to escape. Can only crack. Didn't know whether Huiqing had this ability. But what Huiqing did was not the orthodox Buddhism, but the Zen machine, which did not help him much. Tongtian Buddha? Jian Wushuang shook his head. In fact, there is no need to stare at the few people in the original universe. You can find a way in the 4 secret realms. West Heaven. The celestial realm is extremely west, Daxing Buddhism. He can go. On the long journey, there is another goal. Once thought of Hadao, it was still far away, but now it is getting closer and closer. The breakthrough point of Kendo, in Gong Niaoyi and Nieyuan, the breakthrough of Jidao is linked to the realm of Black Hole, and both have a clear direction. Breakthrough is only one opportunity. Once he has reached the realm of consummation, he has to go to Hadao. Who? Spit out a stale breath, the source of the tremor trembled. Hum! This sound is familiar to others, and it is a sound recognized by the source. It's only been a few years. Jian Wushuang himself didn't expect it to be so fast. The Emperor Zhutian in the distance opened his eyes slightly, with shock and envy in his eyes. Just nodded to Jian Wushuang, did not speak, and continued to close his eyes to comprehend. After Jian Wushuang got the token floating from the source, he felt ecstatic in his heart after feeling the breath from above. This is more than he imagined. The trace of the origin of the universe that Shan Jun gave them at the beginning is not as much as the token. After getting the token, there is no need to go on the enlightenment. Although the enlightenment is helpful for cultivation, he still doesn't like the help. Holding the token, he wanted to directly swallow the source of it, but then he thought about it. If it really swallows the source of it, I am afraid that it will be impossible to enter the Magic Sound Palace in the future. After all, you need this token to be able to enter. Forget it, let's get out of here first. Moon Mountain's help to him is limited. Although the cultivation here is faster than in the cave, but after so many years of retreat, he has nothing to improve. Now he needs some powerful opportunities. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to leave, another fifth-order emperor got up and went to the Demon Sound Hall. Anyway, it was not too late. Jian Wushuang stopped, ready to see if the opponent could get through. The other fifth-order emperors opened their eyes when they saw someone rushing. Dongsheng's success really stimulated them. Wan Yan, are you also in the realm of the black hole? God Emperor Zhutian had deep eyes, and he couldn't believe it. Dongsheng's divine body is 50,000 times. They have long known that they have reached the black hole realm, but they don't know it. From now on, if you want to break through, at least the origin of space must reach the realm of black holes. The fifth-order emperor named Wan Yan didn't say much, just leaked a smile. How can the black hole boundary be so easy to reach? Is not to say that you have to reach the realm of the black hole to be able to break through. Who? The token entered the Magic Sound Hall. The 6 guards were waiting outside. The moment they opened their eyes, the battle began. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and my heart was surprised. This fifth-order emperor called Wan Yan, although he doesn't know him, but judging from the other party's methods, what should be cultivated is the origin of Shadow Dao. The opponent's figure is so weird, it is instantaneous, and each shadow has the same combat power as the deity. This is even more perverted than his super-quality physical body. It is definitely a special road after all. "Million shadows killing array!" someone exclaimed. Then everyone looked over. Jian Wushuang was a bit unclear about the other party's unique skills, and listened carefully to the conversations of several emperors around him. Unexpectedly, this servant has actually reached the waning stream. Our time and space have reached the waning level. I am afraid that there are no more than 3, and each of them is a 6th-order emperor. How can this Wanyan break through? He is the 5th-order emperor. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5465. Hey, this is not surprising. He is a strong Shadow Road, and the Shadow Road is prosperous in his space, faster than others, and normal. From the words of these people, Jian Wushuang knew of the 10,000 Regions Shadow Killing Array, which was a super sect of the town in the long river of time and space. After that sect was destroyed, the inheritance remained in the time and space of Hanoi. Unearthed countless epochs ago, it can be regarded as a super heritage. Although it is not as good as the Temple of Qixin, it has a secret method and it is against the sky. Domain. There are 2 types of domains, one is shadow and the other is escape. That Wanyan, who cultivates, is the inheritance of the shadow line. Reaching waning is already in the Mahayana realm. No wonder he dared to break into the magic music hall. 10,000 shadows besieged a silver-armored guard, and quickly smashed it to pieces, and then proceeded in the same way, smashing each one. If it is 1,000 shadows level, I am afraid that I can't hold it before breaking one, but reaching waning is a qualitative change. His success has also made the rest of the people understand that they can't walk through the realm of the road. It is better to practice their own peculiarities or secret methods to reach the consummation or Mahayana realm, and you can also break through. Wow! This time, a bubble leaked from the magic sound hall, enveloping Wanyan into the interior. Many people looked at it with enthusiasm. Just as they were talking, Jian Wushuang also walked to the door of the demon sound hall. Yep. He wants to break too? Jian Wushuang? A hapless little guy. He got the token early, but it doesn't represent strength. Many people just glanced twice, then closed their eyes and continued to practice. None of them thought Jian Wushuang could pass through. Don't talk about them, even Jian Wushuang himself didn't have any confidence, but they were here, and they couldn't justify it without a break. It is true that not long after he arrived, he saw the 2 successfully rush through. When I saw it, his hands were itchy. Threw the token away, Jian Wushuang waited for the guards to recover. The aura on his body also began to rise, and the divine body also soared from 49,000 times to 50,000 times. With the current beast god weapon, the maximum increase is 50,000 times, although his current basic divine body is 49,000 times. The upper limit of the beast weapon is now 50,000 times. There is no way to increase it, and the beast weapon must be restored to its previous power. As for the faculties of the gods and bodies, they are even rarer. Some faculties circulating in the 4 secret realms are 50,000 times at most, and those more than 50,000 times are the faculties of the Jinzong, which he can't buy if he wants to buy them. If King White was still alive, it would be fine. King White's own divine body was 68,000 times larger, and his unique skills might be about 70,000 to 80,000 times, enough for him to cultivate to the top. Unfortunately, King White has fallen against the 6th Order Emperor, and there are still 6, Jian Wushuang's greatest reliance is the divine body. 50,000 times the divine body can make him fight the 6th Order Emperor, but it is only the level of the fight. And Jian Wushuang hesitated a little. He found that these puppets were not recovering. It was almost 3 breaths of time that had passed. Could it be that Wanyan broke them just now? Is also impossible. These puppets look very new, And when they have not recovered, although they can't feel the aura on them, from the outside, these silver armor guards have not changed in any way from the past. On the silver armor, an ancient text, Xian, is also carved should be refined in Xuanwu Hall. The quality should not be bad. The 6 silver shadows disappeared instantly, and it was the silver guard standing in front of the door. Jian Wushuang almost shot, only to discover that these guards were the Hall of Evil Sounds. This scene made him a little puzzled. What is this? The silver armor guard just left? Is not to let him go? Or is it a waste of time because of low strength? Jian Wushuang's current combat power is indeed average, comparable to the ordinary 6th-order emperors of the 4 great secret realms. But the real combat power, I am afraid these old guys on the top of the mountain, whoever comes out, can hang him. But he has 50,000 times the divine body. No matter what, you can't look down on him like that. For a while, Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed, standing still not knowing whether to leave or stay. The token is still inside, so I can't just leave it. Give him back the token anyhow. There is still a hint of the origin of the universe. Just when Jian Wushuang hesitated, the 6 silver figures reappeared, and they were fully recovered. Who? Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Has recovered, he is not too melancholy. Raising his hand is full of sword aura, the divine body has skyrocketed, and he has turned into 1,000 battles. Click! Just started, the sword aura has not yet filled the world, and the silver armor puppets have actually been broken. Looking at the fragments scattered on the ground, Jian Wushuang was stunned. That's it? Isn't her 6 combat power? How to break through the weak and vulnerable? He didn't even feel the strong aura, these puppets were broken. Without waiting for him to think about it, a bubble wrapped him directly into the magic sound hall. On the top of the mountain, the people who didn't care at all opened their eyes one after another. When they saw the Moyin Temple, there was only a piece of debris outside the door. How could there be Jian Wushuang's figure? How can that be? Everyone took a breath and got up one after another. Zhu Tian, Divine Emperor, even went to the forefront. Looking at the fragments all over the floor, he couldn't believe it. Jian Wushuang actually rushed past. Jian Wushuang gave him the feeling that he was only at the 5th-order pinnacle level, and his realm was not as strong as them, so the divine body was a little special and reached 50,000 times. They just felt that Jian Wushuang entered the Qishan temple earlier and had obtained more treasures. In the realm of, it is real. Their realm already has 99% of the black hole power. Jian Wushuang is only about 80%, which is a lot worse. As for the jerk, he hasn't seen anything, and people are gone. Weird. Not only these people were shocked, but Jian Wushuang was also surprised. He raised his hand and passed. It was too simple. Tear. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang again. The void was torn apart, and he entered the magic sound hall. He is very familiar with this space, isn't it, the suppressing space? Gloomy, pitch black, and withered. Stepped in slowly, Jian Wushuang's heart was agitated. The place was still that place, but a big change had taken place here. It was a change of breath, and he felt very indifferent. In the dark space, there is only one place with a ray of light. Under the light and shadow, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, unable to see the face, but Jian Wushuang saw the universe from the figure's body. That is a very clear temperament unique to the realm of the universe. Can reach the realm of the universe, and he can't see through. This person should be the magic sound general. You, a Taoist monarch, can easily get the recognition of the origin of the universe. Very good. A long and narrow voice, accompanied by the magic sound. Jian Wushuang listened carefully, and hurriedly bowed to see him. This is a big man. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5466 Silver Armored Guard for tens of thousands of years, surpassing the accumulation of countless epochs, was an ordeal for them all. The crucial point was the tremendous impact from Shang. Initially, Shang was just an ultimate emperor, slightly stronger than them. But now, he had ascended to the realm of a supreme peak-level powerhouse, a figure invincible even in the river of time. It hadn't been that long since Shang's breakthrough, considering him as their junior. This fact made their discomfort even more profound, emphasizing the gap between paths. Upon arriving at the Qishan Temple, they intensified their cultivation efforts, determined not to fall too far behind. However, they encountered a setback on the Demon Sound Mount. After Dongshin presented the token, 6 silver-armored soldiers emerged from the Demon Sound Hall. Each wielded a long spear, dressed uniformly in silver helmets and capes. Their eyes glowed a dark red, concealing their features. In front of the Demon Sound Hall, a miniature world formed rapidly. The 6 silver-armored soldiers raised their spears, blocking Dongshin's path. Shutian, standing aside, spoke. To enter, you must defeat these 6 silver-armored guards. No one has managed to overcome them so far. As Zudian's gaze swept over, Jian Wushuang noticed the peculiar strength of these guards. They didn't seem like cultivators but rather a unique type of puppet. Their actual strength remained elusive. However, he would soon find out. Dongshin had transformed into his true form, the head of the Azure Dragon, with a human body and a divine body spanning billions of miles. A 50,000-fold divine body! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He hadn't expected that these Tier 5 emperors would have such high value, actually cultivating their divine bodies to 50,000-fold. Shutian nonchalantly remarked. Hee, don't be too surprised. We old folks aren't as simple as you might think. Dongshin once obtained an ancient inheritance in the River of Time, and in terms of treasures, we're not fewer than you. Our divine bodies reached 50,000-fold long ago. If it were in the original universe, even if we scoured all the universe's secret realms, we probably couldn't gather this many treasures. Indeed. Back when Wanderer Chishui revealed his strength, his divine body probably hadn't even reached 30,000-fold, yet he claimed to be the strongest special life form in the original universe. This was the downside of not venturing out. The gap in treasures was too vast. When Zhutian left behind the Eternal Tower, he handed control of the entire East Universe to Demon Lord Fingyu. That eternal treasure was the only one in the entire original universe, left behind by Emperor Zhutian. Not even Shang had one. It was easy to imagine that Zhutian had gained a substantial amount of treasures back then, allowing him to generously leave behind such an eternal treasure. Commerce chose not to venture out to avoid wasting cultivation time. However, these Tier 5 emperors had ventured out countless times, and their accumulated treasures were quite substantial. For the first time, Jian Wushuang encountered a super powerhouse with a 50,000-fold divine body. He had obtained so many heaven-defying treasures that his divine body had just reached 49,000-fold. To break through, Jian Wushuang would have to devour the entire vine of the 100 Weeping Vine. Jian Wushuang felt a bit reluctant, and didn't rush to break through. After all, the 100 Weeping Vines had reached maturity, constantly evolving in the River of Time within the Skyside Heavenly Chessboard, giving birth to countless tiers of Weeping Vines. Breaking through 50,000-fold was only a matter of time. If he really wanted to cut them down, he would have to buy them in the future. Jian Wushuang was afraid of being poor. In the auction, if he hadn't deceived people everywhere, he wouldn't have been able to buy anything. He wasn't like those people from the Elder Palace who could plunder treasures. Take a good look, the power of these guards is very special. Zudian's eyes were somewhat excited as he said to Jian Wushuang. Boom! Jian Wushuang followed the direction of the intense aura. The 6 guards erupted with a world-destroying aura, each possessing the strength of a Tier 6 emperor. 6 Tier 6 emperors joining forces against a Tier 5 peak-level emperor. It's no wonder that none of them could enter. This was too outrageous. The combat power of these puppets was not comparable to those Tier 6 emperors who were pulling the lower ranks in the 4 great secret realms. The combined strength of the 6 already equaled that of a top-tier Tier 6 emperor. This was the normal standard of power. In other words, Emperor Dongshin would have to unleash the top-level Tier 6 to contend, and defeating them would be even more difficult. Without the combat power of a peak level Tier 6, it was challenging to enter. To be at the peak level of Tier 5 and compete with the peak level tier, perhaps only a few emperors on the Grave God Mountain could achieve that. He had originally thought of giving it a try, but now it seemed unlikely. Emperor Dongxing had indeed erupted with the top-level Tier 6, comparable to the 6 guards, but it would be difficult to defeat them. The prediction of Jian Wushuang was quite accurate. Since Dongxing dared to try, he probably had some confidence, but ultimately it was just a glimmer of hope. Between cultivators of the same level, defeating the opponent either required depleting their power or overwhelming them with superior force. However, the puppet power of the Guardians was eternal and couldn't be exhausted. Only by using formidable strength could one crush through. No hope! Xu Tian shook his head because Dongsheng's aura was already declining. He couldn't hold on. It was too difficult. Xu Tian was considering leaving the mountain. It was better not to stay here. It was time to try luck elsewhere. No, he's going to win! Jian Wushuang's gaze remained fixed. As Dongsheng's aura decreased, the sun and moon on Emperor Dongsheng's hands evolved into a black hole. The realm of a black hole. This time, not only would Emperor Dongsheng successfully enter the Demon Hall, but he might also break through to Tier 6. Zudian's eyes constricted into a point, shocked to the core. There was also envy. Among them, most were at the peak level of Tier 5, having accumulated countless epics. Breaking through was incredibly challenging, even in the 4 great secret realms. Yet now, Dongxing became the first among them to break through. Annihilate! Dongxing roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the ears. The 6 guardians were all shattered and scattered on the ground. Bang! Dongxing gasped for breath, put away the divine power in his hands, extremely excited, almost shouting out. Inside the demon's sound hall, a deep voice echoed. Come in! Dongxing glanced back, and many Tier 5 emperors, who had been indifferent earlier, now looked at him with envy. Humph, he'll be waiting inside for you! Although this statement was arrogant, no one paid it any mind. Dongsheng's success provided them with great motivation. It had only been 10,000 years, Dongxing had entered, and they were not inferior. At most, there were some differences in time. Afterward, each one immersed themselves in cultivation. After Emperor Dongxing entered the Demon's Sound Hall, the silver fragments scattered on the ground turned into silver liquid. Then transformed once again into silver armor guardians, standing in front of the door of the Demon's Sound Hall. They once again guarded the entrance, preventing others from entering again. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.